You are on live.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It's day five, and when you get to day five, it's one of those times when you say to yourself, "What have I done?" Good morning, and welcome to the Black Business TV. Black Business TV is a non-paid organization. We've been going live for 4 days. This is our fifth day, and it's early in the morning, and we're going to have our first speaker, which is none other than Fran Harris, and she's going to be talking about the state of black business nationally. She's coming to us from Dallas, Texas, and of course, North Carolinians. We're so glad that you're tuning in so that we can turn you on. I am him, he, yes, Eric Kelly III, your host for this event. As we've gone 24 hours, 4 days in a row, and this will be our fifth day. And as we look at our fifth day, one of the things that we want to say is thank you for being on this ride with us as we continue to share the stories and the lives of African Americans all over the country. One of the things that we've noticed is that black people do not have a voice. And so we wanted to change that for black folk, not just all of your high echelon black people, not, you know, we want to do it just for the ordinary person, the ordinary business owner, the ordinary corporation, the ordinary, I would say, the ordinary Joe who's out here doing the work. A lot of times you don't see black people in this light. Generally, you see black people in different lights, but what we wanted to do is show African Americans or black people or the American African, which we really are. We wanted to show them doing what they do, and that's doing business and doing business with each other. You know, when you're looking at your marketing dollars or your public relations dollars or even your advertising dollars, one of the things that you find out a long time ago is that you do need major money to get your product across the country. And what we've been able to do is to utilize this apparatus, and I call it an apparatus. You know, look it up, see what apparatus means. And what we do is we make it happen. And this morning, she blanked in, she's coming right back. We got none other than Fran Harris. Hey, Fran, how you doing?
Good morning, Eric. How are you?
Oh, I'm wonderful. And every day I've been wonderful. This is day five, and you know, it's been a ride. We have 2 more days, and you know what? I can't wait for Sunday. I don't know about anybody else, but Eric Kelly III, he can't wait this Sunday. I'm not gonna hold you. I'm 3 minutes in. Thank you for being here. This is Fran Harris. She's gonna talk about the state of black business in America. This is the state of black business part, but she's gonna give you her particular subject. Fran, what is your topic this morning?
I actually am going to talk about the Black Business State of the Union, and I'm also going to talk about wealth and politics. People don't like to talk about those two things. They like to talk about wealth, but they don't want to talk about politics. So I'm really talking about the state of black this morning.
That is more than anybody can take. That is awesome. Thank you for being here. We'll see you on the other side.
All right, thank you. Good morning, everyone. Fran Harris, as Dr. Eric Kelly III said, we've got a running joke, the two of us do, because I'm in Central Time, and I keep joking with Eric that he keeps putting me at the top of the show, and it's early, and you guys can bear witness to how early it is. Look, it's dark in my office. Eric Kelly, I'm not making this up. It's still dark in Texas right now, and you got me up talking about the state of black business, and I am happy to do it. Hi, everybody. And excited to share with you what we're going to be talking about today. And I say we because there will be a conversation. I'm not delivering a keynote. We are having a conversation about not just the state of black business, but the state of black. And I feel uniquely qualified, as do most of the speakers who are here, to talk about the state of black business, because black business has been my business for all of my life. I'll tell you a little bit about me before I jump into the topic. I grew up in Dallas, Texas. I was I was a baby in my family for a really long time. And then my parents got this crazy idea when I was 10 years old to have another child. Don't ask me what that was about. But nevertheless, I was the baby and the star of the family for a very long time before my younger brother came into play. I grew up in a family of comedians, entertainers, athletes, entrepreneurs, lots of laughter, lots of love in my family. But what was not in my family was a lot of conversation about wealth, about entrepreneurship, about economics, about politics. So I learned very early the things that you talked about and the things that you didn't talk about. But I also became really intrigued early in my life about those things as well: politics, entrepreneurship, business, becoming a millionaire. My brother bought me a subscription to Black Enterprise magazine. Most of us grew up on Black Enterprise magazine when I was probably 9, 10 years old, maybe. And that sparked something in me, that sparked a curiosity in me about what I could become, what people and little girls and boys like me could become. So one day I was very interested in singing in the choir at my church. In fact, if you have children, if you've of course been a child, then you know when you're 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 years old, and maybe even younger for some of you, you get into this place where you have different whims and different things that you want to do every day. Maybe it's soccer one day, and for me it was ballet one day, and then it was acting, and it was whatever. So when I got this notion that I wanted to sing in the choir, my mother said, listen, I'm not giving you any more money. If you want to learn how to sing in the choir at church, you need to figure out how to get the money yourself, right? And I always tell people that I had a mother who was so mean, she wouldn't even give me money for Jesus. Now, how y'all raise your hands if you had a mother that was so mean, she wouldn't even give you money for whatever you wanted to do that was of a spiritual nature. No, I don't care if it's for Jesus. You're not getting my $85. So instead of, really becoming depressed about the fact that I was not going to be funded for this latest thing that I wanted to do, I went to my room and I started to think about how I could achieve my goal. And I came back, I reemerged with, pen and paper, because that's what we did back in the day, pen and paper. And I had an idea for my mother. I said, listen, I know you think I'm not going to stick with this, but if you will fund this, if you will give me the money for my business, because I'm thinking about running a snow cone, not a lemonade stand, because lemonade was so 1960. And this was the 70s. And I said, if you can give me money for my snow cone stand, I promise you I'll pay you back. So my mother looks at me and she says, okay, all right, well, write down what you need. Let's see what we can do. So I wrote down everything I needed: snow cones, syrup, ice, cooler, right? Flavoring. I need all that stuff. Came back with my mother, had my plan. And she fronted me, as we say, she fronted me the money, gave me the advance on the snow cone expenses, and I was in business. Now I was 9, 10 years old, and that was the summer in Dallas, where, as you know, if you've ever been to Texas, it's 115 degrees on a cool day. So this was a good idea if I could just figure out how to get in business. Mom gave me the money, started the business. That was probably right around the end of May when school was letting out. And by September, I had made $1,500. I need you to understand what just happened. From no money to more money, but more importantly, other people's money. Between May and September, I had made close to $1,500 in snow cones. All right. And that's how the entrepreneurial bug started for me. That's how the dream of becoming more and investing in myself started for me. And I share that story because I think many of us did not come from Rockefeller money. We didn't come from Sam Wall type money. We didn't come from those types of places. Whatever we've become, good, bad, or indifferent, has been at our own doing, right? And yes, I realize that they had a 400-year head start. And that 400-year start was pretty insurmountable. Today, as many challenges as we have, and we'll talk about some of those today, as many challenges as we have with that 400-year start, things are not as bleak as they may have been for my parents growing up during the Great Depression. We have a lot of opportunity, and in my mind, we really have no excuses. So maybe that's unpopular for some of you, and for those of you who will hear it in replay, but we really have no excuses. We got challenges, but we don't have any excuses. So let's talk about the state of not only Black business, let's talk about the state of Black. When I was joking earlier about Eric putting me on program early on the program, I thought about the old saying that says the early bird gets the worm, because everybody heard that the early bird gets the worm. And so what I learned was that I could do two things. When I looked at the agenda and saw that I was at the crack of dawn for me, I could request that Eric actually move me later into the schedule, or I can leverage and make an opportunity out of the fact that I get to come to you and speak to you at the top of the show when you're fresh, when you're ready to start the day. I get the opportunity to impact how you start your day. It's a mindset. It's a way you approach it. And so that's what I wanted. That's the first question of the morning. How are you approaching whatever life throws at you? Right? How are you approaching your situation? How are you approaching your financial situation? How are you approaching your business challenges? Because we all have them. We all have things that show up in our lives. Regardless of our mindset, there are some things that are going to show up. Taxes are going to show up. Shady people are going to show up. Sometimes health challenges are going to show up, not necessarily for us, but sometimes for the people that we love. So when challenges show up, what is your mindset? Are you looking for a way to get out of it? Was I looking for a way to get out of this 8 o'clock? Because it's 8 o'clock here, the sun's still not up. I just want y'all to know that, right? Was I looking for a way to get out of this opportunity that the Black Business Expo provided me? Or was I going to seize the opportunity that the Black Business Expo provided me? And for me, it's always the latter. It's always, what are you going to do with this? What are you going to make of this? Even if you don't like it, this is where you are. This is where your car has stopped on the journey. What are you going to do with this opportunity? So that's the first thing I will throw out to all of us. No matter how successful you are, everybody, if they're honest, who's watching this, who's been a presenter on this, will let you know that they've had some challenges along the way. That they've had some moments along the journey where they didn't know that they could get to the next step of the journey. And anyone who tells you differently is lying to you. I've had a great life, but I've had some challenges personally in my life. My mom, dying when I was 16 years old, unexpectedly, right? My brother dying a decade ago, right after I'd hosted my Black Millionaire Summit and my life was really, really taking off. Nobody tells you about the deep, dark challenges that you have on this journey called life. So I want to share some of those things. I want to share some of the highlights, but I'm also going to share some of the lowlights so that you understand that despite what life throws you, despite the challenges that get in your way, despite the hurdles that you have to clear, you still got this. All right. So let's talk about the state of Black. And I've got a couple things down. Rather than showing your presentation, I wanted to be with you this morning. And I wanted to start with the past. I wanted to start with who we used to be. I wanted to start with who we used to be and who we still are. I'm a big documentary film watcher. I'm a documentary filmmaker, but I'm also a big documentary film watcher. I was watching a couple of films last night, and I was looking at the film with Stacey Abrams called All In. If you haven't seen it, it's on Netflix, and it's about voter suppression. And so as I was looking at the archival footage of who we were in the 60s and the 50s, and even though I wasn't there marching alongside the people who made these rights and privileges possible for us, I felt a kinship. I felt a kinship with those folks who were holding signs and who were marching and who were whatever, because I've always been someone who was getting into righteous trouble, always, from the time I was small. I've always wondered, why weren't things better for us? I've always wondered, when my mother would tell me no, I would always go, why, mama? Like, always. That's always been me. And so that little girl is still here and watching and wondering what happened to us. Yes, we have come up financially, economically, politically in our communities. But when I looked at those archival footages of yesterday, of looking at those things in that documentary, I thought about how organized we were. Pardon me. I thought about how organized we used to be around what we wanted, right? And let's be perfectly clear. Obviously, we weren't all on the same page in the 60s. Nobody's trying to paint the picture that we were all doing the same thing. We were all on the same page. But what I do know is that because we didn't have even the basic rights and privileges of most humans in the United States, we were more focused. And I'm going to talk about that later as well. We were on the same page in terms of what needed to happen for us, right? So as I looked at those marches and I looked at those sit-ins and those stand-ins, I was inspired, but at the same time, I could not stop asking myself, what happened to us? What happened to us since that we, in the sense that we are now splintered in what we think our rights should be. We're now splintered in who we think we should follow. Right. We're not monolithic. We're not the same person. We're not, 12% million, 12% strong in this country and thinking the same way. But if our alignment on the basic civil rights are all over the place, how are we ever going to accomplish what we need to accomplish, not for us, but for the people who are coming after us? I'm always reminded of that story that I heard during the civil rights when everybody was walking in the South, and Dr. King, or one of the people in the movement, saw this old mom, this old grandmother walking, and they walked over to her and they said, "Ma'am, you shouldn't be walking. You're old, like it's raining. Get in the car." So they're trying to get this older Black woman in the car. She just kept walking. They said, "Ma'am, you're old. You shouldn't be out here. You shouldn't be walking. You should get in the car. Let us take care of you. Let us whatever." And the old woman looked at them and said, "I ain't walking for myself. I'm walking for my children, and I'm walking for my grandchildren." Right? So that's how we have to. It seems like we've lost that sentiment that we're not walking for us. We're walking for our children, and we're walking for our grandchildren, and we're walking for our great grandchildren. And so when I look at the state of Black, and again, I've always been Black business. So when I look at the state of Black, I say, again, what happened to us when it was inconvenient for us to walk for our rights? We did it anyway. When it might have meant death, going into a restaurant or refusing to go out back, we did it anyway. When it meant staying up all night and planning and strategizing to make sure that we were getting just the basic rights of humanity, even though it was inconvenient and unpopular, we did it anyway. And so I look at us today and I'm very excited by how far we've come. But at the same time, we all have to agree that we have so much far to go. And so let's turn our attention before we get to business, because that will actually be the last thing I talk about. Let's turn our attention and segue into this last election. And I don't know why people go, "You never talk about politics." I don't know what that's about. But again, I told you I've always gotten into righteous trouble. So I'm always talking about the things that trigger people and the things that trigger us. Right. So when I look at the political process and I look at what happened, and I watched that documentary yesterday called All In, you need to check it out on Netflix. And I start to think about who we were in this last election. By the way to show up and show out in terms of your vote. Whoever you voted for is not the issue. The issue is, what are you doing to advance the cause of Black folk? What are you doing to advance the cause of Black folk? This political season, I spent less time online on Facebook because the foolishness of not even just the conversation, the foolishness of not picking up a stick and deciding what you are going to do to help us was off the charts, right? There was a lot of conversation about Trump or Biden or Kamala or Harris or all this. But not enough people were talking about what they were doing to get in the war for Black folks. And so it felt like we were just focusing on the vote, and the vote is important. But what do we do after the vote? And that's this part that I want to share and talk with you and challenge you on. What is it that you care so deeply about that you are willing to be inconvenienced for? What are the causes that you care so deeply about that you are willing to be unfriended for, that you are willing to lose friends, that you're willing to have uncomfortable conversations about? For me, it's over incarceration of Black folks. That's one of them. For me, it's financial literacy, financial empowerment, closing the gap. And I can even say wealth gap. Wealth means so much, but closing the gap between where they are and where we are financially and economically, opportunities, access to capital. What do you care about? Do you care about human trafficking? Do you care about civil rights? Do you care about voter suppression? What do you care about? I don't think we're asking ourselves that question enough. Anybody can get mad. Anybody can become angry about what's happening and the brutality that we see on the streets of America every single day. But what are you doing about what you're seeing? What are you doing about the brutality? What are you doing about the lack of opportunities? What are you doing about the castration of our people? What are you doing about the inhumane treatment that we get every day? What are you doing about any of this? So yes, am I glad we showed up and voted? Am I glad that maybe things went the way you wanted them to go in the election? Am I glad that some of us have experienced a life of great financial gain and great opportunity and great access? I'm glad about all that because yes, advances have been made, come ups are on the record, we know that, but not enough of us are picking up a stick about what we care about and waging war so that we get what we deserve. And that's what the political process is about. I said on my Facebook page a lot, okay, yeah, you're mad about that, but what are you going to do? What have you done? Have you called your congressman? Have you held your mayor accountable? Have you held these elected officials accountable? You know, you don't have to go to their house to hold them accountable. Write a letter, show up at the city council meetings, march, picket, protest, all of those. That's right. That's righteous trouble. Go get in some righteous trouble about the things you care about, and not just the things that you care about between October and November of an election year so that you can join the conversation. There's joining the conversation and then there's joining the fight. So that's what I wanted to share and challenge us. Everything I say is about us, not y'all need to do this and y'all need to do this. We have got to be better. We've got to be better. We've got to care about more than just casting that vote. That vote means nothing unless you are going to follow through and hold these folks accountable. They work for us. That's what we the people means. Okay, we are the peeps. So they work for us. So you do us a disservice when you vote, but then you don't hold them accountable. And the power, the things that we were able to get done in the 60s and before that, the people who fought for the vote, the people who fought for women's votes, right to vote, the work those folks got done in the harshest environment. When I look at the footage of what's happening to our brothers and sisters today, it's eerily similar to what was happening in the 60s. Okay, the billy clubs are gone. They replaced those with rifles and guns, but it's eerily similar. And if we don't get organized and start to put some plan and strategy together for how these elected officials can show up for us, then things are not going to get better. We all know that. We're seeing that. So pick up a stick, pick up a cause, and fight for that cause. That is my challenge to us on this Good Friday. Pick up a cause and fight for it. And again, fight from wherever you are. You got a phone, sign petitions, go to the websites of your elected officials, write them letters, send them emails. Everybody has a tool. You don't have to live in Washington, D.C. You don't have to be a speaker at the Black Business Expo. You don't have to be a millionaire. You don't have to be any of that to make a difference for us. So that's my challenge to you there. All right, I'm going to take a swig of water. This country has been changed by passionate, purposeful folk. All right, let's turn our attention to state of Black business. We'll talk about that. Before we do that, don't forget to smash that share button. Sharing is caring for sure. Share this with at least your Facebook folk, right? And then even if you're on other social platforms, make sure you share it so that people come over to Facebook. They migrate over to Facebook to watch this. I have watched a lot of the Black Business Expo in replay, and it is phenomenal. The things I'm learning, the people that I'm getting in contact with, the people who I'm getting exposed to, absolutely phenomenal. Dr. Eric Kelly and company, thank you for the opportunity and the honor to be a part of this from a learner standpoint and also from an instructor standpoint. It's fantastic. So make sure you are sharing all of that. So let's talk about the state of Black business. Before we do that, let's talk about this shirt that I have on right now. Can y'all see that? It says Give Black. By the way, 5 minutes before I got on the air, I had on a different shirt. And I was like, wait a minute. If you don't put a black shirt on. So I went to my closet real quickly and got one of the shirts, not only that just is about Black folks, it's a Give Black app. And I'm actually an investor in this company. And it was founded by a brother who attended an HBCU. And so he has started this technology company called Give Black. You should check it out at giveblackapp.com. David Hughes, shout out to you, my brother. Thank you for the vision. And basically, Give Black app gives you the opportunity to, and it's still in development, gives you the opportunity to find Black businesses, not that just you want to do business with, but also how can I invest in Black business and Black causes? All right. So put giveblackapp.com on your radar. David Hughes, you're doing big things. I appreciate you. And I salute you. And I'm representing this morning with my Give Black app t-shirt. So let's talk about the state of Black business, the state of Black business. When I look at what the Black Business U, not the Black Business U, because that's my thing, the Black Business Expo is doing by galvanizing Black experts and bringing them to us, right? That the act of that, just even organizing Black Business Expo and bringing it to us is an act of philanthropy. It's an act of goodwill, right? It's an act of moving us on up and elevating us and empowering us. And so that's why I keep saying, share this, because I know that is a movement of wealth. That is a transfer of wealth, of knowledge, of education. And sometimes we don't do that enough. Sometimes we fall for the okie doke by saying, oh, well, if I'm at the table and I share some of what's on my plate, then that means I'm going hungry. And that's the fallacy, right? Just because it's a buffet. It's a buffet. So when I share stuff with you, when I share goodness with you, opportunities with you, I do not become poor when I do that. And I think some of us believe that we become poor when we share something, when we share opportunities, when we give people referrals, when we tell people, I'm going to be speaking at this, you should call the producer, you should call the booker. But if you are in the mindset of doing those kinds of things and transferring wealth of knowledge and education and resources, you understand that you become richer in those instances. So I lied. I'm not going to talk about Black business yet because I'm translating what we're talking about into what we're talking about with wealth, because that's on my list too. So let's talk about the gap. Let's talk about that, and then I'll get to Black business. All right. The transfer of wealth. Let's talk about even the word wealth and how we respond to the word wealth. When you hear the word wealth, what do you think? When you hear the word wealth and you hear the word Black wealth, what do you think? How do you respond to the word wealth? How does the word wealth resonate with you? Does it feel like it's something that's over there, but not something that's right here? Does it feel like it's something that they are, but something that we're not? I cannot even tell you how important this part of our conversation is, because a lot of times I will be coaching people who are wealth coaches, and they're wondering why there's no resonance with us about that word, or at least the people that they're talking to, or the people that they have leads that they're attempting to bring into their programs, products, and services. So I have to ask that question. How does the word wealth resonate with you? Is it a nice word, but an unattainable word? What is it? Is it something for them, but not for us? Because the words you use must be accessible for you. They must be accessible. So if you're out here saying, I'm building wealth, but you don't really connect to the word, or you haven't really redefined what the word, excuse me, what the word wealth means for you, you're going to be a hit and miss with your financial goals. So figure out how you feel about the wealth word. People talk about the wealth gap and narrowing the wealth gap. Some of us said that to one of my friends, and they were like, well, listen, my gap is really narrow. It's very narrow. It's like almost non-existent. So when you hear the word wealth and you hear the phrase narrowing and closing the wealth gap, what does that mean for you? What does it mean for you? I don't know about you, but nobody in my family talked about wealth when I was growing up. I didn't really connect to the word wealth until I got that Black Business Enterprise, that Black Enterprise magazine, that gift from my oldest brother, Alonzo, because I started to read about it and I started to see Black people in a very different light because of that magazine. So putting those images into my life redefined what I thought about rich, wealthy, millionaire, success. I had pictures, I had images of Black folks, and I had conversations on the page about Black wealth, about Black riches, about Black success, about Black business. So it changed the conversation for me. But make no mistake about it, you have to figure out, where do those words fit into your personal lexicon? Where do they fit in your life? And how do you connect to those? Okay, when we talk about bridging the wealth gap, and we talk about where we need to be financially, there are a couple things that I typically use a lot of acronyms because it's easier for all of us to remember this. And I'm going to tell you what it takes to go from wherever you are today watching the Black Business Expo to a completely different financial situation. A completely different financial situation within a year. This is not debatable. It is not debatable. If you will do these things, your financial situation will change drastically. All right? So the acronym that I use when I teach from my Intentional Millionaire Bootcamp is FIGHT, F-I-T-E, to change any aspect of your life, but it works very well for finances. To change your financial situation, and I mean truly transform your financial situation, you need these 4 things. F-I-T-E, FIGHT. F is for focus. F is for focus. I was having a conversation with my niece who just turned 30, and I was saying to her, you have these gifts, you have these talents, you have these skills, this expertise. I don't understand why you're doing that thing over there where you just, it's just like crumbs. It's not very, I don't understand why you're doing that. And she's listening, and she's amazing. And she's like, yeah, I hear you. I said, unless you focus on this thing, then, the results that you're going to have in your life are going to be what you're getting. You're going to keep getting the same thing. You can't say you want this, but your actions are focused on that and think you're going to get this. It doesn't work that way. So what are you focusing on? This is a question I had for her, but this is a question I have for you. What are you focusing on? I told her, I go, listen, you're going to wake up one day and you're going to be 40. That's exactly what I said. I go, you're young, you're energetic, the world is full of possibilities, but you're so young, but you're so right there. Like, you don't even know how powerful you are, what you're sitting on. And I'm telling you, you're going to wake up one day and you're going to be 40. And you're going to wonder, where did that time go financially? Where did that time go? So I'm asking you guys the same thing. I'm asking all of us the same thing. What are you focusing on? What are you focusing on financially? Is it income creation, revenue creation? Is it debt elimination? Is it wealth creation? Therefore, you're focusing on real estate, stocks, Bitcoin, whatever your thing is. What are you focusing on? We have to stop what I'm about to say. We have to stop saying, oh yeah, I'm building generational wealth, and you still haven't gotten your credit together. Yeah, I'm building generational wealth, and you still haven't done this thing and the third. right? We throw that word around, we throw that phrase around because it's the cool thing to say. But you're not building generational wealth. No, you're not. When you haven't gotten the present wealth situation in check. Great to aspire, better to be improving your current situation so that you have a foundation on which to build generational wealth. So I'm going to tell you what I told my niece. You're going to wake up one day and you're going to be fill in the blank. You're going to be 60, you're going to be 70, you're going to be 80, you're going to be gone. The key to building a better financial foundation are the right now decisions that you make. I told her, I go, listen, I know when I was 20 something, I'd started my own business. I'd made some financial mistakes, got some financial lessons. And then I was like, listen, I'm 30. It's time to ascend. I go, your world is so much different than it was when I was turning 30. So it's much easier in some cases to achieve your financial goals. At the same time, it's much more difficult. You're going to wake up one day and you're going to be 40. All right. So it takes focus. Focus on something. Focus on debt elimination. Focus on revenue creation. And you can do those two things together, but focus on something. Focus on next level, right? Asset accumulation. That might be your houses, your rentals, your commercial real estate. It could be a lot of different things. But pick your focus and focus on that thing for at least 4 months, right? Take all the distractions out and focus on nothing but I'm going to clean this up. I'm going to get an extra job. I'm going to start an online business. And this is how I'm going to start to generate revenue while I'm doing these other things. It takes focus. So that's the first in the FIGHT acronym, focus. I, intention. Intention. I wrote a book called The Intentional Millionaire. I wrote this book 14 years ago, The Intentional Millionaire. And it was about becoming more intentional about what I was creating financially. Right? Nobody in my house said, if you do these things, you know, you'll become a millionaire. And yet it happened, right? Because of intention. Because of intention. And what is intention? It's just a different level of energy and frequency around what you want, right? So let's say for me as an athlete, I set my sights on the Olympics. I set my sights on winning championships. And everything I did in that lane was geared toward that intention. Different level of energy, different level of focus, different level of action when you have an intention. So becoming rich or wealthy, honestly, is about two things. Intention, the right action, and time. Intention, the right action, and time. Notice I didn't just say the intention and time. You got to have the right actions. You have to do the things. It's math. Becoming a millionaire or billionaire is math. And when you think about that, it becomes much more attainable. All right. So I'm going to keep it moving. So you got focus, you got to focus, you got to have the right intention. T, tenacity. Tenacity. Just a boss-like approach to getting there. And that means that tenacity of saying no to certain things and yes to certain things. Right? One of my mentors gave me a great lesson very early 30s in my life when I was kind of putting my life board of directors together and had billionaires on there, community servants on there, great people who had achieved great things and had great impact. And one of my billionaire mentors said to me, what kind of car do you drive? I thought it was a weird question. And so I was told him what kind of car I drive. He goes, okay. He goes, did you pay for that car? And I was like, no, you're financing that car. I said, yes, I am. He goes, let me tell you something. Billionaire lesson number one, don't finance cars. He goes, if you cannot afford to walk into a dealer and drop whatever the amount is on the car that you want, then you can't afford that car. What? Great lesson. Great lesson. Think about the imprints and the conditioning of your family. My parents always had a car note. They always had a car note. So it's in there for you to do certain things as it relates to your money and wealth creation. And that one conversation changed my life. Changed my life. He said, stop. Here are the things that are okay to finance. Here are the things that you shouldn't finance. Right? Walk in there and buy the car. If you are in a financial situation to buy it, buy the car. Plop down the 50 grand, plop down the 30 grand, whatever it is, buy it. And I never forgot that. And that's what I started doing. And it changes the way you think, right? It changes the way you think, because if you're thinking, okay, I'm planning to buy my car, there's my intention. I'm planning to buy this car. My actions start gearing toward saving money, accumulating revenue and income so that I can buy that car. My whole approach changed, because I know that in a year I'm going to buy a car. I know that in a year I'm going to buy that house. I know that in a year I'm going to do this. So my actions become very aligned with my intentions. All right. So that's focus, intention, tenacity. Be tenacious about what you want. Passionate, purposeful about what you want. And then the last one is education. Right? Every day I'm educating myself. What's been great about the Black Business Expo, I've been educating myself on the things that I don't know, or the things that I don't know so much about. I've learned a lot about government contracts. The thing that's made the biggest difference in my life, I have to tell y'all, has been my attention and my commitment to education. Financial education every morning that I wake up. I listen, I watch, I have it on because I got to be at the Black Business Expo, so I can't go watch it, but I have like Bloomberg on. I'll hear about stocks. I'll hear about certain things, or I'll have a podcast going. Every day I'm learning, every day. Right? I may not have the opportunity to sit down and just be completely focused on my podcast, listening to the podcast, but it's there, it's playing, it's in the background. All right. So fight, FITE, focus, intention, tenacity, and educate yourself. Last thing I'm going to talk about, because I think we are looking at my clock. Yeah, we're getting there. So last thing I'm going to talk about is Black business, is the state of Black business. Make sure if you have questions that you are putting them in the chat, and Dr. Eric Kelly or whoever comes on after can make sure I get those questions. But last thing we're going to talk about is the state of Black business. The digital revolution is here, y'all. The digital revolution is here. And can you believe it? As much as we love the internet and as many opportunities as brought us, it's still in its infancy. The internet is still relatively young. I started my first business online when in the 1990s. So 1998 was my first website online. If you go to waybackmachine.org, you can type in franharris.com and you will actually see my first website from 1998. Out the gate, making money online. Not because I knew everything about the internet, not because I was a PhD in HTML, but because I recognized that the internet was a game changer for business. And yet, most of us just started really coming online in the last 15 years, 10 years maybe, for some of you, 5 years. And yet this thing that we're broadcasting on right now has the ability to help you change lives, help you reach the people you want, and to help you transform your life in any area you want. Connection with people, financial. So the state of Black business is predicated on our ability to move at least along with what's happening in the world. Getting online, becoming a digital marketer, understanding how to leverage the internet to spread your message and to share and to sell your stuff, right? To start businesses, to move your product, to share your message. We're using it a lot for entertainment. Great for entertainment, better for business. Right? So when you think about what the internet affords us, it affords us the opportunity to do business with anyone all over the world. And yet we're still not getting our share of this $1 trillion pie. The digital revolution is happening right now. And some of us are still getting left behind. Some of us are still not doing social media ads. Some of us still don't know what LinkedIn is and how powerful it is. Some of us still don't know, won't fire up our camera and just get online like we're doing right now. The internet does this. It is an excuse buster. It is a way for you, regardless of where you live, what you do, what your background. The internet doesn't care. It doesn't care that you didn't go to college. It doesn't care that you didn't go to an Ivy League. It doesn't care about any of that. All it cares about is, can you connect with potential customers, your target market, and serve their needs, whether that's coaching or whether that's an e-commerce store. You have no excuses, none whatsoever. So the digital revolution that I keep talking about is just our ability to take advantage of this tool that kind of neutralizes and equalizes what's happening out there. And so as I kind of wrap up, I'll talk a little bit about some of the things that you can do if you are just starting online, because I've gotten a couple of notes from folks offline about how can I break through the clutter of what's online? And that's a great question, because when I started out in 1998, there were not a lot of people like us, like me, online. And so I spoke at a lot of internet marketing events all over the world. And most of the time, as you guys know the story, there weren't a lot of Black people there. So I'm looking at these people now. I'm so amazed and fascinated and applaud the people who are online now. But 20 years ago, 1998, 1990, even the early 2000s, there were not a lot of Black people making money online. So you have this opportunity to, how do you get started? Well, sometimes the biggest challenge is figuring out what is it that you're going to sell. And so there are a couple of things that I would recommend that you sell online if you're interested in just getting started. The easiest thing, and probably the most premium thing that you can sell online, is going to be your expertise or your advice, right? Your expertise or your advice. It's kind of figuring out where the need is, where the problems are, where the pain is, and then selling your advice, basically in a video format like this, with a Zoom, with Microsoft Teams, whatever you use. But if you can find people who are searching for something specific to get out of some kind of pain or predicament, and you have expertise in that area, then you can sell your advice, your knowledge, your expertise. Okay, it's called the knowledge economy. Everybody's doing it. We're doing it right now with the Black Business Expo. We're selling our expertise. We're sharing with you what we know about this particular topic so that you can get better, so that you can start to build a certain thing in that area. So if you really want to just get out the gate online, sell your knowledge, sell your expertise, and sell your advice. If you have something to sell, meaning, caps or t-shirts or whatever, then you can do what's called an e-commerce store. You can use a platform like Shopify, WordPress. You can basically just get on. Facebook is making selling a lot more native to their platform right now. So you can actually not even deal with Shopify or WordPress and literally just sell your stuff straight through Facebook e-commerce. All right. The barriers have been dropped significantly. There are no excuses. 17-year-olds are making money online because they're not afraid to just hop on there, find an audience, and meet the needs of that audience. So I just want to close with saying the digital revolution has been televised, will be televised, and it should be monetized. All right. So let's open it up for some questions. If you guys have any questions, happen to answer those right now. Dr. Kelly or whomever, if you guys want to jump back on and let's wrap up, we can do that. Make sure I hit everything. Those. Yeah. Any questions? Still dark in here, Dr. Eric Kelly. I'm just going to say that. It's still kind of dark in here, but that's not because the sun is not up. That's because it's going to be probably a hazy day in Texas. Any questions? You can type them in the chat if you are here. You got it, Sandra Lucky. There you are.
Hey, how's it going? Great job this morning. I really just wanted to chime into the things that you were saying, because I think a lot of times people really miss the whole piece about wealth and politics. We sit around and we keep talking about money, and we got all these people that come online and they're always talking about what they have, but they don't really have to share with people how they really got there. It's easy for me to say, to stand by Rolls Royce, throw my hands out and say, you should have this today.
Yeah.
log on.
Yeah.
And that's one of the biggest challenges that I find. I know we have a group of people out here that can utilize the internet to give you a fake sense of what's going on.
Hmm.
Do you see that as something that's prevalent because of the right now situation, or is it just that's the way it is? Excuse
Yeah. A lot of people are enticed by the external, the outer, right? So show me a car, show me you getting on a private plane, show me your money, show me all that, and they're moved by that. But ultimately, what they don't understand is that some of that stuff is fake, and even if it's real, there's the work that you have to do to get to that.
me. Mm-hmm.
And so if you're easily enticed by that, then I'll find that the people tend to focus like, yeah, yeah, yeah. Tell me how you got the car. How'd you get that new whip? That's what I want to know. Tell me how you, and I'm like, that's short lived.
Mm-hmm.
What I can't tell you the number of people who I've seen do that with in the background are saying, they're doing GoFundMe campaigns. They really are. They're asking people in the business to go, can you help me? I've kind of gotten in trouble or whatever. And that's not fake, that's reality. So you got to have a plan in place. If Flash is what you like, there's nothing wrong with Flash. But understand that everything you see on the internet, good, bad, or indifferent, is not necessarily what's happening. And you've got to get in the trenches really to figure out how do you architect a business that can live beyond you.
When you look at this whole digital space that we're in, and we're doing 24/7 network here that's on Facebook Live, and you look
Mhm.
at that, and you look at how you look at the images that we see of Black Americans or American African, whatever you want to call it.
Mhm.
Um, how do you see something like this changing the mindset of our younger audience who don't see a me or don't see a you or don't see people who are actually doing the work?
That's such a great question because I remember when I produced the Black Millionaire Summit in 2008, and a lot of people came to Dallas for that event. We had over 300 people there, a cold audience, and so many people walked up to me and said, "I had never heard of you. I had never heard of Myron Goldner. I'd never heard of this person. You guys are underground," and we were laughing like, "What?" Because it hit us that most of the images, y'all, if you think about it, that we see on business success and wealth are not brown. They're not caramel. They're not butterscotch. They're not chocolate. They're white.
That's right.
So most of the media images we see about what we are aspiring to do has not come from us. So that's the importance of the Black Business Expo and what you're doing is that we can turn to us and go, oh, okay, so she did it. She grew up in the projects. She still became a millionaire. I can do it. Oh, he did that. I can do it. We've got to put more of our images in front of us. That's why this is important. And that's why I always say yes to good people behind good things. Because when I was growing up, when I started on the internet in 1998, I'm not even kidding. I would go and speak at an event. I would be the only Black woman there talking about
Mm-hmm.
digital marketing, talking about becoming a millionaire. And
Mm-hmm.
I was like, where are we? I know there are more of us. So it's critical that we put more images of us in the media doing well. We got a lot of images of us not doing well, but it's very important that I be able to pick up a book, turn on a channel, look at a video series like this and see Black people doing it. Otherwise, it's more difficult to believe that it's attainable.
Well, when you look at our television that we have right now, and it's mostly entertainment.
Like,
If it's not entertainment, then it's sports.
mm-hmm,
And then when we begin to talk about news, and we can just look at this whole election, the way the election went, it was almost a soap opera,
yep,
because we had people on pins and needles waiting to see what was going to happen. And then we had a black man there, and nothing against the brother, who cried on television saying, "You know what? Uh, your voice matters."
mm-hmm,
But we didn't have black commentators actually talking about,
Yes.
what's going on, what really is going on, not just nationally, but in our communities.
Hmm.
Talk a little bit about that for us.
Um, uh, that's critical. I mean, my thing is piggybacking off of what I said earlier about it's always the images of them telling us what to do, telling us how it is, telling us whatever. And I'm interested in our perspective. And what was missing for me in this election were the Black political pundits talking about the race and what was happening in Trump and Biden and Harris and whatever. It was them telling us everything was from their lens.
Mm-hmm.
And when we're always in the audience but never shaping the opinion of the nation, there's a problem. And I don't mean just shaping Black folks' minds. I mean, we need to be talking to everybody else. And we don't understand the privilege sometimes. It's so automatic to see the privilege. You turn on news, you talk about anything important, and it's not Black and brown folks who are doing it. We're not the newsmakers, we're not the anchors, we're overly represented in sports on television. We're
Without a
overly
doubt.
represented in popular culture on television. But let's talk about political, business, wealth, whatever, and we're completely absent. And that has to change. And I will just, shout out to Black Business News, which is the new news station network that started, I think, a few months ago. We should figure out how to help that become successful. And most of us don't even know it exists. So the Black Business News Network, the Black Business Network is a new network. I think they're based out of Florida. That
I know about them.
is similar to a Black, CNN, if you will. But I don't think they have wide distribution yet. But you need to explore that, discover that, and help support the Black Business Network, or the Black
Well,
News Network. Sorry.
when you begin to talk about those guys, I saw them because I'm on the internet. I saw them a while. I think they've been in business longer than a month. Um,
Mm-hmm.
um, we have got to understand that connection. We can make the connection. We just gotta get on and make the connection. And I
Yeah.
think you said something profound. And I don't know if people were listening when you said it, but and it just resonated with me that partnering with other people and doing stuff with other people, in business mean we all can eat because it's a buffet. It's
Yeah.
when you talk about the Black and brown folk talking about what's going on in their careers and their life, and you don't see people out here doing it. That's that is tantamount to us being spectators.
Mm-hmm.
When you look at a game, you got the owner, you got the
Yeah.
coach, you got the guys that's playing the game, you got the bench warmers, and they're the superstars because they put in that work. They don't get on the floor, but they actually put in that work. They be getting it to you, in
Yeah.
practice, but they don't get a chance to go out there on the floor. Maybe because they can't do what they do greatly for a long period of time. They can do great stuff for a while, but they can't do it for a long period of time. And then you got the spectators. And the spectators, all the spectators do is complain, 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 or cheer. That's all spectators do. Okay, they come to the game, they buy all the stuff. They walking out, they looking like they superstars and the whole nine, but they're spectators. And we have been relegated to being
Spotlight.
spectators in our culture. I tell people a lot of times that what I know people are gonna be saying, Eric, you shouldn't say it, but I'm gonna say it. We have turned our culture into a church-based culture, and we participate in the church piece, and we build up these mega churches and these mega pastors, and then we complain as spectators about nothing's going to change. And what do you see? And I want to talk about the future of the internet that can change that, because one of the reasons that I did this 24-hour network was to show Black people, because I know I don't have the money to do what I'm thinking. Okay, but I'm just being honest. I don't have the money to do what I'm thinking, and then I don't have the bandwidth to do what I'm thinking. And
Yeah.
so my thing is, I can put it out there. Somebody will pick it up and say, "Oh, Eric, you know what? Nobody thought about doing Facebook Live because it's a free network,
Right.
because everybody was so built in on the Zoom. built in on the WebEx, built
Mm-hmm.
in on the Google Hangouts, worried about people coming on and cybersecurity. And then my team is like, well, you don't have to worry about cybersecurity. Facebook got security. Well, we don't have to worry about bandwidth. They
Yeah.
got bandwidth. And then the young lady, her name is Dr. Kimberly Moore, said it and made it so plain for me. She said one thing that just changed the whole game. She said, well, that's the young people are using Facebook all day.
Yeah. Exactly.
And I said, I'm sitting there like I tell people, I'm the old guy in the room, but I'm going to listen to what people are saying.
Mm-hmm.
And nobody understands this. Having you here this morning, okay, in this place, in this time, at this moment, in this time, okay, is more than amazing. It's phenomenal because you get a chance to reach across. Whether and I'm finding this also. A lot of people don't like to comment,
Mm-hmm.
you know, and we got to change that. We got to, if you have a voice, we got to change it. But I wanted to go back to that whole piece about what this can do as a game changer for black folk, because now you don't have to be a spectator. You can actually say what you feel, and we get so what I call computer shamed when somebody comes up and they say, well, you don't know what you're talking about.
Right.
You're black. You ugly.
Mm-hmm.
Why you on here? You know. I remember, and I'm gonna let you speak. I remember when my family did the first Black Business Expo. We were not the cream family in the city of Durham.
Mm-hmm.
We just was somebody who said, you know, this will be something good to do. Do you know our first comments in the black community was, what gives y'all the right to do the Black Business Expo?
Right.
Go ahead.
Yeah. That's a great point. What gave you the right to do it was that you had the foresight to see that there was an opportunity, and and you just did it. That's the thing. Most great things that have happened in terms of inventions and innovations have happened because people did it anyway. And same thing happened with Black Millionaire Summit in Dallas, and we did it, and people were like, "You think people are going to show up?" And I was like, "Yeah, because I know what we need. I'm a black person. I'm a black woman. I know what we need. I know what we're hungry for. I know what we're thirsty for, and we're going to do it. And who shows up, shows up. That's the thing. Like, to your point, is we're so afraid of the silence of the internet. We're so afraid if I fire up my microphone, I'm only gonna have one viewer, and oh my God, I'm gonna be so ashamed if only one person shows up. And I'll tell you this story. When I started, when I left Procter & Gamble in the mid '90s to start my consulting company, I did a live event at the Hyatt Regency in Austin, and I was planning it, and it was gonna be amazing. And I go there, and I get the room. I spent $5,000 on postcards. I got the room, all this stuff like this. Do you know that between 10 a.m. and 2 p.m. when the event started, the temperature dropped from 70 degrees to 20 degrees? And it was like a monsoon. And I was like, oh my God, nobody's going to show up for this. Nobody's coming to this. And I was like, oh, well, it's how it is. So I started packing up my stuff. Literally, right as I'm walking out, one person walked in. That person became my first client for my consulting company, six-figure client. And if I had just said, well, nobody showed up, well, this was a terrible idea or whatever, then that might not have happened. So you just need to show up. Last word, show up for yourself, show up for the people that you want to serve, and watch what happens. Thank you for everything, Eric.
I know you got to go. You know I'm trying to hold you in. You know I want to keep you in. I don't want to let you go, friend. I just want to tell you that you've done such a marvelous job for us. Even though we got George Frazier that's here 3 days a week, you have been here 3 days a week. So, we got two superstars. And I say to everybody that comes on this network, they are superstars. I want to make sure that a friend of mine is going to reach out to you. He runs BGN TV Networks, a digital station. He's been in business for quite some time, and I was telling him about you. And so he's going to reach out to you. And hopefully we can, I'm not going to say hope, because I say hope is not a strategy.
Hope is not a strategy, Eric. Grandfather said that. I know the story.
So I'm going to get back with you. Thank you again for your time this morning. I know you're a busy lady, and we look forward to the great things that you do. Make sure you send information out about the summit, the Black Business Summit, the Millionaires Deal, because we want to be a part of pushing that information out. and we will get that information to you. Okay.
Great. Thank you. Bless you, brother. Have a great day.
All right. Thanks again.
Bye.
Bye bye. I was reading the comment. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. We got Leonardo, who's coming back. He just stepped away from his camera. This morning I wanted to kind of start talking about black wealth, black business, really, black business. And, I wanted to bring in our scholarship chair, who's going to be reaching out to all of our speakers. And I want her to talk a little bit about the scholarships this morning because I think, you know, as we've gone through this whole process, um, I want to really get back to why we're doing it,
Yeah.
because what happens is we get so many speakers to talk and then they don't understand or they miss the whole, okay, why are we doing it? What is the why? And Maxine, I started to play your video,
Uh-huh.
but I've been working on this being an all live broadcast. And the reason I wanted to do all live is because they can't shut us down for all live. They can shut us down for playing videos or playing other people's videos. And I wanted to do all that. Talk a little bit about the Scholarship Foundation, the scholarships, and why we do this.
Thank you, Dr. Eric. This is awesome to be able to come on and talk about the scholarship this morning because this is the why. This is the why of the Black Business Expo and has been every single year that Dr. Eric and his family has put this on. It's in their hearts, it's in their DNA, it's everything that they talk about is how can we help our young people move forward. And not only them, but now it's us. We're all in it together. It's a community effort. And so what we need is to help our young people get these scholarships that's coming out of high school that's going into college, a 4-year university, a 2-year university or college. Also trade schools. Not everybody is going to go actually into a university, but why not acquire a trade? And also those who want to become an entrepreneur. That's what we're talking about. We're talking about business startups, Black business startups. This is our way of helping our young people get that foot into becoming a business owner, helping them with how to plan it, how to establish a business plan, providing them with the computer that they need in order to access all this technology that's out here. Without a computer, without a smartphone, how are you going to access the technology? And then funds up to $5,000 is what we're wanting to make sure that we supply our young people with a scholarship. We can't do it alone. It takes all of us coming together. No amount is too small. It all adds up. 100 pennies equals $1. $100 equals $1,000 and so forth. So we need everybody pitching together. These young people have ideas. They have aspirations. They have desires. They have dreams. This is our way of transforming generations because if we touch that one child in that family, there could be other siblings that they take this information home to and share, and therefore it's helping the family as an overall. We want to make sure that we're helping our young people become productive citizens, not only here locally, but internationally. And this is how we start. $1 at a time, helping our young people, giving them scholarships. I remember a scholarship I received when I was in college. I'm from a family of 12. My family cannot afford it. We have these young people who might be in a single family home who needs these scholarships to get that start in life. We always talking about our young Black male. We're talking about giving them an avenue to do things so that they do not become incarcerated, that they don't have to go out there and sell illegal substances and so forth. They understand who they are and all their gifts and talents, and this is how we help them to do it. These scholarships are going to go a long way, but we cannot do it without your help. So I will be reaching out. My committee will be reaching out, and we're also open to those who want to become a part of the committee. Let's do it together.
Well, I have Leonardo who's coming up today, and one of the things I wanted to talk about is black business, what it's all about. Leonardo, how's it going, man?
I'm well. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, we can hear you great. We can hear
Yes.
you great. We can,
Awesome.
you're almost in the screen. We got to get your camera. There you go. Hey, how's it going, man?
All is well. Good morning. Good morning.
One of the things that we wanted to do a little bit different today, because we've had the ladies to talk, we've had the guys to talk. I wanted to kind of mix it up and have more than just one or two people, one or two sections of folk to talk. And so I brought Maxine this morning, and I brought you in, and I wanted to kind of have a conversation about the state of black business this morning. We did that with Fran this morning. She talked from a national perspective, and I wanted to talk about a local perspective. When you look at the old Hayti and you look at Black Wall Street, and then you look at Raleigh, and you look at what's going on in Raleigh. Let's talk a little bit about the history of Durham. We just lost an icon, and I have not really pushed, that envelope to talk about my friends who have passed, because it really is a hurting situation. Marianne Black left us. Andrea Harris left us.
Right.
Skippy Scarborough left us. Then Mr. Stewart left us. And we when we start, and my cousin left us, and Angel's brother left us, and we can begin to talk about so many things happening. But the people that are here need to keep pressing the envelope of history.
Yes. He's on mute.
I think you're on mute.
There we go. Sorry
Yeah.
Yeah.
about that. They're replacing my roof, so I'm trying not to have the microphone beating too much. I think we are in a defining moment. We had our, well, actually, we might all need to mute unless we're speaking, because I can hear an echo. Okay. Yeah, there we go. You know, you mentioned those Durham legends, and one thing that I understand historically about them is they didn't ask for permission. They didn't ask for permission to be successful. They saw a necessity, and their success was, it wasn't an option. It was like, we have to survive. Nobody's going to do this for us, and that's in the era. You're in that era. And now here my generation is, and one thing that I wish we have done a bit better of is succession planning. This is political and economically, because now we are, there's a gap in history and trying to understand how do we become successful, and we're going through this traditional route. And I'm a firm believer, as a former teacher of the year in this county, um, I believe that the traditional route, it's the easy route, and it's meant for the path to be laid. And the successful folks are the ones that are risk takers, and they walk on that path that's paved. So we have to do a better job in appreciating our innovation that we have to offer. We have to do a better job in just being those risk takers. We have the talent. There's a young brother, Ian, that owns Shrimp Dankery. He has his own food truck. I think he's like, what, 23, 24. That that was keeping, back in the day. You know, that was Black Wall Street. And the thing that scares me is, we look at our civil rights leaders and we look at our economic leaders, and in their prime, they were our age in our early to mid 20s. And here we are in our 40s, 30s and 40s, and we're like, okay, now is our time. And we're 20 years behind. So we are going to have to really step it up, realize that we're behind, and set the path for for my son who's 14, who has his own business. He has his own tutoring service.
Well, I talk about this a lot, and people don't want to take the credit for what they've done. When we were growing up, and I'm talking about my age, when we were growing up and the civil rights movement was sitting on the table, okay, Our parents, who were our leaders, told us to go to school and get a job. And many of us went to school to get a job. Now you got to think about that for a moment. That's 4 years, okay, of going to get a job, okay, which really ends up to be 10 years of people going to get a job. And so the work that was or should have been done was stopped. I hate to, and I always tell this story because it's real. It was stopped, and we began to look at our young people in the lens of what was being portrayed to us on television. So when we see a young guy with a hood on his head, or we see black guys walking down the street toward us, there's an anxiousness in our hearts because we stopped doing the work. We stopped talking to our young people. Fortunate for me and my company, I used to, and I was on Black Wall Street for 15 years on Paris Street with Kelly Worldwide. I used to bring people into my office and say, I know you can't afford $185 an hour, which is what I was charging an hour. But I want to help you because I know you got a good business and I want to help you in your business. The Black Business Expo has been that whether they want to see it or not, that crown jewel for people who don't have advertising dollars, who don't have marketing dollars, who don't have public relations or even branding. They can come for $300 or $400, which is tantamount to $1 a day, and get advertising and bring people for them to do business. But we didn't do the work, because our leaders was pushing us one other place, and then the leaders that we had were the what I call retreaded leaders from the old civil rights movement. And when you look at Black Lives Matter and you see all these young people all of a sudden just saying, hey, y'all didn't do the work, now it's time for us to do the work. And then we have older people, and I'm not saying you, I'm just saying older people, the 30s and 40s, who want to go backwards to help young people who we didn't talk to. And so that's what we got to work toward, and understand that their minds are brilliant because they're in their time, and we got to support them with this. Okay? Let's just be clear. We got to support them with money and allow them to build upon the strategy of what's designed for them, because what's designed for us, and I hate to say it, is already gone.
That is
That
so
is so true. I listened to what you said as far as we didn't talk to the young people. And that still is what happening even today, because our young people are so brilliant and they have so much imagination and creativity and dreams and aspirations. But who's taking the time to listen to them? Who's taking the time beyond the mentoring, not well, mentoring especially as well, and sponsoring them to help them move on with their dreams and aspirations? So we have a young person who say they want to rap. Well, what are the lyrics of the rap? Are they negative or are they positive? Because sometimes when we listen, when we think of rap, we might think of something negative. But why not listen to what it is, the message that they want to deliver, and then help them to see that there are other options in which they can deliver that same message? Is it through a song? Is it through poetry? Is it through a play? Is it through written materials? So there's so many ways that we can help them and help them to understand the different options. But we don't get there until we listen to them. And that's one of the things that I loved when I started my business. My business was all about the young people. It was all about helping them to identify what they were already naturally God given talents to do, and then help them to map that into what does it look like in a career? What will it look like in their lifetime? What can they do with it? And that gives them that hope. That helps them with their dreams. Dr. Frazier talked about that, when someone wants to mentor with him, he asked them to read a particular book. And he said that out of the 30 years that he would suggest that, no one read the book and came back to him and say, I read the book, now I'm ready to be mentored. It's time, it's preparation, and it's doing things for yourself. And so, even with the young people, we must not only hear and talk with them, but we can also suggest some books in which they can read, because they take in new information so many different ways. We all do. And what's the best way to communicate with them? The way we are like to be communicated with is not the same way that each and every individual that we speak with prefer to be communicated with. So we have to stop and start listening to our young people, and when not only just listen, but actively listen. Be intentional about us paying attention and be present when we're listening to them so they know that we heard them. So that would be my input at this point with what you just said. You're on mute.
Go ahead, Leonardo. I
Yeah,
have a phone call that I have to take, and I'm gonna let you guys talk. And I'm gonna pop out of the room, and I will be.
yeah. So yeah, I keep mistakenly pressing the done button. So whenever there's a chat in there, I'll press the done button rather than the X, and it takes me off the broadcast. So I apologize about that. But yeah, you're right. And I think what you're saying. What I hear what you're saying is cultural relevancy. Or cultural responsiveness. Um, I think that we've been, as a society, I think we've been a little brainwashed on what's good and what's bad. I'm a very successful young, professional, and I love wearing hoodies. But there's a negative connotation by that, according to who? That was sort of described by folks that don't look like us. You know, and tomorrow when I present, I'm going to give the how of, I'm going to talk about strengthening the village, you know, through and strengthening the village, in encouraging, engaging, and enhancing the Black community through small businesses. Eric was getting at this earlier when he said that the church has been at the heart of the Black community, whereas the bank has been at the heart of the other communities. And I'm not saying replace the church. I'm just saying we got to add the bank in there too, because that's the language that money is the language that exists amongst all of us. And I just there's such a wide gap, and I don't blame this on fully on the generation previous of me, but more so on my generation as well. We kept saying, our turn is next, and we said that for 20 years, and so I, I wish that at 35 I made the decisions that I made at 35. I wish I had made those at 25. I would be much further along, you know. But it required me to be much more innovative, much more creative, and much more aggressive as a young business owner. And because of that, our restaurant was rated, top Black restaurant in the area, number one new restaurant in general in the Triangle. We were the first Zimbabwean restaurant in the United States. Up until 2 months ago, we were the only. We were Vice President Joe Biden's VIP guest to the presidential debate. We're doing a lot, and we're now using that platform to go on a world speaking tour next in January. After being on the front page of BBC World News. These are stories that I can, share right now in this moment with my 14-year-old son. So when he graduates college at, 21, he'll already have his LLC established, and he'll be an advocate. He'll be an advocate for his community. He's going to be SGA president. He's already been National Honor Society president. So those things are in place now. It's very important that we capitalize on those opportunities.
Yeah, that's awesome. I was sitting here thinking about when you're talking about your son and how you are introducing him to this real world, and it's about awareness. And I think about when I was a little girl growing up in a family of 12, and my father is a coal miner. And here I am thinking, I didn't realize we were poor because we had everything that we needed, but the whole thing of it is, I said to myself, it's so many of us in my family. I know he cannot afford to send me to college. So I let that go totally over my head. But I didn't have anybody else in the school to say, hey, Maxine, everybody gravitates towards you. You're so popular. You always carry yourself in such a professional manner. Let us help you go to college. And I didn't have that. So that's the awareness. But I did have the mindset that I wanted to what do they say, explore the world. I wanted to see what else was out there, what else was beyond West Virginia. And that's what we have to show our young people today. There are things beyond the community or beyond your four walls in your home, that there are other opportunities and other possibilities. And this is how we start helping our young people to understand that, hey, wait a minute, I can get beyond my circumstance, but I must think differently. I must have a change in mindset. I must shift my perspectives. I don't have to hang around these same individuals if they're not going to speak life into me or be positive or cause me to always get into trouble. So we have to start helping them to understand and make those decisions. All the decisions are not going to be the right decisions, but at least you made a conscious decision. So look at your circumstances, look at where you are and say, what do I want differently for my life? Because you will grow older and you need to be prepared. But the other flip side is I admire these young people who are the age of 5 and 6 and 7 and 14 who starts their own businesses, who have the mindset already. They're using their natural God-given abilities right where they are, and they are doing it unafraid, and the parents are embracing it. I remember my daughter said, "Mom, I wanted to sing, but at that point, I'm a career person. I'm trying to advance my career. I was not paying my daughter any attention. Who's to say that she couldn't have been in a singing group had I just been observing?" So I say to the parents, even today, pay attention to what your children do in their spare time, what they're passionate about, what they have a
Yeah.
heart for, because that's where that passion end up meeting that purpose. And that purpose end up driving them in the direction that they're going to be taken in their career and in their life. And many times in becoming an entrepreneur. If we only just be observant in what's going on in the surroundings of what our children are actually doing and listen to them.
You're so right. You're so right. And I think one thing you said earlier that really sparked something in me that I've been talking about for a while is you know industries have changed,
Yeah,
and we can't hold on to it forever.
that's
So
right.
we have to sponsor these ideas of the future, and I say that because this may be a radical statement, but I was a radical educator. Education is the only major entity in our society that has yet to truly evolve with society. It has yet to truly
Yeah.
evolve. And we are still teaching kids to be machines, sit in a straight row, be quiet, walk in a straight line, go to the restroom at this time. Yeah, it's very parallel to the prison system. you know, uh, very, time sensitive. Everyone do the same thing. It's very assembly line behavior. But when you go to, some private schools, it's very fluid, and whereas I won't state the name of the school, but I was in a school and I remember the assistant principal saying, all you need is 21 credit hours
Hmm.
and you can get into Durham Tech. Um, but when I was a guest speaker at Ravenscroft School in Raleigh, it said, all right, let's make sure that, we get those 3.5 GPAs up to 4.0. We're going to have the CEO of IBM here to speak with you, and they're going to be looking at, pathways for you to get in college to potentially come work for their company.
Right.
Starting at six figures. And
Mindset.
I was about to say, it's a whole different mindset,
Yes.
you know? So I say all of that to say, while we need to constantly attack this stagnation of education so that we can evolve it, we have to also and I think I'm in the prime right now. We have to pivot our mindsets to what jobs look like tomorrow, because they are totally different. Things are becoming much more digital. The management of automation, which means there
Mhm.
are going to be fewer jobs. You know, there's so many people that work in IT, and IT is such a broad term. I have no idea what IT means.
Oh, it's right.
beyond information technology. It's so broad, you know. And then you
Yeah.
look at healthcare. We look at healthcare as the medical industry, you know, medicine, but healthcare administration is now a major industry, you know. And those are just the basic traditional jobs, you know. There are so many advancing jobs out there that even my generation don't even know about yet, you
Yeah.
know.
Yeah.
And things are evolving so much faster, and if we are not ensuring that we are educating our kids while simultaneously exposing our kids,
Yes.
they're going to be left behind, because we as a as a community lack the luxury resources to ensure that our kids have the one up, you know. And I'm trying to use that privilege that we have in our household. You know, my wife and I own a restaurant. We're doing well financially. We're doing well independently, professionally. And we have a son that we get to expose to everything, including the family business in Zimbabwe.
Yeah.
So he's going to
Good.
have that one up, you know. But how can we get that as a culture within our Black community?
Yeah, that is so true because that awareness is so keen. And I'm gonna go back to when I was a little girl because we had so many in our family. We did not take vacations. So I didn't go hardly beyond West Virginia. But as an adult, I made sure that I exposed my children to live plays, to international possibilities, to taking them on a various different trips. And the whole thing of it is that they saw the opportunities. Now, one, is he's a director over a global marketing team. I have one who's a general manager of a food chain. So, one with the education path, one with the non-educational path. But the whole thing of it is that they're doing what they love to do. And that's what we have to help our children to understand. I want you to be able to do what you love to do, because when you do that, you are thriving in that career. You are thriving in life. Success is not what the definition is in a dictionary. Success is a definition that you have for yourself, not what someone else has for you. And when you understand that, then you have a totally different mind shift and a mindset. And so one of the legs to my business is called Level Less. And level less is about no levels. And when I first started using the word LEVEL-LESS is the way it was spelled in the dictionary with the definition of no levels. But once I trademarked the name, guess how it's showing up on the internet? One word. LEVELLESS, which is the way I trademarked it. So that shows you that you can make changes. So just because society says this one way does not mean that you have to do it their way. As long as it's legal, keep it, let's be real, let's be ethical and keep it legal. But the thing of it is that have that mindset that you want to step out on faith and you want to try something different. And parents, let's not be afraid to allow them to try these different things, because that's how they're going to land on what is that sweet spot for them in life. That's what's going to help them propel and start doing the things that they love doing. You mentioned technology. Technology is so broad. We always hear STEM, STEM, STEM. Everyone cannot get into a STEM program. So, what happens to those young people who are not invited into the STEM program? Yet, they might be a scientist, yet, they might be designing robots. So there's things that they have a natural tendency to do that nobody had to teach them to them. They were born with it when they were given the breath of life. So we cannot overlook these young people. We have to start giving them that opportunity. We have to start being observant with it. And so some of these other industries out here, and some of these business owners out here, sponsor these young people, mentor these young people, take them under your wings and start helping them move forward. I mean, I didn't start my business until I was 56, but we have students who started business at the age of 6. So that's just what the way things are now. So I mean, yes, time. Don't ask time where it went. Tell time where to go, and use your time appropriately. I didn't coin that. That came out of the book called, and I think a book called Average, because we are not average people. We are masterpieces. And we were born that way. And we have to understand that we have all these abilities that, and not only us as adults, but our young people have them as well. So let's start helping them move forward in life, as they say, faster, sooner. The
Yeah,
sooner,
yeah.
earlier, the better it's going to be for all of us.
So I happened to see some questions rolling up on the screen, and they were going away so fast. So I logged in on my phone so I can see them.
Good.
And yes, someone said a friend of mine is using a friend of mine says we are using 18th century principles in the 21st century. That is very true.
Oh, yeah.
Someone else said, "What can we learn from the success of others, like Indian Americans, as well as some aspects of Latin groups?" And I think what they're talking about there is the interconnectedness,
Right.
um, around just self-generating knowledge, self-generating wealth. Um, I'll never forget. And you actually, you said you were poor and didn't know it. I
Right.
just spoke about this last night. I'm from Halifax County, North Carolina,
Okay.
and we were very poor, and I didn't know. And because I didn't know, that poverty did not serve as a weight over my mindset to seek opportunities. And I went on to go to college and did very well, but my counselors and my teachers in school made me feel like I was the smartest thing walking on this earth. And because they made me feel that way, they instilled that confidence in me. I went to NCCU like I was the smartest thing walking on this earth. Now, and that when I got there, I wasn't ready for the culture shock of freedom and all these people because I'm
Right.
from the country, so I had to get used to that. I said, "Give me a year." But that was something. Um, but I'm going to be doing an actual presentation tomorrow that's going to be more driven more toward how do we strengthen this village, how do we strengthen our community. And one thing I'm going to be talking about is banking black,
Thinking
and
black. Okay.
banking black, and it basically talks about how we strengthen the black community through black small businesses.
Hmm.
And I'm going to give some stats on that. And so I think when I give that presentation tomorrow, it'll definitely address that question. So I'm going to wait to respond to that until tomorrow. But if you want to respond, what can we learn in regards to success from Indian communities as well as some Latin American communities?
Well, you're probably going to end up touching on it tomorrow. And one of the things that I have observed when it comes to some of those communities is how well they work together and how well they support each other and how well there's no one is going to go lacking, and they will take from themselves and make sure that everyone has. And if there is three or four families in one home, they don't mind living in one home. Many times we feel like we have to have our own, and we don't want anybody invading that space. So I think, I'm an out of the box thinker. I remember asking my children, I said, hey, can't we just purchase one huge house and have a west wing, a east wing, a south wing, and a north wing? And that way, when I'm helping with babysitting my grandchildren, I just come out of one door and go into another door.
It's like that in Washington,
Like,
D.C.
no, mom, that's not going to work.
That's the White House.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. That's the White House. And so that's how I think. So I think beyond just having just my little own four walls that don't want anybody into it. But that's how they think. They think about how can we pull our resources together to help one another. And then they move from one home, purchase one home, pay it off, and then move another home and pay it off, so that they will all have, and they're not in debt.
Mhm.
And many times they're going to buy from each other. They're going to patronize one another. Where we go all over the place trying to figure out how we're going to get the best deal or not pay for it at all. And many times in life, you need to go in and pay for the quality of what you're going to receive. And sometimes just because you pay a high dollar amount does not mean it's quality either. So you have to be selective. But that's what I love about those communities. They're so heartwarming. They're so supportive. They're so willing to share their knowledge, share their wealth with one another, and they're willing to keep it within their family. And they'll send it from one country to another country to make sure the people in their other country is going to do, and they are not going to go without.
Yep, my friend Rhonda Kozar said they move strategically.
Okay, yeah, I like that.
And yep, they move strategically, and I think we're practicing a little bit of that here. My mom retired after 44 years of teaching, and I mean, it took me moving a mountain and begging her, but I finally got her to move in with us here in Durham. Say,
Okay,
Mom, we want you to live. You know, you're retired. Live your retired life. You know, don't keep working to pay your mortgage or whatever. So we said, look, we're going to make sure we're successful enough to, ensure that you can, you didn't get a chance to have generational wealth. So maybe you can start it at 65, and
right.
she's doing that now by lessening those responsibilities. And we're all just here. And now she's helping us at the restaurant, and it's a family thing, and
Oh, that's
it's,
beautiful.
it's building up. Someone asked me if, let's see, they said, Leonardo, do you think we can create a new Black Wall Street in the 21st century? Um, I'm going to actually touch on this
Address
tomorrow
that
as
tomorrow.
well.
Yeah.
Yeah, but yes, I do, and I think that there are little scenarios that are happening in our society that are giving us these indications of, wait, you can do this,
Yes.
um, and for example, you know I next to my restaurant there's a vape store, and it's owned by a guy who's from Pakistan, and 90% of his customers are black people.
Wow.
And I was like, wow, they are spending so much money in this vape store, and 90% of my customers as a black owned restaurant are white. And so here I am, this black guy talking to this Pakistani guy, and I'm like, "How do you get all my customers? Not my customers, but how do you get all my folks?" And I can't get them. And we started talking about exposure to culture, and I think what we have to do is we have to create Black Wall Street all over again to be more than just a street, but more so a Black Wall Street culture.
It's a community.
And
Yeah.
it exactly, so yeah, what does it look like? It may be, it's not going to look like it used to look, where it
Right.
was a black-owned grocery store and black-owned, dentist and black-owned, law firm. Those are the things that are like the community necessities. They're going to be there. But then we're looking at the black-owned tech firm, Bill Sproul in Raleigh, who moved $3 million of his own money to M&F Bank. Then you're going to have, African restaurants that are built on the relationships of Africans and African Americans.
Right.
And when the owner creates the Bank Black Durham movement, you know, or then you're going to have when instead of the Durham Chamber of Commerce, you're going to have the Durham Small Business Coalition, where we're bringing together over 200 small businesses, real small businesses, not 500
Yes.
employees,
Yes.
10 employees, one employee, real small businesses. And that group works with the Black Professional Business Chain and the Black Chamber of Commerce. We're starting to really put these relationships together and recognize our impact.
Yeah.
And from those relationships of those organizations and those individuals and those small businesses, uh, it's going to come out to let us recognize heavily the
Love
impact that
it.
we have, economically, and definitely politically. And that's
Yeah.
just something we can. Those are two things you just cannot take apart. And we look at those things separately too often. One thing I talk about is everybody, especially college students and folks that are in high school, start you a savings account, put $5 in it a month, and call it your political PAC bank account.
Nice.
So when you turn 25, you too have a stake in the game
That's right.
beyond your vote, beyond your vote, because money talks, you know. So we want folks to listen, and we got to make sure we know what to tell them. So
Yeah.
Black Wall Street, yes, we can do that again, and I think we're well on our way to making it happen. We just have to talk about how more, and I'm going to talk about that tomorrow.
Yeah, what is it going to look like? Yeah, I think it's the mindset. The word pivot is used a whole lot right now because of COVID, but we should have already been pivoting. We shouldn't have just started just because COVID happened. And you talk about the savings of the $5. When we learn, if we can learn at a younger age, the earliest age possible, that you save, that $5, or you save that 10%, you share 10%, and you live off of 80%. If you start using that mindset, then you're ahead of the game as well. Now, I wasn't taught that. But my children understood that. They understand tithing. But it's up to them what they do. But they understand that they need to save, they need to give, and they need to live. But don't live beyond your means, because when you live
Yes.
beyond your means, then you're working to what? Live. You're not.
Hmm.
You're working to live opposed to living to work. So you living to work opposed to working to live. You don't want that. You want to be able to enjoy life, to have some fulfillment, to be able to do some of the things that you want to do so you can get the exposure, and you can help your children to understand how do you become wealthy. And I never will forget my mother telling me one day, she said, you should have been born to a wealthy family. And I said, why? She said, because you always want things more and more and more. It's like you're never satisfied. And I said, Mom, I'm curious. She said, no, you're nosy. I said, no, I'm observant. you know. But I told her, I said, but I was born to a wealthy family. You're wealthy in your knowledge. You're wealthy in your love. You're wealthy in your abilities. You help other children that their parents have gone on to heaven to make sure that they have food and shelter and that they can go to school. So wealth can be even beyond just the monetary part of wealth. We have to understand when wealth and knowledge, and we have to be willing to share that knowledge. So you're right. And I heard the lady before us talk about what's your definition of wealth. And
Hmm.
so you have to have and define what wealth looks like to you. And so the Black Wall Street, I think is definitely going to happen. And us coming together, not only as a community, but as a conglomerate. So you have all these different businesses that you can go to, and that they are of quality. They're going to do what they say they're going to do it, and in a timely manner, and it's cost effective and efficient. So all of that has to happen even within the Black Wall Street.
Yeah, Dolores Williams says, yes, get your home, generational wealth, pay off your car, save and build. I
Mhm.
literally paid off my car yesterday.
Yeah,
Yesterday.
good.
And it feels so good. It's just like even the psychological stress is a weight lifted off of me. Um, and I think sometimes we don't disclose success stories because we're so careful about bragging, but we have to stop being judgmental and share these success stories. Because I used to, I didn't know this was inappropriate when I was young, but I used to ask people how much you make, how much money do you make? Oh, that's personal. You're not supposed to
Yeah,
ask
nobody
that.
wants to talk about what their
You know,
salary is.
but I used to want to know because I wanted to ask, how did you get there? Because this was talked about earlier. People, I always talk about Lil Wayne. Lil Wayne does not live in the hood. That's all he rap about. Um, so I, uh, I now when I do speaking engagements, I tell people how I started, how it's going, and where I'm going to end up. You know, and I'll share that here just briefly. So I'm an educator. I taught music. I hear you're very artsy as well. Um, so I taught music, and I taught for 8 years. Became teacher of the year. Loved my field. However, like I said earlier, I was a radical educator, and I wanted to do more. Wanted to touch more students, impact their lives. So I became a school principal. I went from a school principal to a district director in a different district, and nearly associate superintendent. I noticed the mental health issues that we had within our schools and the lack of resources. So I went private and started working with agencies, mental health agencies, to help them better align themselves to be a resource for their local schools. Did it for 2 years. I got a call by Governor Cooper. I jumped on his team and did some executive education policy consulting. And then I opened a restaurant, and that's when my life really changed because I changed industries. And my wife was, I was working with the state. I was making a decent amount of money. I had her leave her job. It's like, you're stressed, just leave it. She started catering, and well, if anybody's been to my restaurant, they know what I'm talking about. But
Yeah.
just
I've
she's
had some good
magical.
food.
She's magical in the flavors. Um, I basically I didn't know anything about the restaurant industry at all, and my first restaurant job was owning one. So when she started catering, and it was so busy, I'm in the governor's office. I'm leaving, going to put on, going to deliver food to Chapel Hill or somewhere. Coming back to the office smelling like chicken in a suit. I was like, you know what? This isn't going to work. So I know that if I take advantage of my retirement plan with the state, when I turn 65, I could then get it. And I don't know how much it'll be, but I can get it. Or I could take a chance and determine how much I want my retirement plan to be, and I start working on it right now and access it when I want. So I made the leap. I retired from the state of North Carolina, and every we did we actually we didn't have the funding, so we started looking for a loan, and the bank said no. We went to multiple banks; they all said no. We went to loan agencies; they said no. We went to friends and family; they all said no. So I dissolved my retirement, and I had, I was a young educator, so I only had $36,000 in it. And this is the money they say you're supposed to use when you're old and gray, So
Right.
I took it out, and I was like, "What am I doing?" But I was taught not to touch that money. But translation, I was taught not to determine my own future, and I had to change that. And this isn't a knock at anyone else. This is everyone around me has done it the same way that I was doing it. But I
Hmm.
took a chance, and I want to tell folks about that chance, and I always do. And that chance was I am going to, if I have to build these chairs and build these tables in this restaurant and paint the walls, then I'm going to do it. I called in my friend Donald and my friend Ted and his wife Turquoise and my wife and my mom-in-law. We painted every wall in that building. When we got those keys, we had 3 months rent free to get it done, and we maxed out every credit card we had. So it's about $15,000 in credit cards, and I had my $36,000 in retirement. And we bought a bunch of wood, and we made tables, we made bars, we made chairs, benches. We painted. We bought used restaurant equipment, and 3 months later, and probably about $50,000 total, we had a restaurant. And our card declined at McDonald's that night to get some oatmeal because I was so hungry. We had nothing, no savings, no credit cards, no nothing, no retirement. The next day, we opened that restaurant to the public, and the line was down the sidewalk. And the end of that first month, we made about $40,000. And I had made more money in 1 month than my entire retirement of working 8 years. So my mindset totally changed.
Hmm.
After the third month, we were totally debt free, and we were breaking even. And so since then, we've been just stacking on top of that. And just now we can hire a manager. We have a staff, a full staff, and didn't step foot in the restaurant yesterday. So now we're working on other things. And now we can start focusing on that generational wealth. And I always tell people this, like, I want to tell you how much we made so you can know how we did it. That's how we did it. So last year we did about 700,000. This year we're hoping to break 1 million. And I hope that, some young person can hear that so they can say, oh, wow. So that's how we did it. That's how much he's making. Yeah, that's good money right there. I don't need to go sell drugs.
That's excellent money right there. There's a question on the screen that says, sometimes I feel as if our media doesn't share these stories. How can we get these stories out there in your opinion? There's so many different avenues. Now you have digital, so you have Facebook, you have LinkedIn, in which you can write some articles and put out there and take pictures. You have the videos that you can do, and you can do a small one or a 3 second, a 3 minute, 5 minute, 15 minute, depending on how long they are as to where you're going to post them. Instagram is another opportunity. This Facebook Live is just showing you right now the capabilities of digital, virtual, going virtual. You're around the world. So you don't have to wait on the media to get you out there. You can help put yourself out there. So those are some ways that I would suggest.
Yep, yep.
Well,
And we're resilient as a people. Uh, let's mute to
But
the
Mr.
echo.
Eric came on, it echoed.
Yeah. Um, there we go. Yeah, we're resilient naturally as a people, and so take the leap, fall on your face. The beautiful thing about that is you have the ability to get back up and try again. And the earlier, the better. The earlier, the better, but it's never too late. So whatever leap you want to take, how far it is, just take it. If you run and you jump and you realize the other side is too far and you fall, you know what? Game over. Restart. Get back. Climb back up. Now you see how far it is. So now you see how much faster you need to run, how much harder you need to run. But you're never gonna fail and just not get back up. That's not how we're designed as people. We're taught that, but that's not how we're designed.
And then
Um,
decide who you need to call. You might not be able to do it by yourself or run the race by yourself or be on this
mhm.
journey alone. There's so many other people out here who can support you. So don't be
This
afraid to
black
call the phone and call.
this Black Expo Business Expo here. I when we were doing the speakers talk, and I'm looking at the screen, and I started getting tired because I was like, how in the world did Eric Kelly get so many people on this screen? But when you think about who's on the screen and how we're all really, really, really doing our thing individually, that's a community, that's an incubator of innovation right there alone. So now I have this confidence of, you know what, y'all are all across the world, literally. So if I ever want to come there, I now have that relationship asset there. So, there was a young brother in the UK. So when I go to the UK, I'll look him up and be like, hey man, and that's a relationship started through here. And if I ever want to go to the UK and open a restaurant, I know someone that can lead me around the neighborhood to talk to people. Show me your chamber of commerce. Show me your town hall. Let me bring my brand here. So someone said, we need assets, not liabilities. And I look at that and translate it into there's more than one type of currency. There's more than currency is not the only money. Relationships is a much more valuable currency than money, than the dollar.
Well,
And
guys,
build those relationships and don't be afraid to network.
ladies and gentlemen, ladies and gentlemen, ladies and gentlemen, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, I want to say to Leonardo Williams, he's going to be on tomorrow morning talking about the state of black business right here, not only in Durham, North Carolina, but in this country and in this world. Because, I continue to reach back as much as I can because I understand what's going on. And I think sometimes people don't understand what this can do for them, how it can open up other networks. When you talk about London, you talk about Africa, and you talk about what you're going through. And when people give their life stories, and those life stories allows all of us to peek into the window of change. While I'm doing this Black Business Expo, there are a lot of things going on in my family, and that's personal. And I think sometimes people think because you're on the screen and you smiling and you doing your thing that everything in their world is just so wonderful. And I want to thank you, Maxine, for coming on this morning to have this talk. Leonardo, thank you for coming on and having the talk with us this morning. But I want you to tune in tomorrow morning. Make sure that you don't miss. I almost want to say doctor, but I'm going to say Leonardo Williams from having a conversation with you about what's going on not only here but in America. And then for those who are following him, make sure that you follow him because at the end of the day, you want to stay connected. And the only way that we can't stay connected is we have to look up people. People ask the question, how did I get so many people? And then everybody kept talking about everybody is zoomed out. And what I said to them is, to be honest with you, even though there are 84 speakers, I am only dealing with each speaker for 1 hour. And that's critical. You think about what I just said. Even though there are 84 speakers, I am only dealing with them for 1 hour, which means that if you take the time and deal with people for 1 hour, you can build your network with people all over the world. If you just look at doing it for 1 hour, we sometimes look at the big picture. Okay, man, you got to talk to 84 at one time. No, if you take the time and utilize your skills with somebody for 1 hour, you can make it happen. And the whole buy black bank piece is something that we really need to talk about. Guys, give me your parting shots. We got 1 minute. I got another speaker waiting, and he's very ready to talk this morning. Maxine, anything you like to say before you get out of here?
Just build those relationships. Don't be afraid to take that leap of faith, and then just call individuals. You can't do it all by yourself, and don't try. You have a whole community out here that's willing and ready to support you.
Leonardo,
Yeah, if you will, just follow me at www.leonardowilliams.com. We're about to go on a world speaking tour sponsored by the Zimbabwean Embassy and BBC World News. We're going to be talking about, bridging the gap between Africans and African Americans and how what we talked about today matters to us worldwide. And I'm going to get into the how on tomorrow. You're muted. You're muted.
as well as you're doing your world tour, let us know how we can be involved. If we can send that information out on the Black Business Network, we'd love to do that on your journey. And with no further ado, I'd like to introduce a gentleman who's going to talk about how to win the day. Keith Hunter. Hello, Keith. How you doing?
I'm doing great. How are you?
Just wonderful. Just wonderful. Keith, I'm not going to hold you. You know I'm a time guy. I'm 1 minute into your time. I'm going to let you rock and roll, do your thing. Thank you so very much for being on the show.
Great. Thank you very much. I appreciate the opportunity. And it's nice to talk to the young people today about, all the things that's been mentioned on the Black Expo about business and being an entrepreneur and all those things. So you should be overwhelmed right now. So my name is Keith Hunter. And I always start out with an affirmation. And one of my favorite affirmations is success is optional. Failure is optional. Winning is optional. Losing is optional. Pain is optional. Healing is optional. And having options is optional. And exploring your options is optional. And that's by Derek Furlow Jr. And I would add to that winning the day is essential. So my talk today is about winning the day. And again, my name is Keith Hunter. I'm from Newark, New Jersey, from a family of 8, and I'm the only one that ever left home and went to college. And I was a really good, they say, a really good athlete, but I didn't apply myself like I should have, like many of you, when I was in high school or grammar school. And even though I had a really big family because it was 8 of us, and then my mother had 8 brothers and sisters, and then my stepdad had 8 kids. So it was a ton of us. So, but I went to high school, and we had a winning tradition, and I played for legendary coach Frank Fiducci, and because he was a quarterback, and I came in as a freshman on the varsity football team. And so I knew next year I was going to be starting as the quarterback, and a lot of pressure was on me because the year before they had won a championship. So, but I did pretty good when I got there, when I got into my sophomore year. And, the crowd was always with us and wanted to see this young quarterback who was sort of like a Michael Vick. I guess I was like that. And it would be 500 to 1,000 people at our game. And when I was a sophomore, we was the number 2 team in the state, and we played for the national championship. And then I was the most valuable player, and I played in front of 40,000 people. And so I went to a high school that was, I told you it was a winning tradition, and a lot of the players went on to big time colleges. And so before We went to college to University of Iowa. 5 guys from my high school went with me, and every last one of them graduated, and every last one of them was a captain, and everybody got a shot at the NFL from the high school. So that tells you right there. And then one of the guys, who first let me tell you about him. He was a defensive end. He wouldn't really come to practice, and because he was I guess, the man in his household. And so we would have to go pick him up. If we didn't, he would miss practice, all those type of things. But eventually he got it, and they convinced him that he's a really good ball player. And that guy name is Andre Tippett, and he is a NFL Hall of Famer. So for me to play with a guy in grammar school and then play with a guy in high school and play with a guy in college, he went to the University of Iowa as well, and then playing the pros together is very unusual. So, and then as a quarterback, all the colleges was after me, wanted me to play quarterback. But when I looked at the NFL, there was only 2 black quarterbacks. So I said, okay, I don't really want to do that. So I'll just end up being a defensive back, which I played both ways in high school anyway. So I really enjoyed that, playing both ways, and then, getting recruited. But, defensive back was my thing, and I told them that's what I wanted to do. And so that's what I ended up doing. So it was an easy transition because all the 5 guys from my high school was there. So it was a very easy transition. So, but I want to tell you this. One of the things that motivated me when I was at the high school, I heard a school teacher ask me what school I was going to. And I said the University of Iowa. And the teacher assumed that I left from where I was standing, and the teacher walked away and went around the corner. And I heard him say to another teacher, I guarantee you he'll be back just like everybody else, saying woulda, coulda, shoulda. So that was my motivation. And I would suggest to you that you got to find your motivation. It may not be somebody that's telling you, what you are or what you are not. But whatever that motivation is, whether you want to be different in your family and leave a legacy, whatever it is, you got to find your own motivation to continue to move on. So from there, I carried that with me everywhere I went. Again, we went to the University of Iowa, and it was a losing, they had a losing tradition, right? 21 years of losing. And so that didn't bother me, but even though I came from a winning program, and I was used to winning, and I thought that I knew how to win. And, all I knew was, okay, there's 120 players on the team, and I want to play now, as a freshman. So, I had a little chip on my shoulder, and I would call home crying, saying I want to transfer. But my parents said that's not going to happen, and you're going to have to stick it out. And so one of the things that I did was I had to start looking inward, right, to myself, to stick it out and to understand that it's going to take some time to get to that level. And I found out that that is very true. You really got to get at that level. You got to really get your body prepared, right? That's why you're working out, right? And you got to get your mind right, because you got to be able to deal with the pressure that comes with playing in front of 105,000 screaming fans. And so, at the University of Iowa, we had another legendary coach, Hayden Fry. And he was a millionaire before he even came to Iowa. And a lot of people don't know this, but he owns the symbol, the Hawkeye, that's on the side of the helmet. And instead of him just talking about X and O's all the time, he used to talk to us about helping design the logo, the marketing part of the logo. So, he gave some powerful speeches like he remembered the first time he made $100,000, and then 500,000. Then he made $1 million. He just kept going. And then, coming from Newark, New Jersey, I never heard anything like that. So I was like, wow. So, you know, even though I was a part of a losing program, or I went to a losing program, we turned the thing around. And the way that you turn it around is by obviously camaraderie, right? And then having a buy-in system, right? You got to buy into your system, and get to really know your players, and what they can do, and their strengths and weaknesses, and what they can't do. And so we worked real hard to do that, because the five guys that went to Iowa from my high school, we all knew about winning. I'm sure the other guys did too, but we was dedicated, man. We put in the work, and that's what you have to do. And through my career at Iowa, we went to 4 bowl games in a row, and then I was a captain, and I made second team All Big Ten, and was considered the hardest hitting defensive back in the Big Ten. So it's important to all the kids want to go somewhere. Like today, the kids, I'm a college football coach as well. So a lot of kids want to go somewhere that's already winning. Right. And I don't think that really tells who you are. So if you can go to a program that doesn't win, and that you can help turn the program around, I think that's more fulfilling than anything else. So and then you have to understand, right, about winning the day, for instance, mean winning in the classroom. You got to learn to win everywhere you go, and everything that you touch, right? Winning in the classroom, winning in the locker room, winning in the weight room, and just winning among your teammates, and showing who you are, and that you got their back. And then you can turn any program around. So, at Iowa, I really enjoyed myself in the bowl games, and playing, let me see, in 25 years playing in the Rose Bowl. And there's no other feeling that I can imagine, other than being at a Super Bowl, um, being at the Rose Bowl, and being there for 2 weeks, 3 weeks, and the people just making you feel like, you're $1 million is just unbelievable. And so I had the opportunity to be drafted in the league that was called the USFL. And the USFL was a professional football team where a lot of the players went there first. And so the Oakland Invaders drafted me in the 6th round, and I didn't even know who the Oakland Invaders was, but I elected to go to the Cleveland Browns as a free agent. But now that I think about it, and I look back at it, I probably should have gone to the USFL. And so, but you can't cry over spilled milk, right? So, one of the things that happened when I went to Cleveland Browns, again, they had a losing season, right? So, but that didn't bother me, because I was used to being with Iowa, who, like I said, had 21 years of a losing season. And so when I went to the Browns, believe it or not, we hurried up and turned that thing around. And the thing that I learned there the most was really how to build a championship culture, right? So, some of the older people here will remember that we went to the playoff, and we was one playoff away from the Super Bowl. I believe that was in either 86 or 87. And so one of the running backs fumbled the ball at the last minute, and then that was the end of that. And so, you just got to deal with those things. But I enjoyed myself with the Cleveland Browns, and they treat me well, and they treat me well now. So I'm glad to be a part of that group. And so, and that's it. And then from there, I went on to I really started KGH Enterprises, and I did that as an umbrella, right? And so the umbrella is um, me as a golf pro, me as a teaching pro, me as a playing pro, doing corporate clinics, golf clinics around the country for Fortune 500 companies, and then having a whole clothing line of golf clothing line of men, women, plus sizes, and I really enjoyed that. And uh, I explained the other day that if you really want to get into business, right, and everybody, want to be a designer, but get into business, right, and because it takes a lot of money to be a designer, especially when your stuff are coming from overseas and you get caught in customs and you have 4 different seasons. You just do what I did. You want to get into business right now, you go private labeling. Private labeling just means you talk to a bigger company that have more products than they need, but you don't have to worry about all the money that it takes to ship it over here, or your things getting stuck in custom, or dealing with the 4 seasons. So private labeling is I got to slap my label on the clothing line that they're not using. I picked out the things that I like. I did a theme, with a nice shirt and the pants and a hat that goes with it. So I would sell it as a package, and my logo was in the hat, in the pants, and the shirt, and then I never had to touch my product, you know, which is unbelievable. And so they would ship my product right from the manufacturer to the to my customers. And then every year, I used to do the PGA show, merchandise show, and I started off real small with a 10 by 10 booth, and then I got so big it wasn't even funny. I would have to go down there for the whole week, build my whole display with my clothing and my theme and all of that. And then me and the people that had helping me at that time really, really enjoyed that. So don't let anything stop you from getting in the business if you really want to get in the business. Okay, so cool. So research shows that from 0 to 19 is the first quarter of your life, and 20 to 36 is the second quarter of your life, and 37 to 56 is the third quarter of your life, and 58 to 75 is the fourth quarter of your life. Now, I know some of you older people on here are saying, thank God for overtime. So yes, but this is all about young people, and I love young people and their spirit and the things that they can do. Because I think it's amazing if you are a 2-year-old and you can pick up a computer and start showing me about the computer. So, a lot of people are. First, I want to say that there's no other group that could have managed this difficult year of COVID better than the young people have. And you young people have clearly defined the power and the way that you came out for voting. So um, we see you as heroes. And what I like the older people to do right now is please give those young people a round of applause. Please, please. Yes. And that's what this expo again is all about, right? So, a lot of people, when they talk about millenniums, they have something negative to say, right? So they say, though, the statistics says that 71% of you are selfish, and that you are lazy and self-righteous. But what I want to tell you is don't listen to that at all. The energy, the knowledge that y'all have, and the things that you are learning, as you continue with your experience is just unbelievable. And you can teach a lot of older people some things as well. But what we want you to understand is yes, you guys have been protected, and yes, you have been directed, and yes, you have been corrected. But that's okay. But just like a brother said yesterday that was speaking, that recess is over, and you got to understand that. Okay. So now there there's nothing more worthwhile than taking a risk. You got to take a risk to be successful. And if you are not taking a risk, then you're not living. But let's be clear. Let's be clear. There's a huge difference in taking a risk and a calculated risk. A calculated risk is when you know. A calculated risk is when it's proven over time through calculated statistics. That's how you know you know. So there's a difference in risk taking and calculated risk. If you take calculated risk, you won't lose. Okay. So every failed experience is one step closer to success. So you can't be afraid to make mistakes. So now you taking a risk, calculated risk, and now if it doesn't work out for you, that's okay. Just stay in the game. And so, I've learned that I have my own formula, and as you gain your experience, you will find your own experience and formula. And I wish that they could put up my formula if they have it. So, but let me leave you with an affirmation while possibly they're doing that. Just remember today, it's called today affirmation. Today is always here, right? It says today is always here. Yesterday is gone, and tomorrow never comes. Time offers opportunity, but demands a sense of urgency. Now is the time, this is the place, and you are the one. That's so powerful. I got that out of What Makes the Great Great by Robert Kimbrough. Now, this part is really special to me because you young guys, you young people, know and heard of what 4 and 5G is, right? Fastest speed known to man. Information travels in a blink. Connections, creativity, collaboration. But I know you have never heard of 6G. You should have, but each and every one of you already has it inside of you, in your mind. 6G is what the creator have given you. You have made, you have made, it have made, I'm sorry. He has made you more powerful than any G there is. And with your energy, strength, and power to move anything when you grow, the experience of the G's grow first. So many of the older people may already be at 10G. And the human mind, when set on a goal, can accomplish things beyond your wildest imagination. And what we're going to do today is we're going to harness your 6G. So first, I suggest that you write it down, that we set our goals, we train our fiber optic cables on what we want, number one. Secondly, we use the power of decision and analysts to fuel up those cables. And third, we identify and clear out all obstacles in our path. You are now ready to harness your 6G. Let's make some magic. So if you like that comment, please reply in the comment section with 2 thumbs up. Now, today, my speech is about how to win the day. And how to win the day is really done before you even get out of the bed, right? My conscious have already conquered the day before my feet even hit the floor. But winning the day is a system, it's a strategy, structure, self-discipline, time management, strategies and results, and tracking your results daily. How do you start your day? Do you get distracted in any way? Setting up a morning routine, journal my goals, stay in the present, focus on a mindset, consider what you may automate with your strategy plan, transform my daily energy, and choose to transfer your step-by-step patterns, positive momentum, increase mood and productivity. And then you would have won the day if you follow any of that. Uh, in my book that's coming out in 2 months, Vulnerable Measures, I have written on in the book. This is one of the excerpts from the book. And it says, no matter what it is, whether you're on a team, whether you're in business, you've got to remember why you play in business, on a team in the first place. And it goes like this. Once you have found your passion, nothing or no one can extinguish that. When the why is clear, the how is easy. Once you start believing in yourself, that's when your dreams matter. We are driven to become masters of our craft. And because there is only one of you, the why will help you bring clarity to the actions that's needed to your steps that will be taken next. The rites of passage that comes with being an elite business person requires the extraordinary mindset to be functioning at all times. Beating the odds is not an option. The who, why, what is the reward system that completes any obstacle. So I hope you got that. And so, like me and my buddy talk about all the time about painting the picture, right? So I can tell you, you guys are smart enough. I could tell you a story, and you'll get it, right? Right. If I tell you the end of it, you'll get it. But for you to have a aha moment, I have to give you that in increments, right? Little pictures at a time. If I give it to you little pictures at a time, obviously you'll respect it more. You'll see the vision. You'll see the energy. You'll see all of those things that 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 comes with it. You'll see that, and so it's important to, especially when you have a business. Everybody want to get to the big goal, right? So you have to take your time, little pictures at a time, or when you're in business, little things at a time, and complete that before you move on to something else, unless you letting someone else handle that for you. And so I think that is really, really important when it comes to um, painting the picture, right? So it's almost like if you put a advertisement out there, right? You want people to be able to see your vision in that advertisement. And and so, you got to be able to do that. You got to be able to draw those pictures. And um so that's it on that. So, and if you guys have any questions, you obviously can send your questions in, and either Dr. Kelly or myself will get to it at the end. And so, all right. And so another um, excerpt from my book, Vulnerable Measures, is accountability through shared adversity. I'm going to let that soak for a second, right? Accountability through shared adversity, right? Again, on the other day, on Wednesday, I believe we talked a little bit about that. But it's, you learn at a very young age that there's no I in team. And you share adversity. Shared adversity brings team cohesiveness. And cohesiveness creates trust over time, like a bond that can't be broken. And this is when a team or a business come together on a physical and mental level to help boost the morale. This takes units without without, I'm sorry, this takes units outside of their comfort zone sometimes to measure true strength. Now you have to depend on others, people, or the unit to help you remove the term me or I out of the equation. This teaches a lot of businesses, employees, you have to learn how to trust and depend on others. It's a must, and everything will fail. All doubtful acts are limited. This collective effort should eliminate all stress and the power of knowing the strength of the unit will determine the success of the goal. But because when things start to get very heavy and enormous amount of pressure shows up, you will thank God that the weight is balanced out and that you now have someone else to lean on that you can trust over time. So accountability through shared adversity is a collective effort with no boundaries, just like winning. And so the other day you heard my 4 L's, and my 4 L's are: what does it mean to be a champion listener? What does it mean to be a champion learner? What does it mean to be a champion language user? And what does it mean to be a champion leader? And so, if you look at those things to really be successful, um, you have to learn how to master those things, right? You have to learn how to master those things. Now, I say to people that I'm a very good listener to the things that I'm interested in. So, which is, people and business and new ideas. So, um, listening and having good listening skills is very important. A lot of people hear what you say, and they can repeat what you said, and they can write down what you said, but they still not listening. Because, in case nobody ever told you this, listening is a skill. Truly listening is a skill. And so, and then, you know, being a learner of information, of how things work in a business, in a team concept, right? Again, me and my friend was talking the other day about um, teaching a team. I want to teach a team without touching a football in a classroom to know that they know that they know. So if they make the mistake, then they'll know they made the mistake, and then they can correct the mistake themselves. Because I wouldn't allow my coaches to holler at my players, because it's the coach's responsibility to teach and make sure that their players are learning. So now, when you have knowledge and you have learned the system, can't too many people stop you. Can't too many people stop you. So now, once you know the system, you can play really hard without thinking about it. You can go hard, full speed, with no thought in it, because you already know. So if this person in front of me does this, I'm going to do that. Same thing in business. Same exact thing in business. It's the same thing in business, whether it's your competition, whether it's you making a decision, it's the same thing. It takes what doctors say, it takes the same effort for the for to do something small. Is that right, doctor? Uh, than it does to take something big. It takes the same effort. But if you have the knowledge, now you don't have to think about it. And that's how I used to play. That's how I got to the point of being the hardest hitting defensive back in the Big Ten, because I didn't think about it. And when the guy came this way, all I know, I ain't really see the guy. I just ran right through him. That's it. That is it. And so then when you know what you're talking about, your language, right? Your language changes, right? You start using, you step your game up. You start using a different language as you get older, more experience. You use more business terms like I'm ahead of the curve. You see what I'm saying? I'm not with the curve. I'm ahead of the curve. You start using language that nobody else is using. And whatever that language is in your circle, you got to know how to use that and make it work for your benefit, especially when it comes to customers, right? Because they're buying you, right? They're not buying your product, they're buying you. So, and then being a leader, again, you know, a leader is, this is what a lot of people need to understand about leadership, or someone needs to share with them. You might be very, very, very good at leading only 10 people. But soon you start to try to lead 11 to 100, 90 of them, you fail. 90. What's that? 90%? uh, you know, something like that. So you have to understand all leaders aren't what they believe that they are. And you have to know your capacity, right? Because when you're a leader, um, I don't know how you can be a leader if you don't know that there basically are three type of people. There's auditorio, there's visual, and there's kinesthetic. If you don't know that, you don't have any business coaching anybody, leading anybody. You have to know how your people operate. Last spring, I was at Rutgers University helping out with recruiting. And I went to practice, and the running back coach, I mean, the running back is just awesome, just one of the best in the country. But every time he get to practice, and I stand there and watch the running backs and the coach coaching them, and they just have to run through a hole. That's it. Run it, hit it, go the other way, keep moving. The star running back had a problem every time, and the coach couldn't figure that out. And I went up to the coach after practice and I said, you keep telling that kid what to do. That's not his learning skill. His learning skill is you have to show him, right? He's visual. You keep telling him. So just run through the hole, do this, do that. And the kid mess up every time. So, so you have to understand those three things in business. Everybody's not a computer person. Everybody don't get it the first time. You have to understand that. You have to understand some people, you got to get to know your people. You have to really get to know your people and know who's visual, who's auditorio, and who is kinesthetic. And then you talking about winning, you know. So that's some of the things that you learn when it comes to business. And because I play football, because if the guy next to me can't hear me and he's not a auditorial person, then we're going to have to do something else, right? To help him understand his assignment, which ultimately affect my assignment. So if there's anything that you got out of today, I say become a great, not average, become a great listener. Work on those skills. Have somebody help you. One of the ways you can do that is I remember I was part of a, um, a rite of passage program, and we came up with this idea that we made people sit back to back in a chair, and then the person go ahead and talk, and then the other person had to really work on their skill, their listening skill, to be able to repeat what the other person said. And so, if you want to be great, I mean, really great, you got to become a great listener, a great learner, a great language user. And the last one is leader, which will put you where you need to be. Because a leader is not someone who tells everybody else what to do. A true leader is someone who, when my team mess up and I'm head of the team, I'm going to take that responsibility. I'm going to take that responsibility because I'm the leader of the team. And when people get appraised for something, I don't need it. I'm already the leader. It goes to the team. That's what a true leader does, right? They can paint that picture of, oh, and so my last thing, I'm going to say this to you. Find your own personal 4, 5, 10, however many you want, core values. Because the core values will be your foundation. So you always have something to go back to, right? You got to have core values. And most elite teams have core values, right? So they have different philosophies for whatever um, team they're on, meaning offense, defense, special teams, recruiting. And then again, if you know how to paint the picture and you're a great leader, you'll understand that the number one goal to stay on top, just like elite programs, is recruiting. You have to be a master at recruiting, right? Finding the right people and putting them in the right places at the right time so we all can win. That's what it takes. So where you at, doctor? Are you with me? So if you guys have some questions, you can ask me some questions. So yes, you could go ahead and ask me questions. So thank you very much for having me today. And again, um, Vulnerable Measures will be out in 2 months. And again, I'm working on a television show. hopefully that pans out. Um, the ladies gonna really love the show because it's for the ladies. And um, so if you have any questions, the question is as an entrepreneur, should we only work with people who share our core values? Well, that's a great question. Um, I want to say yes, but the people would have to know what your core values are, right? And then you have to give them an opportunity to understand that. If they have a trouble with that, or they believe in something else and don't believe in the core values that you have, then I say they can't be a part of the team at all, because there's a mission in our core values, right? And so if you have a mission and everybody knows what that is, right? Um, so I think that's very, very important, right? Let me tell you one of the other things that really makes you successful. And it has to do, this is my own personal thing that I believe, that if you take the five senses, touch, taste, all the five senses, I think the number one, this is when you really on top. The number one five senses to me is taste. It's only when you can taste, that you will really find what you want. You can dream about it all you want, but until you taste it, that's when it really becomes successful. Any any other question? I missed a couple because I was talking. Sorry about that, young lady and sir, young man. Any other questions? Uh, well, thank you very much. Right, I think that I mean, a lot of people like hiring athletes because you are taught all those things that we're talking about. If you are um, in tune with what's going on, and you understand the buy-in program and what the goal is, it is very, very hard to build a championship culture, how Dr. Kelly have done. Come on, doctor. I
Well, of
can't hear
course,
you.
when we get a chance, you wanted to tell you, outstanding job. A lot of times people
Thank you.
don't even understand what team is all about. And I think that's one of the things that really changes what you're doing when you build a great team and put a great team in place. And I think it was appropriate that you talked about the whole team concept today. And the way that you brought it to us really gave us an idea of, you just can't look at somebody else losing as that to be your particular fate. You have to look at where you are, what you're getting ready to do, and how are you going to change that, because in reality, your life and your time is what is the only thing that you can control. And so worrying about or controlling other people's things that they've done in the past really is something that we need to get away from. And that's called
Right.
accepting a standard, not the standard, a standard. And if you had
That's right.
accepted that standard, then 9 times out of 10, the things that you had an opportunity to do, you never would have got a chance to do.
Right. That's right. Yes, sir.
Well, we're gonna
Was
move
that a
on to the next guy.
okay?
I know you said I wouldn't be here with you, but I was here the whole time just watching you sweat. But you did a great job.
No,
Thank you, and
thank you,
I'll
sir.
talk to you on the other side, okay?
All right. Thank you.
And with no further ado, I'd like to bring up our next guest by the name of Peter Singh. And Peter, how's it going?
Going well. Good to connect with you guys.
Hey man, I want to thank you for coming on. This is Friday. This is the day where we have most of the young entrepreneurs and people who are in business to come on and really talk to the young people about what's going on in terms of business. All week we've been doing different segments. We did business to business on Monday. We did advertising and public relations and marketing on Tuesday. On Wednesday, we did social media on Wednesday. Then on Thursday, we did diversity and inclusion, which was yesterday, community engagement. And today, we wanted to do Generation Xers versus Generation Z. How to bridge that gap. And that's one of the reasons I reached out to you was because I know you can help us bridge this gap. You're a young man. You're doing great things in the community. And I'm looking forward to your presentation. I know I put in there how to do a successful pitch. And one of the reasons that I put that in there is because I think sometimes young people don't understand that they're pitching all the time. Sometimes when you put your clothes on and you go to the job, you really are pitching for a promotion. Sometimes when you open your mouth and you start talking, you're really pitching for either a promotion or a chance to be kicked out. So we continue to do the great things that we do. Peter, thank you. And I'm gonna get off the screen and let you take it away. And again, I'll talk to you on the other side. Okay?
All right. Thank you for the warm welcome. Thank everyone attending virtually. I know it's the only way now, but really good to share nonetheless. This will be much less a presentation than a conversation. Really just want to share knowledge. So that means I'm in a learning position as well as teaching. And one thing Dr. Kelly said that I really embrace is sort of that concept of bridging the gap generationally. My practice as an attorney, I primarily work with startups, early stage companies, helping them get set up the right way, early governance and figuring out intellectual property protection, all those issues. But I also have a healthy list of more mature companies, entities, clients that are well on their way through different rounds of financing, through all sorts of stages of growth. So my presentation this morning, the working title is Stages and Strategies of Growth. It came to me mostly because it's November. Every year I try to grow a beard around this time with No Shave November, and it's always messy and never works. But it always does give me a chance to check myself, and I'll explain how. So the whole concept of stages and strategies of growth, it will encompass a lot of what I'm going through right now, which is some gaps, some holes and some awkwardness, some weirdness. And it's genetic. I'm Jamaican and I just don't have the genes for a full beard, even though my dad has one. So it's a mystery to me. And I probably won't want it when I have it, but I do want the ability and be able to shave it off when I want to and style it how I want to. All that said, stages and strategies of growth, the concept is that when you start out, at first, there will be some missteps and some guidance you'll need to really feel things out, and have a team around you that will guide you along and help take you from one level to the next. So the first stage, as I see it in business, it is indeed accurate. This is a struggle beard. So we start with the idea phase. That's coming up with a concept that is unique to you. If it's not already on the market, that's great. But usually nothing's new under the sun. So what will really be the differentiator is what separates you from whoever else is trying to do what you're trying to do. So the key that I always try to highlight to my founders is to figure out what is their secret sauce, and not necessarily even secret. It's something you have to be ready to say and pitch, but it does have to be a there. That's not just for further down the line when you're looking for investors and all of that. It's really just to have a why and have a purpose to even launching out. I did a panel last night with an honors college of a school in Mississippi. They pulled together lawyers, preachers, and a few other folk around the concept of Black Wall Street in Tulsa, Oklahoma, how it was undone, and how we can sort of aim to revive it, make it anew. A point I mentioned there that I'm going to repeat here is that it's lesser known, but Durham had its own Black Wall Street that survived and thrived. The key there was that we, and I'm not a Durham native. I'm a Philly guy and a transplant. But we were able to really create a community where supply and demand was directly met. So we had doctors on the block, lawyers on the block, pharmacies, top to bottom. Our dollars were circulated between us. And so that I say that to say it's not that in any one town there can only be one physician. There are different cross sections of communities and different needs that you can meet. So as a founder, you have to figure out your why, what your purpose is, what you're doing, and what you're doing differently. What I did with my firm is an exercise a lot of different venture capital funds and other folk have tried to do. I recently put together a Black founder business resource. I'm going to just pull that up on this screen to my left. So if I'm looking away, that's where I am. But it's formatted sort of the same way I'm going to approach this talk. It starts with the idea. From there, it goes to growth. And after that, you're sort of mature. So in the idea phase, you want to seek out inspiration on one hand, figuring out why you're doing what you're doing. And then it's important to get education. So besides the inspiration, to say why, you also have to know how to do what you're trying to do. And the difficulty, and I'm speaking to young entrepreneurs mostly here, a difficulty a lot of us face is that we try to do it all alone. And that's not the way. We just heard from a speaker that emphasized team. And that is really, really important in the business context as well. So knowing your strength and knowing your position. If you are the running back and you have a weak arm, you should not try to quarterback. You should enlist the help of someone with that skill set, someone with that eye for the field, someone with that training, and not try to do it on your own because you will face not just difficulty, but failure, most likely. So when we're looking at being inspired, and I'm going to try to share this resource with Dr. Kelly, and he can pass it along. But what we did was we broke down a list of about a dozen media outlets that seek to pour into us as Black business people. Inspiration can come from folk that have been there and done it on one hand. So keeping an eye out for interviews and role models is really key. And then on the education front, I really love, one of the things in my position that I'm able to do is be a lifelong student and a lifelong teacher. So I'm always trying to stay current with the legal landscape, the market, terms and M&A, acquisitions and everything. But I'm also in a position where I think and back to Dr. Kelly's point about the bridge, a big reason for the opportunity gap and the success gap that we have on a large scale, macroeconomically, is that the old guard has made law especially inaccessible. That's from a language standpoint, from a pricing standpoint, and top to bottom, just out of reach for the layman to understand what's going on or to get help when they need it. So the firm I work with, our slogan, and this is a shameless plug, it's Fourscore Business Law in Raleigh. Our slogan is that ideas deserve opportunity. I went ahead and trademarked it, registered that. So we have that slogan, we have our brand and everything tightened up. But the ethos is that first-time founders, people that don't have the lineage and the history of people doing what they're trying to do, oftentimes they're stuck in a position where you either don't have someone to ask, or you're just embarrassed to have to ask certain questions some people might consider simple. In my practice, I truly believe there's no dumb question, and I truly believe in no shame in trying to learn. I really encourage my clients to check me if any of the language I'm using is too obtuse, too dense. But I always try to at least make sure my client knows what they're getting into. So a big deal is to explain what each provision's doing, the mechanics of it, the why, even down to the boilerplate stuff, technically, what people colloquially call just there at the end of an agreement. A lot of that stuff actually could matter and has a history to it and a purpose behind it. So if anyone cares to know and cares to learn, a big part of my practice is just breaking that down to layman's terms, like I said, and to make it so that when you present the other side with an agreement, you have a command of the language such that you're able to negotiate the points, able to always continually ask me if you don't understand something that they present to you in response. So all that said, there's inspiration and there's education on the idea front. We want to know our strengths and call in reinforcements when we need them. And a big piece of that is humility. A lot of us, unfortunately, as founders, entrepreneurs, one of the blessings and the curses is that there's a lot of confidence, and some would call it haughtiness before a fall, or cockiness if unchecked. It takes a bold soul to launch out and do anything. So I always try to just remind founders that they've already done an exceptional thing. They've already sort of separated themselves from the pack. They can pat themselves on the back for that. But success beyond that point is not an individual endeavor. It is not something that you're able to do well alone. You can do bad all by yourself, and plenty of people do. But team is huge. Just a quick, I guess, intro, even though I'm a good 10 minutes into it. So as I mentioned, I'm a Philadelphia native. Both parents are Jamaican. It's where the Indian last name comes from somehow, Cooley. But born and raised in Philadelphia, spent my formative years there up until undergrad at Hofstra in Long Island. More formative years there. Great time. Really got into professionally music and ministry while studying legal studies and business at the school. So I kind of lived a double life of sorts as a weekend warrior, musician on the side, and all sorts of real day jobs, careers as a focus. That has led me today to sort of marrying those interests, and a piece of my practice now is entertainment law. And that, I mention all that to say, it was a journey to feel out what I should do. Because I had these natural skills, natural gifts, self-taught, multi-instrumentalist, was able to hear anything and play anything, and felt like there must be a calling or a purpose to that. So that led me toward music ministry, working with a number of churches and some big stages, some world-renowned names. But ultimately, I found my sweet spot in being able to bridge the gap. That's going to be a theme from my beard on through. Bridge the gap from the creatives to the people monetizing on that skill. So whether that's record labels, publishers, even in the film and TV context, the actors, the talent side, versus the studios and the producers and the money behind the operations and at the end of the rainbow. So I really was interested in figuring that business out. Still trying. It's always a work in progress. But I say that to say my education, back to this inspiration, idea, education spiel. My education was partially scholastic. Went to Hofstra, did well there. Got accepted to a number of law schools, chose Duke, and did well enough there to make it out and get employed afterwards. So my education took that shape. Those are the degrees, those are the credentials. But most of what I learned was well outside the classroom. It was either backstage, on stage, or in my own negotiations to figure things out. That ground level experience is really what informed me to take the approach I take on the other side of the table, whether I'm negotiating an agreement for an artist or for the label, able to see things from both sides. And that education, again, came from the experience, launching out and trying something, and not the end thing. So me being a musician, doing those studio sessions, doing those tours and gigs, that wasn't my end goal, but it was informative of what I wanted to do ultimately, and that's empower people, be a resource, and teach as I go, as well as I learn. So we are here with the idea. We have something in mind. We've written the vision, whether that takes the shape of a business plan formally, or whether it's just kicking it around, seeing if anybody has an appetite to pick up what you're putting down, test the market and do that. So we're at the idea stage. The next step to fruition, I consider, is entity formation. I'm getting a few questions on the live, I see. I'm going to respond to one of them by adding a link to my firm's website. But in stride, I'll try to keep an eye on what pops up and adjust that in turn. So once we have the idea, it's fleshed out, we have a taste for who we want to be on our team. We know our skill set. We know what we can do and can't do. The next step, I say, is the launch stage. What that entails is another thing my firm does, but it's also something you can DIY and do it yourself if you're astute, is entity formation. I'm going to do a little primer for free 99 about the factors that go into my analysis of where to form the entity, which state, and what entity type I generally recommend. So really quick and really simply, there are a number of forms of entities, types of entities. An entity is just a different word for a business, a different word for a person also. So the whole point of having one is to literally have someone else and something else, a different entity than yourself, to do business with, to sign on the dotted line, make contracts, have agreements, have obligations, have loans. And that is to protect you as an individual from that liability, from any lawsuits, God forbid, that come your way, trying to do what you're trying to do. But also just run-of-the-mill daily course of business, having the business stand up on its own without being in your pockets and without sort of coming to bite you at the end of the day. So the best way to explain it is that if you don't form an entity, your personal assets, as an individual, are pretty much up for grabs. With an entity, you can still lose plenty, but only as much as you put in to the business, as much as you invest, whether that takes the shape of sweat equity, lost work, or actual like capital contributions of money. That's what's up for grabs if you have a business in place. So that's the reason I think it's worthwhile. You don't want to risk it all doing any given endeavor, because you might have a different, better idea in the future and want to be able to stand that up on its own. You can't do that if you're bankrupt, essentially. Well, you can, but people might not trust you or invest. And you also want each endeavor to sort of have its own credence, have its own measure of legitimacy. So those are the reasons in my purview why you should have a business set up, why you shouldn't be. This is the simplest and the worst form of entity, is a sole proprietorship. It's the default. It's what happens if you do nothing, but it doesn't protect you. You're still tied to the business in a way that your pockets are at risk. And even if it is a great idea, even if you trust that it will change the world, I don't see a good reason to risk it all when you don't have to. So that is why I suggest not a sole proprietorship. Basically, anything else gives you a degree of protection. So the other forms are partnerships. You have limited liability companies, LLCs. You have corporations. And then within that, there are a host of different nuances, triple LLCs, S corps, which aren't actually an entity type, but a tax election that you can make, whether you're a corporation, LLC, or whatever. All that said, the main question I get is whether to form an LLC on one hand or a corporation on the other. Both offer the same level of personal liability shield and protection. So it really comes down to what you're trying to do with the business. The reason for a corporation, in my eyes, again, qualified opinion, is if you do plan on bringing on investors, some of them will insist on a corporate form just because they're familiar with it. It is sort of the more traditional form of entity. And so by some investors, I mainly mean private equity firms and venture capital firms. A lot of them will, if you're not a corporation already, they'll make you convert into one. So you might as well start that way if you're going that route. The other reason is if you want to issue what are called stock options to your talent, that is much easier and squarer to do with a corporation instead of an LLC. There are tax reasons for that. With a corporate form, actual employees, W-4 employees, are eligible for what are called incentive stock options, and those have favorable tax treatment. And the whole point of options, I should touch on, is that a lot of time with early stage companies, you have the idea, you have passion, you have potential. But what you usually lack is upfront capital, money to actually pay people to take the ride and take the risk with you. What stock options allow you to do is commit a certain number of shares to a person or their company. It can go that way. And that usually stands in lieu of paying them real money right away. So they make an investment of sorts. They put in the sweat equity, they put in the work, put in the time. And for that, they get the upside of the value of the company from the time they get the option to the time they exercise the option, the time they cash it in. So really the value of a stock option is the gap between day one and day whatever. They are able to help in that growth, then they pretty much get value and honor for it. I did see a flurry of questions pop up, so I'm going to try to pull up the actual Facebook conversation over here and address them as I can. So I got a question about the other side of things. So instead of a corporation, an LLC, I would suggest an LLC in every other case. So if you're not looking for private equity, venture capital investment, and if you're not planning to issue stock options, it makes sense to have an LLC otherwise. Reason I say that is because those are the most flexible form of entity. You can basically follow little to no corporate formalities, except that with every entity, you want to make sure that you have a separate EIN, which is an acronym for Employee Identification Number. That's something you get from the IRS, Internal Revenue Service. Quick and easy to do yourself online. You just go to the website, fill out the information, and they give you one free of charge. So you want a separate EIN. It's a lot like a social security number for an individual, but for your business. That's how the business is taxed at a federal level. So you want that. You also want a separate business banking account, no matter what. I even suggest that for the sole proprietor that I downed earlier for not having their personal assets protected. A separate business bank account is just one way to further separate yourself from the business. You want all the money from the contracts, everything you're putting out and coming in, to flow outside of you as a founder, as a personal individual. Even down to credit cards. I would get some business credit cards, a few, and this is not an endorsement of the product, but one I use for me and mine is American Express. They have one called Simply Plus. It's no annual fee. No matter what your credit limit is, they have something called spending power. So you can go as far over that as reasonable, as long as you pay down that balance within the same billing cycle. So that's something that affords a lot of cushion, comfort, flexibility for folk. I suggest having a separate business banking account, separate business credit cards if you can. A number of reasons for doing that. I mean, besides rewards points, you are legally running a business and you want to do that outside of yourself. So back to the corporation or the LLC conversation. I hope I answered that. So it's, if you're not taking an outside investment, if you're not looking to issue stock options and have those be treated favorably on the tax front, every other situation, I would say an LLC is probably best. The other piece of this conversation I mentioned was where to form. And I did see a question pop up. Do I handle corporate formation? I can. There's a price associated. We usually do that at a flat rate with my firm, but we can all sort of talk about that offline. And besides my firm's website link, the URL, I'll add my email address for a more direct point of contact. Other piece is where to form. So back to that first element of private equity or venture capital investment, they prefer the corporation entity type. They also prefer most companies be Delaware corporations. A few reasons for that, besides it being like market, industry, normal, standard, which are all amorphous terms. The rationale is that the business courts in Delaware are the best, pretty much hands down. They have a chancery division that handles the biggest cases with the best and brightest judges and attorneys. So the precedents that they set are often followed by the rest of the judges and the nation on the legal front. Besides that, it's really just because the investors have investors, and the way their portfolios are set up, and the way their risk appetite is. A lot of them don't want to be in any unfamiliar territory. So you have to sort of consider their position and work with them if you want their money. So that's the reason for Delaware. That said, there are more and more regional groups and investors here in the Southeast. There are plenty of funds that are very well able and willing to invest in corporations from their home state in their home state. And the other piece is, even if you form a Delaware corporation and you're doing business elsewhere, you'll still need and this is a rose by any other name, but there's a few terms for it. Foreign qualification to do business. Another word is a certificate of authority. All of these things just mean that the business is domiciled or resident in another state, supposedly, technically, but the actual activity is happening elsewhere. And in order for one, like that state's Department of Revenue to tax you right, and for people in the state to know who you are and what you're up to, each Secretary of State usually demands that you register there as well. So you would still be a Delaware corporation, but have a certificate of authority, for instance, in North Carolina or in Virginia or wherever else you are. The line for what activity is a little different state to state, but usually boils down to where your workers are, or where most of your activity is, your contracts, your pitches, anything along those lines. So at the launch stage, I think I've covered most bases for entity type, entity choice, where to form. The other piece is beyond forming an entity, you want to have the right stuff behind it. So with an LLC, all you need to put it on the Secretary of State website and for it to exist legally is to file what's called a certificate of formation, or articles of formation in some states. That's called a charter. And it basically just says, hey, I'm here, I'm doing such and such. You can find me here. That's the only public filing. What needs to happen behind the scenes is for you to have an operating agreement. That means it's a lot like a partnership agreement in a partnership, but in an LLC, it's called an operating agreement, and it lays out the rules for the company, how it's run, who can do what happens if someone wants to leave, what happens if there's a tie, a deadlock in voting. All of those things you think through ahead of time, or you have someone like me help you figure them out and put it on paper and have it signed by the owners. So in an LLC, the owners are called members. They, in some ways, people set it up as just percentage ownerships. I'm of the new school of sorts, where I prefer to have like a number of units that operate a lot like shares in a corporation. But you have a set number of units at any given point; those make up 100%. But this gives you an easier way to bring in some investment and dilute the first owners with the new ownership. I'll explain a little bit what dilution means. So if you have two founders, they're 50-50. If you bring in a third person, and that person wants 10%. That 10% comes from somewhere, somebody. So the first owners are no longer 50-50. They're 45-45, and you have the new 10. So that's dilution in a nutshell. With LLCs that just use membership percentages, just use percentage interests, that's a lot harder to do and a lot more complicated, and you have to hurt feelings as you go. Instead of just having them own a number of units at the outset, you always own them until you don't, until you sell them or give them up. But then as you go, other people can own other units and you still have what you had, but that dilution happens naturally with the growth. I find that a lot easier pill to swallow generally. So it's an operating agreement with an LLC that's behind the scenes. It's not filed, but it is important. With a corporation, the corollary is bylaws. Much the same, they lay out who can do what happens if someone wants to leave, what happens if there's a tie, how voting works. Again, not filed, but important. Investors will need to see it and want to see it before they give you money. So those are important. The other things at the launch stage you want to make sure you have right are intellectual property assignments from you, the founder, from anyone you're working with, to the business, to the company. This is a step some people skip, and it really hurts. The form that takes is usually what's called a proprietary information and inventions assignment agreement, PIIA. Mouthful, but that's what it is. You also want to have some like confidentiality clauses either baked into that agreement or separately. You want to figure out, and this is awkward if you're doing it alone, but still figure out an employment agreement for yourself and the business, a consulting agreement if you don't want to deal with payroll and all those complications. And the other thing is with either form of entity, but especially corporations, most founder shares are usually subject to vesting or reverse vesting in reality, but it means that you get the number of shares you get, but there's something called a stock repurchase agreement in place where the company has the ability to buy back your shares at pennies on the dollar if you leave or if someone replaces you or if something happens. That's something, it's uncomfortable for some founders to think through, but it really is one of those things investors want to see to make sure the business has a life of its own. And vesting shows a commitment on your end that you're going to stick around and see it through. What they don't want is to invest in a company, you give up, and then you still own whatever they put in. They don't like that. I wouldn't like that. And being an investor in a couple operations so far, it's not wise or prudent or good stewardship. So, besides the charter, so again, it's articles or your certificate of organization or formation for an LLC. That's the charter, that's public. It's the certificate of incorporation or articles of incorporation for a corporation. That's the charter. That's public, that's filed. You want an operating agreement or you want bylaws to exist. Someone has to do them. It's best if they are thought through. Plenty of templates online, plenty of ways to DIY. But I, as a lawyer, always recommend talking to one if you can afford it. And just like trying to learn either way. So whether you can afford it or not, it's best to do it right or else it will have to be redone, and that's more expensive down the road. So invest in yourself, educate yourself, or have someone else that's already made that investment in education do it. So that's not a business pitch. It is the reality that if you don't have an operating agreement and if you don't have bylaws, your business is not investable for most investors. Some people might not know better, and green is green. You can take their money. But back to this idea to the launch stage, I think aligning yourself with investors that have savvy can really go beyond the dollar value of the investment they're bringing you, and take your business from one level to the next, which is what you really want from any sort of ownership stake. So the handout, I'm hoping Dr. Kelly can share it with participants. We broke it down from legal and banking contacts to accelerators, preparing for seed financing, pitch opportunities, which I will touch on really briefly. In this climate, especially with COVID, a lot of us are remote and virtual, and that's it. It's very hard to make a compelling presentation that way. But I will add a link to one article and video I did with my firm that it's just 6 tips for pitching investors remotely. And I'll just run through them really quick. It's number 1 is story time. So you want to start just like you would a face-to-face conversation with what you're doing and why it's different, just as I said at the start of this conversation. Number 2 is to do your homework. We're all on the internet, so endless resources there. But you want to know who the angels are, the venture capital firm, the private equity firm, who they've invested in. That's usually available on a few websites. Their portfolio can tell you a lot about the industries they're either in or looking to enter. Have questions is number 3 for the investor. It is as much an interview of them as it is an interview of you. Fit is so important. And as I mentioned, it's about more than the dollar value they're bringing to the table. It is any other synergies they can bring, any other connections, any other networks, any other markets. You really want to consider all that. Number 4 is to keep it simple, which I've tried to cover a lot of ground here, but hope I did this piece. So just to be direct, digestible, and provide a level of detail so the audience is clear on what you're saying. A lot of times founders can be especially excited about the tech or excited about the science behind it, or any given nerdy thing. But you really want to make sure with a pitch, the investor knows first and foremost what you're asking for and why. So we need X amount of dollars to do Y. Whether that's to prototype things or whether that's to reach a target demographic market, do some test cases, some studies, have a thing that this amount of money will allow you to do. That makes it a lot more compelling for them to spend it, for them to invest it. Number 5 is to connect, if you can, through whichever Google Meet, Zoom, whatever platform you're using. You want to make sure the background is not distracting. You want to make sure that they have your undivided attention and likewise on your end. And number 6 is to close, which I'm getting ready to do. not too much time left with the presentation, but end the meeting with a call to action. Ask for feedback. And there's an adage, if you read the article, you'll see it, but I'll just say it here. If you need funding, ask for advice, and you might get both. Be sure you know what your next steps are, and make sure you follow up. If the answer is no, which happens, or not yet, keep them in the loop. Follow up. Doesn't have to be hounding, doesn't have to be annoying. But there are tons of success stories that stem from not being discouraged by initial rejection, but seeing it as, for one, way to check yourself, kick your own tires, and make yourself more ready for next time. So I'm going to add a link to that. Sorry, I'm working on a few different devices and platforms here. But hope that's helpful. If I do find a way to link the PDF itself, I'll do that as well. But I do want to get through every stage since that's the format. So we're at the launch stage. We know we need a team. We know we need an entity, a business. And which form of entity kind of depends on those factors I mentioned. Now we're to growth. We are to growth stage. This is where the struggle beard goes from this to the full thing that we want. So the stages to growth we have here are connect, like you want it to connect, and funding, which is kind of the main event. So what we did, we broke it down into investor networks. And these are all specifically catered to and focused on Black businesses, which I might not have mentioned. And then the funding, we have angels and micro VCs, venture capital firms, and some private equity firms. Again, all either with a entire target of Black businesses or who have recently kind of expressed a focus on that area. In light of social civil unrest lately, a lot of folk you wouldn't expect have sort of stepped up to the plate to share in our efforts as a community to take our businesses from one level to the next. So I really hope that list is helpful. One thing I did over the summer, so it was in the wake of the protests, the riots. I wrote one article, published in a few places, but it was the costs of free speech and silence for businesses. So what that did, it talked about all of the statements folk were putting out, and what it meant to say nothing in times like that, who you might be unintendedly messaging with what you don't say. So with our own businesses, even, I find that a number of Black founders, so they struggle whether to make their race, their color, sort of a leading trait, something that they talk about. There's the fear of sort of being seen as overly focused on just Black people, just Black issues, of limiting your market reach that way, of limiting investor reach that way. But I found, especially over this summer, that those issues coming to the forefront really tested the merit of a lot of the rhetoric that we hear based around diversity, based around inclusion, based around retention. And conversations went further than ever to not just who are you hiring, but who's on your board. This is a Black Business Expo, so I'm preaching to the choir literally here. And most of you do not need this advice, but for the investors that are looking at you, or for the other vendors and businesses you do business with, I would say now is as ripe a time as I've seen in my young days to really ask the questions that are uncomfortable, still uncomfortable to this day for some, and to have those conversations. I mention it now in the growth stage, for one, because a lot of these connections and funding sources are having a particular interest and eye toward us Black founders, toward us Black resource providers. And it's no time to be shy about where we stand with our needs, where we stand with the community, what we stand for and against. I'm going to try to add a link to that article as well, just because I'm mentioning it. And yeah, I really think that we are in a position where, as a community, our founders can reach pockets, reach ears, get attention, get interest, get investment from sources that would otherwise not care or not look at us or look toward us for anything. So now, I say all that to say, I think now is really the time for us to shine. I think that starting strong is imperative. That's why I walked through that operating agreement thing, that bylaw thing. So we don't just do the bare minimum to set up shop, but so that we're investor ready. People are looking to give us money. People are looking to help us take businesses from one level to the next. And I have a calling and a burden to help us be ready for investors when they come. So beyond the growth stage, the connecting and the funding, I should mention, since this is about stages and strategies of growth, exits, getting out of the business, mergers and acquisitions. This is another practice I have, another thing my firm does. But it is something a lot of founders don't think about because they are passionate about the business. They want to do the business. But it is something you should think through, whether you want to be the end all be all, or whether you want your thing to live beyond you, to have a life of its own, like we've talked about this whole time. To me, an exit, a sell, is sort of the ultimate coup d'etat. I love M&A. It's something I did. This was a short stint, but with a in-house with a private equity firm in Durham. A lot of acquisition activity, and I saw these founders, mostly white, mostly old, mostly men, make millions and walk away happily, leave their employees in good hands, leave the product, the service, whatever they built, in someone else's stewardship that would see it through where it is and take it to another level if there are synergies, and if there are crossovers, and if there are markets, and if someone wants to buy you, there's a reason. So you're either taking their business that they want, or it's literally just that they think they can make money from that endeavor. Literally, could just be that simple. But I will say in this conversation, every founder should think through an exit, because it's either you sell the business or you don't. And if you don't, you have to have an eye toward retirement and what that means, handing off the business that way, without the millions of dollars and without the payout. So I would say these financing rounds and everything with the investors and all of that, it usually leads to exit. That's the kind of the whole point of it. Most investors, they want a return on investment, and the way that happens is a sale of the company for a price that is higher than what they paid for their share, for a valuation and enterprise value that is higher than what they paid for their price per share. So I would say this whole structure, like the whole conversation we had about taking an idea, launching the idea, growing the idea, all leads to M&A at the end of the road. And I want to see that for us. I think it is not selling out in the colloquial derogatory way, but it is a way to create wealth, often generational wealth, that we as a people are often on the outskirts of M&A activity. Part of why I have the practice I have with the firm I'm with is to change that, is to really help us prepare for investors and prepare for what's next. So I think that's my time. Dr. Kelly's back up. Hope it was helpful.
Put yourself on mute for a moment. Yes, and Peter, I tell you, man, that was so exciting. While you were on, I got a phone call from a group of young entrepreneurs who want to do something just like what we're doing on this platform, but basically under 30. And I thought it was just outstanding when I was having a conversation with the young lady, and she was like, "We need to do this. We need our voices heard, and you need to do a youth edition." And she kept talking about, we need to do a youth edition. We need to do a youth edition. And then I said to her, I said, we don't need to do a youth edition. We need to go ahead and honor our young people as business owners and go ahead and say it's not a youth edition, it's not an old person edition, it's not a light edition, it's not a dark edition, but it's an edition of us as business owners. And I'm sure you can understand that being young, because a lot of times the older people act like, well, y'all young, y'all don't know what y'all talking about. But what I recognize is there are millionaires who are young folk who are doing things differently. There are millionaires who are using this telephone right here to change their lives and their families. And once we understand that and embrace that and stop making that divide of young and old, then we all can do some better things together.
Agreed. Yeah, I'm an old soul. Only 30 for a couple more months, under 30 for a couple more months, but I definitely, like I said, try to be a bridge, young and old, black and white, however I can. And I do appreciate this opportunity to talk to your audience. All in this together, man.
And of course, we're going to be bringing you back. So just as one of my friends, he never calls me after he says this. He says, "Stay by the phone. I'm gonna call you back." we will definitely have you to come back. Thank you so very much, and we look forward to all the great things you continue to do. Okay.
All right. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. And of course, as we continue, we're going to bring up another lady, a young lady who's doing some great things. And thank you, Veronica Hardy. We really appreciate you being here all week and watching what's going on. You know, I'm almost want to bring you on the camera and talk about your voice because it sounds like you have something to say. But another lady that has something to say, um, she is none other than Kimberly McLean. Bring Kimberly up. Unmute yourself, Kimberly.
Can you guys?
Yes, they can hear you. I'm not going to stay here long. I'm going to move on. Thank you so very much. And Kimberly McLean is going to talk to you about another pressing business issue. It's Black Business TV. Talk to you on the other side.
Good afternoon, everyone. I am so excited about being here. If you all did not get my first session, it's going to be a continuation of that today. So what I'd like to do, I'm going to share my screen briefly, and let's do that first. Okay, hopefully you can see my screen. And what I like to do is, first of all, reintroduce myself. My name is Kimberly McLean, and I am a wife and mother first, but secondly, I am a digital marketer. Now, I made that transition from being a traditional agency to actually being a digital agency. And that transition took place right around 2009, 2010, when we had that recession and people were trying to pivot just as they are trying to do today. And I learned a lot about online marketing and using digital tools to market my business. I've been in business for over 20 something years and have a marketing and sales background. I've owned an agency since 2001. I also was fortunate enough to partner with some local television stations that you may be familiar with, Fox 50 and CW22. During that partnership, I started a TV show that was broadcasting out to about 2 million homes and 26 counties. And we were very successful and educating people and entertaining people on things to do in Raleigh and the surrounding areas. I also was fortunate enough to really get involved with the community. And I started a program called Community Connect of North Carolina. Now, the highlight of that particular, organization that I partnered with, a business incubator for over 13 years, was we were able to do so much with the community that Governor Brad Miller personally invited me and 34 other North Carolina companies to represent North Carolina at the White House. That's right. I was able to meet President Obama and his administrative staff and give them advice on the concerns of small businesses and micro businesses in the North Carolina area. And so I'm very proud about that. And so that's a quick little overview of who I am. I really want to take most of this time to kind of educate you on how to market your business, how to brand your business, and how to become a thought leader using all of the medias, including traffic and banner ads, television, and some other things that we'll get into. Now I'm going to stop sharing for a moment. And I'm going to see if I can get back to you guys. All right, there we go. Now, before we get into the second part of this, I just want you all to realize that I'm going to treat this like a course. And so in doing so, I'm literally going to walk you through step by step what you need to do to supercharge your sales funnels and your website. Now, as I mentioned before in a previous presentation, there are four core disciplines that we pay attention to as an agency. And they are reputation management, social media management, traffic, and funnels and automation. Now, today, this particular presentation is going to go over 9 little known secrets that we know about that will convert your customers, or your visitors, if you will, into customers. And so I'm going to go back to the presentation and we're going to go through step by step how you can do this. So I suggest that this is a good time to invite people to who you know that have a website or have a business that are not really getting the most out of their marketing, don't really understand lead generation, don't really understand how to maximize the existing tools such as their website that they have. I'm going to be digging into that, and I'm going to give you guys some secrets that we actually do internally that we really don't share with the public. So, keep your ears on. This is going to just be between us. Okay. You should be seeing my screen now. Now, as I mentioned, we're going to start with 9 little known secrets to supercharge your website and sales funnels that will convert more customers for your business. Now, as I step you through these secrets, I'll reveal a way for you to completely separate yourself as a market leader in the industry. Now, we're going to talk about traffic, and we'll start there, assuming that you all understand or have at least considered some level of paid traffic. Now, there's 2 types of display marketing, and that's what we really specialize in. One is called retargeting and ad traffic. Now, 90%, did you know that 96% of your website visitors don't even contact you? Now, this is what usually happens. Someone visits your website, and then 100% of the visitors are captured, because what we do is we drop a little thing called a pixel onto your website so that we can follow them. Then what happens is we market only your website visitors by placing ads on those sites, the sites that they are familiar with, the sites that they have visited before. Have you ever went to a site and you kind of clicked on something and it was a tennis shoe or something like that, and you went to one site, then you went to another site and you saw it again? Well, that is what is called retargeting marketing. Now, what we usually do is we drop that little pixel on your site and we follow people up to 1 to 3 months until they're ready to buy. Now, the second type of marketing we call cold ad traffic, which you're probably more familiar with. Now, what happens there is we place a video or ad on a particular site, And then we market. I'm going to try to hide this or move this little. There we go. So as I was mentioning, we market to everyone that visits those sites only from a certain city or a certain demographic area, or that's how we target it. Then the next thing we do is we split test those things. So what we'll do, when I say split test, that means that we'll take one ad, and let's just give an example. Let's say we're talking about a physical therapist, and we'll take one ad and show the knee in pain. But then we might take another ad and show a very confident physical therapist treating someone. And we will compare those two ads to see which one is performing better. So those are the two types of display ad marketing. It's retargeting and traffic. And the reason I mentioned that, I want you to keep that in mind as we talk about ads, paid ads, as well as organic ads, and how we make the most out of them with these two strategies. Now, there's three types of high engaging content. There's reviews, images, and video. Now, what most people don't know, this is a fact. The human brain processes images 40 times faster than they do reading text. So just imagine that. Imagery is very important, and we use it a lot and very strategically. Now, focusing on reviews, videos, image content can be some of the best ways to attract potential customers. Now, here's secret number one. One of our highest converting ads that we use leverages the power of 5-star reviews from your social media sites and review ads. So that's when I talk about that bigger picture, the 4 core areas that we use to market. As you can see, now you can see how the puzzles come together and you see the bigger picture, because we're using reviews and we're using social media as well as some other things. So that's secret number one. Now, here's the way we do some of that. As you can see, this is what we call review ads. And we take that review, and you can see we're reinforcing your branding with your logo, with your branding text or logo. And we're also letting people know and reinforcing what people are saying about you by putting the review right into the ad. So now, the other part that makes this very strategic is that we're following your customers for 60 or 90 days. So it keeps that reputation in front of them. I call it the KMI, the keep in mind method, the Kim method. Playing on my name, Kim. But yes, that keep in mind method puts you and your reputation in front of someone for 60 to 90 days until they're ready to buy. Now, secret number 2. One of our most high converting ads are the ones that we leverage using offers. Offer ads are very important, very effective, because what we do is we reinforce that brand again. We add that call, that immediate call to action. And again, we're following your customers for 60 to 90 days on your social media and other places. Again, with that keep in mind method, the Kim method. Now, fun fact, did you know 81% of customers have been convinced to buy a product or service by simply watching a brand's video? So just remember, videos are very important. They are very effective. And there's a high percentage of people who are convinced to watch and make a buying decision after they have watched the video. So think about that. Now, another fun fact is businesses are using video to grow their company 49% faster year after year than all other organizations. The ones that are using video are growing their businesses 49% faster. That's how effective video marketing is today. Now, our third secret is our review commercials. Now, what we do with our review commercials is we leverage the 5-star value. We also have professional spokespersons that come on and they talk about your 5-star reviews in a 60-second commercial. So can you see how we're taking those pieces of the puzzle, and we're taking reputation, and we're taking video, and we're putting them together? So now can you see, I'm trying to help you understand that bigger picture on the box. Again, we're putting it together using those 4 corners, but we're using them collectively to be more effective and have a total process to market your business, because today it takes all of those things. Now, you can use one of those things and still be very effective, and I'll talk about how to do that. I'm not suggesting do it all at one time, but I am suggesting that how you can do it all together and have synergy just by starting with one thing. Now, retargeting. I'm going to continue to talk about that because that is the key to our success. Retargeting your customers with a review commercial keeps them in mind. The KIM method, keeping you in mind. All of these strategies are designed to do that. Now, secret number 4 is our offer videos. Now, we developed an industry trade secret to converting high converting 30-second ad commercials. Now, we use these commercials to get a person's attention and keep it quickly. Now, we have a proven strategy. We call it our ad cash strategy and storyboard formula. I'm going to go through this, and if you really want to know about this ad cash formula, we're going to you can have a meeting with me, and I'll go over it because I like to customize these strategies. But just know there's a formula and a method to our madness when we're putting these ads together. We also have what we call a storyboard process, but it's not just a story. It's about how you tell and how you show. And there's things we use with that. Again, I'll go over this in more detail with you, and you can book an appointment with me by going to creativeforceagency.com. Now, as I mentioned, there are 4 powerful ways to market your business, but there's also 4 powerful ways to drive traffic to your website. Let's talk about that. That's the review image ads, the 60-second review videos, the offer image ads, and the offer video commercials. That is our main 4 topics of how we drive traffic to your business. And these are the 4 things that we use and tools that we use to get that done. Now, but the goal isn't to get visitors. It's to turn visitors into clients. And that's the job of your website. Most people don't realize that, but that is the goal of the website. If your website is not turning visitors into clients, then it's not doing its job. Now, most websites today are really like brochures, electronic brochures. They're not designed to do anything but sit there and be read. You've seen these, and some of you may have websites still like that. So we're going to talk about how to help you convert that electronic brochure into a lead generating machine. Now, we don't want visitors to just read what we want them to do on our websites. We want them to take action and convert into customers or clients. Now, there's 4 actions we want website visitors to take. We want them to either click, subscribe or opt in, call, or buy something. If your website is not doing these 4 things, then it's simply not doing its job. Now, what's the number one secret a marketer has to get conversions and take actions? Anybody want to guess? Matter of fact, if you're watching this right now and it's helpful to you, please engage and ask any questions. And at the end of the presentation, I'll come back and answer what I can. Now, what do you think the number one secret a marketer has to get conversions to take action? The other question I'll ask for you, what's the second secret a marketer uses to get conversions or to take action? Go ahead and put your answers in the chat if you think you know. Now, how do we present your brand and tell your story with a beginning, a middle, and an end? Now, how do you do that? How do you tell a story with a beginning, a middle, and an end on a 10-page plus website? How do you do that? You guys, go ahead and type in. What do you think? Right. Well, here's the thing. The other question I'll ask you is, how do you split test a 10-page website? And what I mean by that, how do you look at a 10-page website and discern what's working and what's not? What pages are working, what pages not? What areas are working, what areas are not? The 2 most important things a business needs to do to get their website to convert is impossible for about 98% of business owners today. And it's not possible because they have a certain kind of website. They have a brochure. So that leads us to secret number 5. We call it a 1-page brand site funnel. Now, I know you guys have heard of funnels before, but we take it to a different level because we're talking about your website actually being the funnel. It actually is your brand and your story. And it comes down to, what does your market believe about your products, your expertise, and the value that you offer? A funnel is designed to move a visitor into the sales process, and it tells a story. It has a beginning, a middle, and an end that helps a visitor make a decision to choose you. That is a website's job. It has to tell that story, a beginning, a middle, and an end, so that the visitor can make a educated decision or informed decision if they want to do business with you. So visitors go in and, they looking for the product. Your story is told. What makes you different? What's your products and services? What's your expertise? And then what's your value? You have to have all these things in your brand site or your website funnel. Again, what makes you different? Your products and services, your expertise, and your value. That is our one-page funnel. And that is secret number 5 of how we make sure we convert your visitors into customers. Now, secret number 6, I kind of alluded to this earlier. If you want your sales funnel to convert and get more business, you need to tell a better story. How do you do that? How do you know your story is good? Well, the problem is a story, you have to have a story about their problem, right? You have to have a story that gives your solution, identifies their pain, highlights your expertise, your reputation, and the incredible value that you bring and why they should choose you. Now, the secret to that is telling a better story and to split test those part of the stories so you can understand what is converting and what is not. See, a lot of people put a website up and they don't continue to build or have infrastructure to tell them how it's performing and what people are literally responding to. We call that A/B testing. And we build that into every brand funnel, not a electronic brochure, but a website that is a brand funnel. Now, so what parts of your story do you split test? And how do you tell your story in a way that gets new visitors to contact you? I'll give you a hint. It starts by understanding what most of your traffic is looking at. Now, there's new trends in the online website world and prospect behavior impacting online conversions. And what I mean by that is there are things that's happening right now, and you're part of it. You do it every day, but there's things that continue to happen in the behavior of how we engage with websites that have changed forever. And some of you probably doing it right now and watching it on your mobile phone. Did you know that 57% of all U.S. online traffic now comes from, I was going to get my phone, but a mobile device? And so we have to make sure that our web interfaces are compatible. So another thing that I found very interesting, that new trends of online behavior really, is amazing to me. And nearly 8 out of 10 customers would stop engaging with content that doesn't display well on a mobile device. So ask yourself, matter of fact, take your phone out right now and pull up your website and see how well it's behaving on your mobile phone. Now, almost 60% of users on the mobile phone want to scroll. They're not clicking anymore. It is a scroll behavior. And that has changed because of things like Facebook and e-commerce stores like Amazon. And so if your website is designed with that click in mind, and it's not built to scroll, and specifically scroll on a web device, you're losing out and missing a lot of customers. Now, the enemy of conversion, as I mentioned, is the click. I bet some of you didn't know that. And I bet some of you are still saying, click here, click there. The click is dead. And I'm here to tell you that that's a little industry secret, that a lot of people who are building websites today have missed the mark. But you heard it here, and I hope that you take this in mind. I hope you're writing notes. Again, if you have any questions, put them in the chat now. I'll answer them after the presentation. Now, the funnel versus the website. Let's go over that. Now, the funnel is one page. The website, well, the traditional website has multiple pages. The funnel, your story is clear and to the point. With traditional website, it's pretty confusing because you have multiple pages, and this is here and that's there, and this is here and that's there, and you have to click and go to another page. It also has, the funnel has user-friendly scrolling and navigation. The traditional website, hard to navigate, lots of clicking. The funnel is funneling them to immediately take action. And there's immediate call to action instead of do this, do that, do this, do that. There's no clear action steps. All of them are equally calling your attention on traditional websites. You have to be strategic about what you want someone to do immediately. As you can see in the example, if I want you to book an appointment, you're going to see that immediately. Followed with the other things that I was telling you that you need to have in an effective funnel. Now, the funnel has split testing so that you can compare if this imagery or this message is working better than the other. With a website, there's no ability to split test unless you pull it all down, put another one up. But with a funnel, it's automatic. Our funnels anyway. Now, in our funnels, there are 6 to 10 call to actions. Making sure that there's opportunities to be invited into your whole story and all the things that you do, giving the visitor an opportunity to engage the way you want them to as they walk through your story. With a website, there's literally almost no call to actions. You just have, okay, about us, home, content, whatever. But most websites aren't speaking directly to what I want you to do immediately. And it's very confusing. Also, our funnels are very mobile friendly, which, as I told you before, about 60% of traffic is using a mobile device. Most of the websites out here today are either not mobile friendly or have not been optimized. We specialize in this, and as do other agencies. But there's something that I want you all to really take heed of as we talk about how to move from a traditional website to a lead generating machine. And that's what we like to call our funnels. Now, another thing that our funnels do, or that a funnel should do, is track conversions. We want to know who's on the website. What did they do? Who actually converted and opted in or clicked? Most traditional websites don't do that, and it's hard to track conversions. They may have a general, some of them have general conversion analytics, but we go much deeper than the common Google Analytics. We go really deep into where they clicked, how long they stayed, and some other important things that you need to know as you evaluate your visitors while you're trying to convert them into clients or customers. Now, our funnels also do this, and this is one of our secret sauces. We give a free, irresistible offer because we want to give value right up front. Why do we do that? We're telling a story and we're building trust. Because I always say, my father used to say, I can show you better than I can tell you. And so I've modeled my business on that. With the traditional website, most of the time, it's no offers, just contact us. Like, okay, why? So that is the difference between a funnel and a traditional website. Now, how do we tell your story? It's, like I said, it's easier for me to show you. Here's an average looking website on a desktop computer. You can see the traditional, hi, here's my logo, here's the office, here's, what I do, here's my blog, here's about my company, here's a picture of me. Now, as you can see, just because a site is mobile optimized, remember this because a lot of people mistake this, doesn't mean that it's optimized for mobile. So a lot of people say, yes, mobile optimized, but is it optimized for mobile? And here's the difference. As you can see, 60% of the visitors will see something that looks like this. Sort of looks like a tax audit, and your brand looks horrible. As you can see, there's a bunch of text. Because when you get it on a mobile device, if you're too wordy, it fills up the whole device. And as you can see, this is what they say in a whole bunch of words. Not a call to action, not anything to do. Now, this brings us to secret number 7. We call it the story block content. Now, what we do with that, as you can see, the way we construct our sites, that story block becomes the most important thing on your page, because when it's pulled up in the mobile device, you'll see something like this. You have the brand there. You have what you do, delivering amazing whatever you do. You tell them why they want to choose you, because it's same-day service, upfront pricing, and your guarantee, and you have immediate call to action. You then go into who we are very briefly, and then another call to action. Call us today. And so as you can see, just that first part of your website, already we have 2 call to actions, immediate brand reinforcement, and it's easy to read, and it tells the person what to do right away. So you have a choice. You can do website content, or you can do story block content. See the difference? And this is what we do at Creative Force Studios. And you can do it too. Again, it's very, very important to make sure that your website is not just mobile optimized, but optimized for mobile. There is a difference. Now, I'm going to ask you this question. Which one will keep them more engaged and tell your story? Type 1, as you can see, is the opportunity. Is a new opportunity to start using, I'm sorry. This is a new opportunity for you to start using what we do, which is story block content, as opposed to your old way of using your website. And again, I encourage all of you to evaluate now that you have some of these secrets, what you are currently doing. As a matter of fact, I'm offering to do a web health evaluation for the first 15 people that's participating in the Black Business Expo. That is my gift to you all. Now, Secret 7. We use a 21 story block formula. Now, I'm going to reveal some of those, but some of those are proprietary secrets that we only share with our clients. And again, if you would like to get a free evaluation of your existing website and a strategy, I'm going to be doing that for the first 15 people that are participating in the Black Business Expo. Now, secret number one is the title. Excuse me, take a drink here. Secret number one is the title and navigation block. Secret number 2 is the cover block. Can't tell you secret number 3. That's our secret sauce. Secret number 4 is our services. And you really want to have 6 to 8. We'll talk more about that. This is a biggie. Call to action block. There's some other secrets. Again, I got to keep those secrets. But if you book an appointment with me, I'll let you know what they are. And you can do that at creativeforceagency.com, or you can also reach me at Kimberly McClain at creativeforcestudios.com. That's Kimberly McClain, MCCLAIN, at creativeforcestudios.com. The force is singular, the studios is plural. Okay, there's a few more secrets I can't tell you guys, but if you book an appointment, I will. But number 8, you feature a service, number 1. Then you have another featured service, which would be your number 2, a third one, and then there's more secret sauce there. Again, book an appointment and I will tell you all the secrets you need to know. There's some things I can't tell you in this presentation just because they are reserved for my clients. And as I mentioned, I am a marketing consultant, and part of the strategies that I share are strategies that my clients pay me to map out for them. Now, there's a who we are block. There's an expertise block. There's some other things that, again, that I can't share with you on this particular broadcast or this particular conference. But again, if you book an appointment with me, there are 15 of you that will get a free consultation so I can help you evaluate your existing web page and make sure we convert that into a lead generating machine. There's a callback block that is important in our story block formula. There's some other things, again, that we can share once you book an appointment with me. And then there's a map, address, and hours block. And then lastly, there's a footer block. Now, this formula will differentiate you from your competition. I guarantee that. We have been testing this particular method for about 4 years now. And we split test the solutions so that we make sure that we optimize the one that's working the best, and that's converting for you and converting your visitors into customers or clients. Now, let's show you what our brand site website looks like. You can see here is one. Now, Secret number 7. How do you make yourself look different from everyone else? And you do it with our brand site funnel. And as I mentioned, we have a 21 story block formula that we know converts. Now, first of all, the visitor comes by way of some sort of traffic, whether it's paid traffic, as I mentioned before, or social media traffic, and they come to your brand site. Then what happens? And then we get them to opt in, and we respond back with a thank you page, with another call to action. And then this is our secret sauce. This is the follow-up. This is when I talk about funnels and automation. How do you continue to talk to a person once they've opted in and engaged with you? Well, we continue to nurture those relationships through sending a series of emails that continue to give value and also build trust. And that is our funnel and automation process. It's really as simple as this. It's a lot more complicated, but on the high level, you can see this is what you need to do to nurture a relationship and actually convert someone from a visitor to a customer. Now, here's the cool part about this. We have ways to generate leads while you sleep. Now, you can do that a couple of ways. You can hire a lead generator, or, let's talk about that first. Hiring a lead generator. What is it going to take to do that? First of all, you have to post the job description. You have to interview that person. You have to do constant training 2 to 3 weeks. And then you have to pay them weekly or monthly, depending on your process. And then you have to constantly manage those people. Now, or you have a choice. You can create a lead funnel, which I just explained, or a brand site funnel like this, which we talked about offering some type of value. Not coming with your hand closed, but coming with it open and open to give. Now, how do you do that? How do we do that? What we do is we offer a lead magnet. And that's usually something like a report, a checklist, a trial subscription, or some kind of generous offer to say, I can show you better than I can tell you. And then we built that landing page, what we talked about before, that brand site funnel, that engaging interaction to say, hey, here's the page, here's the lead magnet. Now, the second secret to lead generation is you don't have to hire anyone. You can automate your lead generation with a funnel that works for you 24 hours a day. It attracts hot leads and qualifies that lead for your business. So this is how it usually works. A person comes to your site. They'll be introduced to what we call a lead magnet. Now, a lead magnet is something, like I mentioned, some kind of offer, free trial, here's a free book, here's an ebook, here's a report, or something of that nature. Then what happens is, again, we say thank you, and we give them a little bit more information of what's to come. We also give them an opportunity, call to action to continue to learn about us. Go back to our website, learn more. But here's the fun part. While that is going on, again, there are emails being sent out to this person in a sequential way that will continue to court them, continue to give them information so that when they are ready to make a buying decision, they feel like they already know you. So, what is the difference between a brand site, as I mentioned before, a brand site website funnel, and a lead generation funnel? Well, we'll talk about that when you make an appointment. Now, but here's what I want you to do. I want you to use these 9 secrets to supercharge your business by getting more conversions with a website funnel. Now, a website funnel is going to make it easier for your visitors to contact you by having a great offer, showing off your 5-star reputation, and then split testing your story to get you more business. Now, that ends my presentation, but before I do, I just want to talk to you about my contribution to the Black Business Expo. As I mentioned, we're offering a free reputation ad. You can see how important that is into all of the process I just explained. But also for this particular presentation, I'm going to offer to the first 15 people, as I said, a full website consultation and strategy on how to move forward to make sure that your website, your brand funnel, is an effective one. So if you want to evaluate your site, or you want me to evaluate your site, I want you to go to creativeforceagency.com and click on any of the call to actions there that you think best suit you. My website is an example of what I'm explaining to you. I offer all my services with special gifts to the visitor. I want to earn your trust. I want to earn your business. And I can show you better than I can tell you. So with that, I am going to stop sharing. If I can, let me stop sharing for a moment. Okay, hopefully you can see me now. And I'm hoping, I'm looking in to see if anyone has any questions. I see Sandra, thank you for your welcome. I hope that you all have got something out of this. If you have any questions, I can answer them now. If you don't have any questions, I will just talk to you a little bit. I'm really, it's really important to me what the Black Business Expo is doing for a lot of reasons. One, I want to remind you all that the reason we are doing this is for the kids and the scholarships, and to elevate Black businesses by creating a forum that help us network, help us educate, and most importantly, help us give. Now, let's see. I think I do have some questions. Let me see here. What does a funnel build usually cost? Vanita Griffin. It varies. Now, as I mentioned when I spoke to you before, I like to do a total wealth health evaluation so that I can determine how much of your story I need to tell. So if we're talking about just a general funnel where you have already hashed out your story and we don't have to rewrite things or we don't have to restructure your story, it'll start at about $695. Now, funnels can go as far as $5,000, but most people who already have a website can fall into that 700 to 1200 range to get a effective funnel up and running, because we're talking about building that interface. But you got to remember too, as I mentioned in the presentation, we're also talking about that email sequencing and that language. Now, so to get one built, it typically costs that. But then we're also going to need the ABC testing and the marketing of that funnel. But yes, Vanita, I hope that answered your question. It falls between $700 to $1,200 typically. Now, some people need a lot more development and, with writing, product and service discovery and testing and that sort of thing. Okay. Great, Dolores Williams. I would love to connect with you as well. Dolores, if you can put your website in the chat, and I can do some preliminary evaluation so that when we speak, I can help you even further. Again, you can contact me at 800-315-5598. It's my office number. Or my business mobile is 919-523-2607. And so, again, or you can go to my website, which is creativeforceagency.com. Again, Sandra, I think Sandra has a question. Do you use standing email address or do you provide them with a new one? Do you use their standing email address or do you provide them with a new one? It depends. There are situations where you might need either one. And I'll explain that to you, Sandra. What I mean by that is, if I am doing cold email broadcasting or text messaging for you, I may use a cloak email. And the reason I would do that is because I have seasoned it to be strong enough not to get caught into spam folders. And I can explain that more to you when we sit down and meet, but there are reasons to use your personal email and then sometimes emails to use when you are doing broadcasting or bulk mailing. Dolores, okay, my number is 800-315-5598. My business mobile is 919-523-2607. My website is creativeforceagency.com. You can also reach me on LinkedIn. My LinkedIn is just Google Kimberly McLean. and you can find me there as well. So if there aren't any other questions, I will. Eric.
Put yourself on mute while I talk, okay? You know, first of all, for those who don't know, the Black Business Expo's website was down, and we found out that there was something going on with the service that we were using. And of course, we called Kimberly McLean in, and Kimberly came in and not only put up us a temporary site that you can still go to, but she also pointed our old site to the temporary site so that clients and business owners would know that we still exist. I think one of the things that sometimes people don't even understand is the really what people like Kim really actually does. And for those of you who sat here and witnessed her getting a contact on this network, and of course I don't get 10%, but get a contact on this network. That is what we're talking about. It's $1.8 trillion out here, and it's 8 billion people on the planet. We have to stop being spectators and be more engaged. And that's what the Black Business TV is all about. It's for people to get more engaged, for them to do business, and more importantly, for ordinary folk, not the big boys, not the little boys, but ordinary folk to do business. Because if Kim can do 10 clients out of here and just make $100 out of those 10 clients, that's $1,000. Okay? That $1,000 helps build her company and helps build her family. And we got to start looking at ourselves as family. It's 101, Kim. You can say something right quick, but I'm gonna leave you on the screen while I bring in George Frazier. Mark, bring in George Frazier.
Hello there.
Hey George, how's it going?
I am doing unbelievable.
Well, I wanted to introduce somebody to you because, you know, my job is to network with people all over the world. And you one of the top networking people. And as I've always said, you taught me. You don't know it, but I read your first book, buddy. And you know, when I go back and I remember you had this whole list of people on this networking sheet, and you was doing meetings with us way back then talking about how important it was to network. And so with that being said, I know you do your power conference, and this lady here, this is Kimberly McLean, and I wanted her and you to meet because I wanted to do face to face, and this is what we want to do on Black Business TV. Kim, you can say a couple of words to George, and he's going to tell you, email me.
Hello, Dr. Frazier. Thank you so much for this introduction, Eric. I've been following you for a while, and I am so excited to actually meet you, not face to face, but as close to face as we can get during this pandemic. I will be sending you an email. I have a television network called Creative Force Studios Network, and we have a channel called Financial Secrets. I want to talk to you about highlighting you on that. And I think that it would be a tremendous resource for not only people all over the world. We actually stream out to 200 countries, but it would be very important for the African-American community and the Black community to continue to just get all the blessings that you continue to give. And thank you so much for being on this in this conference and helping us with this Black Business Olympics. I'm so excited that you're here. You should see all the notes I have from your sessions already. And I'm using them. I hope you don't mind me stealing things like the difference between a mentor and a sponsor. That was gold. And again, I appreciate all that you do. Without further ado, I will turn it over to you and just get out my pen and pencil and start taking notes. Thank you.
Thank you, my dear Kimberly. Let's stay connected. Eric will give you my email address and so forth. and let's stay connected. You're doing great work. You're serving, you're loving, and you're giving. And you couldn't support a nicer guy with an incredible heart and a servant leader than Eric Kelly. So that's why I'm on the call. No question about it. All right. Thank you.
Uh, thanks a lot, George. Thanks a lot, Kim. I'm going to get out the way. You know I'm a time guy, and I want to get everybody on time. I'm 4 minutes in. Thank you for that. Talk to you on the other side, George.
All right.
Thank you. And with no further ado, I'd like to introduce to you again the amazing Dr. George C. Frazier.
Thank you, Eric. Hello, brothers and sisters. How are you this afternoon? So I'm here for part 3. Part 1 was a 30,000-foot view of why economics must become the new black power, certainly for the next generation or two in the Pan-African diaspora, but specifically in Black America, must become our goal and must become the mantra and must become our agenda for the 21st century. Part 1 was a 30,000-foot view, if you remember. And I will just refresh your memories on a couple of key points that I made. And then today I promised that I would get more granular about what each of you can do to change your economic status beginning tomorrow. There are many things that you can do. And you have time to do it. Don't forget that. Will there be obstacles? Yes, there will be obstacles. But that's how God has designed a system. I'll unpack that again for you at pretty much the close of this talk. And I will leave some time for you to ask questions as well. I closed part 1 on Wednesday by saying that unless we get our act together as Black people in this country, we are headed into a second slavery. Now, this is not something I made up. This is the result of a major study by the Institute of Policy Studies published April of 2018, of which very few of us read. I read the whole study. The conclusion of the study, in fact, said this, and I'm quoting from the study. By 2053, just 10 years after the country is projected to become majority non-white, Black median families' wealth will be 0 if current trends continue. 20 years later, Latino families will follow suit. White median family wealth will be 250,000 plus. In other words, if nothing changes among our people, we will be in a second slavery. Try to operate in a market-based economy and a democratic capitalistic society without money. We are, in fact, in violation of our own spiritual teachings, if you think about it, for those of you Christians out there. My favorite quote inside of the Bible is Proverbs 13:22. A good man leaves an inheritance to his children's children. I'm appalled by a front page article in USA Today. Fortunately, it was below the fold, about Black baby boomers and their money. And here's what the article said, and I'm quoting the article. The article said, that African American baby boomers will be the first generation of Africans in America to raise another generation of Africans in America that will not do better than them. So in the 400-year history of our people, we are the only generation to raise another generation of Black people that will be worse off. We need our behinds kicked. You can count me out of that. I will not participate in that egregious legacy. We must not allow that to happen. That was the second major point I made on Wednesday. The third major point was a quote from the eminent Black economist, Dr. Amos Wilson. He said this in 1994, and I urge you to go on YouTube, search Dr. Amos Wilson, and watch every YouTube he produced before he died in 1995. And it was Dr. Amos Wilson who said, "Our refusal as Black people to confront the issue of money and wealth is going to end up with our very lives being threatened as people on this earth." He said that in 1994. Was he right? No question about that. He also said, and this is something I absolutely loved and acted on it, he said, only when you look at yourself as a nation can you change things. Well, in 2019, what did we do? We birthed Fraser Nation, citizens of generational wealth. Yes, we did. Here's what it looks like. And maybe you've gone to the site, www.frasernation.com, onefrasernation.com. But here's our brochure, Fraser Nation. That's our logo right here. Here in our brochure is our preamble. Here in our brochure is the beginning of our own Constitution. We have 14 articles in our own Constitution. Here in our brochure is our Declaration of Interdependence. We must link together in a common bond of caring and sharing. We must connect the dots. We must leverage more effectively our collective resources and intellectual capital. And here, we were so bold, is to design and to raise our own flag. The first flag of an African nation in the continental United States since Marcus Garvey, who created and gave us the symbols of red, black, and green. So that is some of the framework from which I want to talk to you and get down to the nitty-gritty this afternoon. Let me repeat. We are in an existential crisis. And until Black America puts Black America first, Black America will always be last. That no one is coming to save us. White people will not be saving Black people. It's been 400 years and we're not saved. Who are we waiting for? We're waiting for what President Obama told us in 2012. We are the ones we are waiting for. To be Black and beautiful means nothing in this world unless you're Black and powerful. And let me say the next statement and still be loved. We cannot be Black and proud and niggers too. White folks are planning for 3 generations and we're planning for Saturday night. The goal, brothers and sisters, is to win, not to look like we're winning. I would rather carry a plastic bag with $5,000 in it than to carry a $5,000 Louis Vuitton bag with $100 in it. You ain't winning, brothers and sisters. Louis Vuitton is winning. Armani is winning. Nike is winning. Gucci is winning. But you ain't winning. It is interesting to me that the rich stay rich while pretending to be poor, and the poor stay poor while pretending to be rich. I talked to you the last time about 7 streams of income. There are some subcategories of these 7 streams of income, but there is multiple opportunity for Black people in this country to have 2 and 3 and 4 streams of income. I believe there should not be a Black person in America with a single stream of income. In fact, one of the things that we focus on at the Power Networking Conference, which is our 20-year-old conference awarded by Forbes magazine as one of the top 5 conferences in America, not to be missed, not one of the top 5 Black conferences, but one of the top 5 of all the conferences, our focus is on business, money, and psychological wellness of our people, because we're out of our natural minds. And we have gone through a psychological holocaust, second to none in the history of humankind, for 350 years. And the eminent Dr. Frances Cress Welsing said it best. She said that has effectively altered our DNA, and we are out of our minds. But we've refused to get therapy. The closest Black people come to therapy is the Black church. God bless the Black church. The most trusted institution, the most important institution in our culture. 7 streams of income. I'll quickly review that. First is earned income. Income from working a job. 95% of Black people have a job. If there are 2 people in your household, you now have 2 streams of income in your household, which is what you will need minimally to make it in America today. The second stream of income is profit income, income from buying and selling. In America, 2 things are going on 24/7. Somebody's buying and somebody's selling. Stop doing all the buying. If you bake cookies, put them in a box, put your name on it and sell it to somebody. If you live on the farm, take the manure, put it in a bag, put your name on it and sell it to somebody. You can become an entrepreneur. Okay, stop doing all the damn buying and sell something. We are the consumption class, Black people in America, and they are the merchant class. They make stuff, we buy stuff. We have got to flip the script over the next couple of generations. We must ultimately become the #1 employer of our own people. Why? Because it is the only way to raise up the poor, is to create work and jobs for your own people. And every immigrant group that has ever come to this country has understood that, but us. Jews are the #1 employer of Jews, Asians are the #1 employer of Asians, East Indians are the #1 employer of East Indians, Arabs are the #1 employer of Arabs. We too must become the #1 employer of our own people. We are the second largest race in the world. The largest are Asians at 4.4 billion. Next are people of African descent, 1.6 billion. And the last are Caucasians at about 1 billion with recessive genes. We, as God's first people, have the dominant genes. So white people are doing every single thing they need to succeed, as egregious as much of it has been. We are not doing everything we need to do to succeed, in spite of the giftedness from God of being his first people. The third stream of income is interest income, income from lending money. It's the only of the 7 that I do not get involved in. I do not lend money. Banks lend money. Credit unions lend money. Maybe you lend money. I don't know. The fourth is dividend income, income from owning stocks, bonds, cryptocurrency, you name it. A broad portfolio, not just money under your mattress. Dividend income, earn compound interest if humanly possible from whatever disposable income or extra income you have that you can save, where we must stop living above our means, which is what we do. Black people have a badass habit. We live above our means, which means we spend more than we earn. We even live, you shouldn't even live within your means, which means you're spending everything you earn. You should live below your means and invest the rest. You should tithe to you first. The first 10%, not the last, but the first 10% of whatever you earn should be invested in you and your family. The fifth is rental income. I made a lot of money in rental income in the 70s. I was buying 2 and 3 family homes at pennies on the dollar in a white neighborhood that was turning black. Rental income. Even if you have a strip mall, it's but something that is bringing you income, right? other than what you have to pay out to live where you live. The sixth is capital gains. That's assets that increase in value. And I'm not talking diamonds. Diamonds don't increase in value. Buy some diamonds and leave the store and turn around and go back and try to sell them and see what they pay you for. Buy a brand new car, drive out of the showroom, turn around and go back and try and sell them that car and see what they pay you, less than what you just paid. So assets that increase in value, especially assets that are invested in instruments that provide compound interest. And the seventh is royalty income. And this is income from using other people's ideas. I get lots of royalty income, not bragging, from the 6 best-selling books I've written over the last 30 years. Right? My publisher sends me a check twice a year from books that were sold on Amazon or in bookstores. So who's using your ideas? What ideas are you developing as the most creative people in America and certainly on this planet? What ideas are you developing that other people want to use? Do you know who receives the largest amount of residual income from people using his ideas from music, really? Number one, the number one person in America, and they had a list in Time magazine on the top 10 residual income earners. James Brown earns the most money every year from people sampling and using his music, and he's been dead almost 5 or 6 years. Residual income. Okay. Now to some granular stuff. There are 6 habits, brothers and sisters, that are going to keep you broke. We've got some badass habits. Black people have some badass habits when it comes to money. Make no mistake about that. One of those bad habits is that we are addicted to instant gratification versus delayed gratification. We want to look like we're wealthy right now. We don't want to take the time and have the patience to build that wealth so that we can afford these things that we purchase that we shouldn't be purchasing. Right? Because we want to feel good now. I understand that. We have some issues. We have some esteem issues. No question about that. You know, I do maintain, and I've observed our people for 40 years, I'm a race man. And a race man or a race woman is someone that has committed to investing their time, talent, and treasure back into his or her own community first. And that's what I've done. And my observance of our people is that we are wounded. And you should understand that. And I understand that. We have been so deeply wounded by this racist society that we live in, right? That it has impacted our self-esteem, that we don't really know who we are. I say it all the time. If brothers really knew who they really were, there is no way that a brother could put a gun to another brother's head and blow his brains out for a pair of Nikes if the brother knew who he really was. That we are the children of the slaves that would not die, that we have the genetic encoding of the great kings and queens of Africa, that we were building pyramids and solving complex engineering problems when other cultures were living in caves, eating each other. And if everything happens for a reason and serves us in some special way, and you will never understand that reason looking forward, and you will only understand it looking backwards, if that is in fact the truth, maybe we were not brought here. Maybe we were sent here. Do you believe that God would put his weakest people here to do his toughest job? I don't think so. How could an America who can morally, spiritually, and biblically justify the kidnapping, raping, and pillaging of another 2 people, natives already in America and Africans brought to America, have any moral or spiritual grounding? And perhaps had God not sent Black people here, America might have self-destructed by now. We are the moral center of this country. We are powerful. God designed it that way. He made black people. The first human remains were found 75,000 years ago in the Olduvai Gorge in Ethiopia. And if you're hanging out in Ethiopia, you're blue-black. So if God birthed people in his image, and the first people were blue-black, what color is God? I want you to think about that. We have work to do. We have to break some of these habits. And the first habit, the very, very bad habit, is that we don't talk about money. We don't talk about money around the kitchen table. We don't talk about money in school. We don't even talk about money in our church. I live in Cleveland, Ohio, one of the largest Jewish populations in America. I've been to the synagogue. I got lots of Jewish friends. I play golf with my Jewish brothers and sisters. That's all they talk about is money. On the golf course, it's all business. In the synagogue, they talk about money. If you sit around the dinner table with Jews, they talk about money and business. That's what they talk about. We have a popular Jewish deli in Cleveland called Corky and Lenny's. And there's a large group of Jewish brothers that meet every morning to have breakfast together at Corky and Lenny's. I'm meeting in another corner with my friends. They're meeting with their friends. And I noticed one day that when they finish breakfast and they finish their conversation, they get up and they shake hands and they say something, but I didn't know what it meant. And here's what they say to each other. When we get up and finish, we shake hands, say, hey, have a good day, keep the faith, whatever. Now, here's what they say. They say, nem the geld. They shake hands and say, nem the geld. And I asked one of my Jewish friends, well, what does nem the geld mean? He looked at me sort of sheepishly. He says, it means get the money. Get the money. We don't talk about money. We are the most financially illiterate people in America. Now, the Wall Street Journal said that financial illiteracy was an American problem. We know that when white folks catch a cold, black people catch pneumonia. So if financial illiteracy is an American problem, it is 10 times the problem in our culture. You should have on your agenda some sort of financial literacy education. You can do it now by Zoom. You can do it virtually. There are all kinds of classes free of charge all over the internet. Get some financial education. Read some books on it. It's hugely important. Begin talking about money with your children. We have a curriculum. We have the WINS Wealth Building Centers. It is a system for financial education that we install in the Black church, and we have our own culturally specific curriculum. It begins with K through 8. Yes, our children can begin learning about money in kindergarten. Do we really understand capitalism? Do we understand the psychology of money and what it is designed for? Now, money is not my God, but it's right up there with oxygen and water. That's where it should be for you too. Try to live without oxygen or water. Let's see how long you survive. Talk about money. If you're hanging out with 5 broke people, within a year, you're going to be the 6th broke person. Be careful who your friends are. Are they talking about money? Do they understand the machinations and the ins and outs of compound interest and how to invest? What is another bad habit we have? Making impulse purchases. Stop it. Your purchases should be planned. Supermarkets are designed in such a way, drugstores are designed in such a way where they advertise something for some ridiculous price. And they know, especially us, when we come in there to get that thing at a ridiculous price, that most of our shopping will be by impulse. Manage your impulses. Make a shopping list and stick to the damn list. I know this is easy to say, difficult to do, but you must do it. What is another bad habit we have? Paying our bills late and the interest that comes with that. Plan your money so there's enough money at the end of the month that you can pay your bills on time. This is especially with credit cards. And that's another bad habit we have, the improper use of credit cards. Most of us are making minimum payments on our credit cards. You will never, ever, ever pay the card off. You will pay mostly interest. In fact, I cut up my credit cards 15 years ago. I don't have a credit card. You know what I have? I have debit cards. Now, what's the difference between a debit and a credit card? You know what it is. I'm not asking anybody when I buy something for credit. Whatever I have in my checking account, whenever I use that debit card, it comes right out of my checking account. In other words, I can't spend any more than is available to me of my own cash. So it's almost like reaching in my pocket every time I buy something and paying in cash. Oh, I'm very disciplined around that. If you have a credit card, cut it up. Now, if you have an American Express card, that's fine because you got to pay it off at the end of the month. Get a debit card. You can either debit or credit your checking account. The proper use of credit cards is one of the badass habits that we have. Another bad habit is buying items that we don't need because they're on sale. Now, I had to get after my wife many years ago. I've been married 48 years. And I had to get after my wife about that. Well, darling, why did you buy that? We got 4 of these already. Oh, it was on sale. It was half price. I said, but we got 4 of them already. It takes us about 8 months to use the one that we have. So right now we have about 2.5 years of inventory. Buying items that we don't need. Another bad habit is we really don't have an emergency fund. You should have 6 months of cash available to you in case of an emergency that you could live without income. Now, the pandemic has shed a whole new light on an emergency fund. Very few of us have saved enough cash for 2 years because this is going to go on for another year. Now, if you have a good portfolio, and if necessary, you can cash in some of your assets to pull you through what will be a second year of this pandemic. You're to the good. But you should have an emergency fund. So these are some of the bad habits that we have, brothers and sisters. I want you to write this down. This is what every Black family should have. These are goals. You don't have to have all these at the same time. But your goal as a fiscally responsible adult Black male or female, this and these items are the things that you should have. You should own land, whether commercial property or residential property. It is the cornerstone of most people's wealth. I cannot tell you how much land we have lost in the South that our forefathers and ancestors passed on to us, where they bought that land, that acreage for pennies on today's dollar. We should own land, both on the ground and in the cloud. That's the new digital real estate is the new land. Do you own your own name on the internet? Do you own your own name? That's land. Do you have websites with specific names and catchy names? That's land. You should own land. You should own gold. Gold. I don't say you don't have to own a lot, but some. And that you keep with you. That will always maintain value. It has through thousands of years. Gold. You can buy them in small increments today. You should own cryptocurrency. That is going to change the whole economic cash system in the world. I own Ethereum and Tron. Tron is a very low price crypto. Ethereum is the second most popular crypto. Do you own crypto? Are you involved in an organization or a team of people that are investing in crypto? I do. I'm a part of a wonderful system called Forsage for building real estate digitally and investing in cryptocurrency. You can join me if you'd like. Just email me. The fourth thing you should own is life insurance. Proper insurance. Proper insurance, yes. Do you know that 60% of all wealth is transferred tax-free through strategic and tactical placement of proper insurance? That there are insurance instruments out there that are incredible as it relates to compound interest, universal index life policies. Now, I have a license in insurance, and I have a license as a certified financial education instructor. Are you properly insured? There was an interesting article in the New York Times on Black people and their cell phones. Here's what the article said. It said that more Black people have insurance on their cell phones than on their life and the life of their children by a factor of 10. So we value our cell phones more than we value our lives or the lives of our children. Are you properly insured? God forbid if something should happen to you. Proper insurance. Every Black family or person should have an LLC. Donald Trump has 500 of them. This is why you don't pay any taxes on the millions and millions that he makes. LLCs. There are so many ways that you can write off things if you have an LLC. And let's call it a home-based business. That you can almost get your taxes down to zero, or certainly you can write off a significant part of the expenses in your home. An LLC. Not a sole proprietorship, but an LLC. Look it up. You can go on LegalZoom and get one for $100. Smart people, wealthy people, know every trick in the game. An LLC. Another thing that every Black family should have is an investment account. Are you in a group of people that are working together and doing investments together? You have an investment account in your bank. What instruments are you using to smartly make your investments? And have you secured a brother or sister who is certified or licensed in financial money management? Ask them about it. Every Black family should have stocks. Stocks, bonds, mutual funds, but fundamentally stocks. The stock market is exploding. My wife and I have it, and again, not bragging, but a good, a decent stock portfolio. And just recently, we put 5 figures into Apple. Apple split 4-1. Do you have a stock portfolio? Get some advice on that. Don't try to pick it yourself. But our advisor advised that we take a chunk of our stock, cash it in, and reinvest it in Apple. Do you have a trust? Every Black family should have a trust. So God forbid if something should happen to you, whatever your assets are in the trust, and they can be given to your children or whomever you want, avoiding taxes. A trust. You go to LegalZoom and get one for $100. A trust. Do you have a will? Every Black family, whether it's a single family or 2, should have a will. Do you know that Chadwick Boseman from Wakanda died without a will? You know who's going to get his money? The lawyers. Aretha died without a will. They're still fighting over her money. You know who's going to get her money? The lawyers. James Brown died without a will. They're still fighting over his money. You know who's going to get his money? The lawyers. Do you have a will? It's basic. I don't care how much or how little you think you have. It should be protected for those who you are going to give it to with a will. You go on LegalZoom and pick one of those up for about $50. And finally, every Black family, somebody in that family, should be producing an essential product. Now, I talked about that earlier. Is somebody in your family entrepreneurial and producing something that you can sell? Now, let me close with a couple of things. I'm going to give you 3 financial rules that will lead you to financial freedom in your life if you follow them. 3 financial rules. These 3 things, if you do these 3 things over time, you will be financially free. The new slavery is debt. Rule number 1, write this down. Your rent or your mortgage should be less than what you make in a week. If there's a 2-income family, then you take the 2 incomes and put it together, and your rent or mortgage should be less than what you make in a week. Oh, many of the banks and financial institutions will allow more than that. But you know how many of us are house poor because of ego? Right? In fact, living in a home that you can easily afford, brothers and sisters, is the key to building wealth. Your neighborhood plays a huge role in how much you save and how much you spend according to all of the research. That you are psychologically under the pressure of keeping up with the Joneses. So you should live in housing that you can easily afford. That's rule number 1. Rule number 2, only borrow money to make money. Oh, it's good to it's okay to borrow money to buy a home, something you can easily afford, because generally over time real estate will always increase in value. Oh, you can borrow money to buy a car, because typically we use our vehicle to get back and forth to work, which earns us money. But there's an art and science to buying a car. 48 years ago, Nora Jean and I made an agreement. It was a simple agreement. We agreed that we would never buy a new car, that we would always buy a 3-year-old luxury car off lease. We decided on Lexus. We decided that we would keep our car payment under $200 a month, and that we would figure out what a new car payment would be on the year in which we purchased our used car, and what the payment would be for that new car, the monthly payment. We were paying $180 a month. A new car payment would have been $300 to $400 a month, depending on the car. And then we agreed that we would take the difference between what we were paying for our used car and what a new car payment would have been had we been stupid enough to do that. And we take that difference from her car and my car, we would combine it, and then we would put it in a financial instrument that generated compound interest. So let's say on an average, that was about $500 a month savings, put into a financial instrument that generated compound interest. And we did that for 48 years. Now, all of you smart Negroes out there that know how to count, that understand compound interest, do the math. Do the math. And we were driving around in a Lexus, paying $180 a month. You paying $300, $400, $500 a month. I'd like to check my bank account from just that one little move with your bank account. Ain't bragging. I'm just advising. Only borrow money to make more money. That's rule number 2. Rule number 3, this is a tough one. As your income increases, your cost of living should decrease or stay the same. As your income increases, your cost of living, okay, should decrease or stay the same. How many of you doing that? How many of you are living above your means, which means you're spending more than you earn? Or living within your means, which means you're spending everything that you earn? You should live below your means and invest the rest. That's why your cost of living should be vigorously and aggressively maintained. Do those 3 things. Follow those 3 rules patiently. And over time, you will end up being financially free. Now, I close with 2 observations. Dr. Fraser, will there be obstacles? Oh, yeah. Absolutely, there'll be obstacles. But I eat obstacles as vitamins, just like I eat no's as vitamins. God has designed the system with obstacles built in. What is the first thing God does when he gives you an assignment that he feels that you're worthy for? He puts an obstacle in your way. And your job is to find a way over, around, through, and under that obstacle, to learn the lessons The stumbles, the falls, the failures are all lessons, all obstacles. This is how we learn. This is how we grow. Obstacles. My favorite quote outside of the Bible is a quote by Marcus Aurelius, one of the 5 great Caesars. And Marcus Aurelius, who said, "The impediment to action advances the action. What stands in your way becomes the way." Said another way, the obstacle is the way. Where there is no obstacle, there is no way. So when God gives you an assignment, that's the first thing he does. And when you find a way over, around, through, and under the obstacle, you get an attaboy and an attagirl from God because you've learned the lessons. And then you get a new assignment at a slightly higher level. And then what is the next thing God does? He puts an obstacle in your way. And again, your job is to find a way over, around, through, and under the obstacle. So when you look back over your life is full of obstacles. That is how it has been designed. If you have the patience, if you have the commitment to excellence, personal growth and development, and constant never-ending improvement, you will find ways and around over those obstacles. If it was easy, why would God need you? He would just do it himself. It is not easy. It is not supposed to be easy. James Baldwin said it beautifully. James Baldwin said, "We are born, we suffer, and then we die." And what he meant by that, it is in a manner in which we overcome our pain and overcome our suffering and our obstacles that will determine the meaning of the dash between the year you were born and the year you die. We will all suffer. Jesus suffered. The Son of God suffered. There will be no exceptions to that rule. It's designed that way. This is what separates the wheat from the chaff. How you manage your suffering, how you overcome your obstacles. I close with this thought and we'll open it up for questions. Life has no meaning. It's one of the most asked questions on earth. What is the meaning of life? Life has no meaning. You have meaning, and you bring it to life. So it is ridiculous to ask for the answer to that question when you are the answer. Life is an inside job. It begins and ends with you. Manage your money well. And when you manage the small money, God will give you more money. But if you can't manage the small stuff, it's going to be hard for you to manage or even secure the big stuff. That's my story. I'm sticking to it. We've got about 8 minutes for questions. I hope you enjoyed my commentary.
Oh my goodness, Dr. Frazier, I have notes everywhere. That was incredible. Can you see me?
I can see you, absolutely. You're right next to me.
Awesome. I have so many notes and so many questions, don't even know where to start. But one question I want to ask you now, I'm looking at your financial rules. And you start off with saying your rent or mortgage should be earned within a week. Now, I know most of us try to keep up with the Joneses, like you said, and you go out and buy more than what you can afford. Now, when you started looking at investing in real estate, did you look at your home as an investment, or did you secure your home first and then seek investment property?
Both.
Okay.
The first home, which my wife and I purchased for $34,000, was what we could afford. Now, we were both working, so we could easily afford it. $34,000. You can't get a garage built for $34,000. So we saw that as an investment, as the cornerstone for the next thing that we were going to do. And because we could easily afford it, it allowed us disposable income to then buy income property. But we bought income property that we could afford. We didn't look for expensive income property. We looked for dirt cheap income property. We happened to, there was a neighborhood in Cleveland, Ohio called Buckeye. It was a Polish neighborhood turning black, and those white folks wanted to get the hell out of there. And they were selling their 2 and 3 family pristine homes for pennies on a dollar. I bought 7 of them in a row.
Wow.
I don't think I paid more than $12,000 for any of those homes. I turned them immediately into Section 8 housing because that's what the government paid the highest rents. I was very selective about the brothers and sisters I put into it. I gave them a pristine home. I kept those homes for about a decade and then flipped them. Having wrote them off, accelerated depreciation, all of the tax benefits from owning property, I almost got down to a 0 tax bracket.
That's awesome. Now that's awesome. Now, one of the things that excited me that you said that I could directly relate to was that you talked about the new digital landlord. As a digital marketer, you know, that gets into my neck of the woods a little bit. And I've been spending a lot of time actually doing just that. Once you understand leveraging and understanding search engine optimization, that's like oceanfront property.
That's right.
So those are some of the strategies that I try to teach my clients and customers about positioning. So I thought that was a great analogy. And I guess the gentleman that spoke before us, Peter, Dr. Peter, he was talking about, and Eric was talking about this generational gap, and you as being such a legend in the black financial world, being able to make that connection with, like you said, buying a property for $30,000 back, you know, many years ago, and making that connection to there's a new type of landlord that face us today. And so understanding those traditional methods, but also being aware of the new direction was really interesting to me. And I know a lot of people on the line, there was an aha moment there. Another connection that you made that I thought was really profound is the investment into crypto, which is a new trend. And talk a little bit more. Can you reiterate on that? I actually made a point to have my son, those were Christmas gifts for the last 4 or 5 years. And either if you want Nike, you can have a stock. You have a Nike stock. If you want, you know, and then I introduced them to cryptocurrency. But can you talk a little bit more about that again?
I have always been interested in cryptocurrency, a little bit afraid to do it on my own by myself. And I found a system called Forsage. And it's a large group of about 30 brothers and sisters who are invested in this system for buying digital property and digital coins very safely. We're, as a group, we're educating ourselves together. And it's the best thing I have seen. I don't know of another system that is wonderful. You just have to trust me on this. If anyone who's interested in this, just email me at gfraser@frasernet.com, gfraser, Fraser @frasernet.com. I'll invite you to one of our meetings and you make your own decision, but you got to trust me. I'm a cautious investor. And crypto, there's a lot of options in crypto, and you really need to know what you're doing. And smart contracts and mining. So this is a wonderful group of brothers and sisters who are doing it together using a system actually out of Russia. But it's incredible, and I've made a small fortune, right? As ignorant as I am about all things crypto, doing this. So if you're interested in taking a sneak peek at Visage, we meet every Thursday night at 7 o'clock. I will get you hooked up, and you just look at it, see if it makes any sense for you. I give a little lecture at the beginning of every Thursday, but it's an incredible thing. And I would advise you just to put your toe in the water, just take a look at it. Okay. I want to make, we're down to 1 minute. I know you guys are great. I want to make an offer to my brothers and sisters out there on behalf of Eric to come to the Power Networking Conference next year, July the 14th to the 17th in Houston, Texas. Houston, Texas. There are 1,500 brothers and sisters, all as smart as you, Kimberly, and all of like mind. We all share a common vision. You know, we only talk about business and money and psychological wellness at our conference. It's 20 years old. That's next year will be our 20th anniversary. And as I said, Forbes magazine named our conference one of the top 5 conferences in America not to be missed. So I want to make everybody a special offer. The offer is good for 2 hours, and it's good for only the first 5 people because it's a crazy offer. If you're interested, if you go to our website, powernetworkingconference.com, you'll notice that an adult registration to our conference is $1,500 and a student is $800. And we encourage you to bring a young person, 17 to 25, because our young people should be sitting at the feet of masters like Eric Kelly and yourself. All right. So we're going to give you a student registration and an adult registration. That's normally $2,300. We're going to reduce that to $499. Right? So that's an $1,800 discount. It's so crazy. We're only going to limit it to the first 5 people. You can only get it through me. You email me at gfraser@frasernet.com. Say I'm in. Put your full name and your cell number in the body of the email, and I will personally contact you and handle our business over the phone by credit card, right? So my personally contacting you may be worth the price of admission. So that is the offer. The first 5 people that are smart enough to take advantage of that. This is my last time appearing at the Black Expo, so I won't be able to make this offer again. Take advantage. Come and meet some of the baddest brothers and sisters on the planet who focuses on building wealth and building businesses. Because if you don't have a system, you don't have a business. I don't know what the hell you have, but it ain't a business. We teach you how to build systems, and we teach you how to double your streams of income every single year. Eric, thank you. I appreciate you, my brother. Kimberly, thank you. Great questions. We could talk all day.
George,
Mm-hmm.
George, the reason I was cutting across you is that we were getting the echo when you started off with your offer. I wanted you to make sure that the people actually heard the offer that you were giving. So that's why I was reaching out to cut across you, because we were having some garbled information.
Okay.
I'm gonna go mute. I'm gonna go mute. We have time. We have some time, so I'm gonna go mute and allow you to go ahead and give the offer again, and then you can give your parting shots, and then we're gonna go to our next guest. But I'm probably gonna go off screen so that you can do that. Okay?
Okay.
Thank you so very much, and I will talk to you as soon as I get done with the next guest. I will call you, George. Okay?
All right, that's a deal. All right, everybody, can you hear me better now? Kimberly, can everybody hear me better now? Is this okay? Great. So here's the offer for the Power Networking Conference, July 14th through the 17th in Houston, Texas, at the Hiltons of America, a 5-star hotel. This is our 20th anniversary. Yes, we've been conference for 20 years. Forbes magazine named it as one of the top conferences in America not to be missed. Last year, Damon John was with us and a whole host of celebrities. If you followed me on the virtual conference, because we couldn't do the live conference this year, we had an award-winning gold standard virtual conference. But the live is awesome. If you go on our site, powernetworkingconference.com, you will see that an adult registration is $1,500 and a student registration is $800. We sell out the conference every year. That's $2,300 for a student and an adult. I'm going to do a package where you can bring a student 17 to 25 and an adult. Instead of paying $2,300, you're going to pay $499. The offer is good for the first 5 people, and it's good for only 2 hours because it's a crazy offer. We're giving you, it costs us more to feed you at this 4-day conference than it costs what we're charging you. So if you want to get it, you got to come to me. You can only get it through me. You can email me at gfraser, F-R-A-S as in Sam, E-R, at frasernet.com, gfraser at frasernet.com. In the subject line, put I'm in. In the body of the email, your full name and cell number. Your full name and your cell number. I'll personally contact you, and we'll handle our business over the phone by credit card. That's the offer. I love you all. Follow the instructions. Follow the advice, and you will be headed to financial freedom, I promise you. Keep doing God's work. And remember, you are the meaning of life.
Thank you, Dr. Fraser. That was incredible.
Thank you, dear. Have a blessed day, and we'll be back at you sooner rather than later. God bless
Absolutely.
you. Thank you.
God bless. Unmute yourself.
And before we get out of here, we just wanted to take a few moments to talk with Kimberly McLean of Creative Force Studios. And Kim, would you kind of break down why reputation advertising is so important in a digital age?
Absolutely. As I mentioned in my presentation and before, reputation management and marketing is now today's key to effectively establishing yourself and reinforcing your branding and marketing. Because as we all know, not just both of us, you and I, Eric, but others, that reputation is where your marketing starts these days. Because most of us, what's the first thing we do when we're looking for a service or a product? We Google it. And so reputation marketing starts with a Google search. It's going to either start, and most people think, oh, I have to be number one in Google to be effective. But what's more important than that ranking space on Google of being number one is having a 5-star review status. Because you can be number one, I could be number 3, and you have 4 stars, and I have 5 stars. Guess who's going to beat you out? People are looking for reinforcement. They're looking for authority. They're looking to trust you. That's why they're doing the research to search. It's called intent marketing. They have an intention. It's a little different, as I spoke about, than pattern interruption marketing. There's a need for both, but you have to be very strategic in reinforcing your reputation on both of those type of marketing. Like I said, intent marketing has, I have an intention. I'm looking for something. And so me as a marketer, I want to make sure that you're strategically positioned for that viewer's intention. And then my job is to make sure that I reinforce that intention by making sure that your reputation is stellar. And I do that by making sure that you have good 5-star reviews, and I'm reinforcing your authority through various platforms, including things like interviewing and opportunities just like this in the Black Business Expo. Anybody that's speaking here at this expo should be looking at this as a authority builder and reinforcing the value that most of the speakers are giving here. And that's part of building the reputation, is building that, reinforcing the reputation, and moving it along with various platforms and strategies. And so that's how we really, work with reinforcing reputation branding.
Well, earlier you talked about the click funnel piece, and we hear so much about funnels. We hear so much about the mobile piece. What does that really mean?
That's a good question. That's a good question. And I hear that a lot. What is a funnel? And you mentioned something you call click funnels. Click funnel is actually a branded funnel. The difference between what we do in our brand site funnels is that we're taking your website and we're funneling a person through a process. And I kind of explained that by talking about the funnel process. I always use a relationship type of journey to explain it. And what I mean by that is when you first meet someone that you're interested in or interested in you, the first thing you do is you try to get to know that person. You try to build some trust. You try to discern what is going to be attractive to you, or what why do you want to engage with this person? The second part of that is you start to build a relationship. And this is what a funnel does. It kind of introduces you to that person and you put your best foot forward. And we do that by giving some value. And then once you give that value, put your best foot forward, and then you continue that relationship. And what I mean by that is you start to let them know more about you. You may go on the first date. You may, before the date, you may if it's somewhere you meet them that requires you to do whatever you're participating in, you may join them in that. It could be, a dance or a party. It could be engaging in a conversation or joining activity. But once you get through that process, and then it becomes a journey and a continuous courting. And that's when I talk about how you opt in and then you court them through a series of email conversation or retargeting conversation, which means, remember I explained to you that if you actually went on a website and you know how you go on a website and then you click something and it kind of follows you around. It's that same kind of concept where you would be followed around and continue to reinforce that initial introduction. And so that is kind of what the funnel process is all about, getting connected and then being courted through a journey until you get to the point that you want to make a buying or purchasing decision. So that's kind of what a funnel is all about. And that's the way we do it. It's it's sort of like a relationship building process.
When I asked you that question, it seems like you've been in this business for such a long time. How long have you been doing this kind of work, and what made you find this kind of work that you do?
That's a good question. I actually been have owned the agency since 2001. Now I've been in the graphic design business since 1998, but I started my agency in 2001. And the journey has been really interesting. Initially, I had a traditional agency, and we started with traditional things like billboards and purchasing media on both radio and television. But around 2009, 8, 9, we made that transition into a digital agency. As things changed and websites became, and online marketing became more important, we transitioned and started providing digital services such as search engine optimization, such as website design and optimization, until we evolved into the type of agency that we are today, which is a full service agency that again provides services in four core areas. As I mentioned, it's reputation, social media, traffic, and funnels and automation. You really need all four of those core disciplines to really dominate the market. Now, any one of those disciplines, if you engage strategically, can help enhance your business two, three, tenfold sometimes. But having all of them in the total puzzle and picture on the box will give you an industry advantage like no other. And so that's, we made that transition due to how the evolution of marketing itself. And so we evolved with it.
When you begin to talk about how long you've been in this marketplace, talk a little bit about what are some of the success stories that you've had, and talk about, and I don't know if you can actually talk about a client, because a lot of times clients information is the company's information, but talk about when you've had an aha moment in terms of what you do.
Sure. Well, I can give you a general case study. Um, I'll give you a old case study, and then we'll talk about pivoting in the pandemic and some of those solutions. Now, a few years back, I had the opportunity to work with a major university that you all are pretty familiar with. And actually, they were making the transition from being a on-site traditional university to making a transition into distance learning. And I was instrumental on helping develop that curriculum and those actual applications to deliver instruction online. You see, one of the things in my business that I had to make a traditional, I guess, make a transition, if you will, from one type of agency to another is I went to school for visual communications. And as the industries changed, I realized that that back end discipline also needed to be learned and developed in order to be a full service digital agency. So I obtained, not only do I have visual communication education, I also have certifications in various front end applications in computer languages. That's why Creative Force Studios actually we have a lot of our own products. You may have seen some of them in my previous presentations, things like digital strategy maps. We also have our own mobile stores and applications. And we actually build applications for our clients. And so those are some of the things I had to transition in. And as I was mentioning my story with this major university, we had to build interfaces that would be conducive to distance learning. Now, bringing up our services to today, and very relevant right now, we actually have a certain industry that we have dominated the market with because we have built online menuing systems and delivery systems for the restaurant industry. Now, during the pandemic, we were able to pivot or help these restaurants pivot into online delivery, and also use certain applications that were complementary with third-party delivery services such as Uber and Uber Eats and things like that. So this is, I think, one of the things that separates Creative Force Studios and Creative Force Agency from most agencies is we're more than just a pretty interface. We actually develop applications and customize them for what you truly need. So, I think that when you look at an agency, you want to make sure that they have not only the front end and the pretty interface, you want to make sure they have applications that help with processes and systems, and more importantly, customized strategies for your end goal. Because simply put, one shoe never fits all. Not when you get into the nitty-gritty of delivering services and applications and offers that convert.
Well, when you begin to talk about the things that convert, and you look at how you've been able to dominate your marketplace, what are some of the misconceptions that people have in terms of, SEOs, in terms of the internet, when people say, well, it's all the same. All I got to do is get my website, throw it up there, come up with a cute name, and I'm gonna be number one, and then the world is gonna come to my site. I'm gonna make $1 million. What are some of the challenges that you see there? And then I want you to talk about your television network.
Sure. So most of the time, a lot of people, as I mentioned before, a lot of people, when they look at search engine optimization, what they don't really understand is there's two big types of marketing. And there's, like I mentioned, pattern interruption marketing. And that's where I'm doing something else of interest and you interrupt my pattern. Things like YouTube or Facebook can be that type of marketing, as opposed to something like Google search, which is we call intent-based marketing. And that's where somebody's actually looking for your service. They're saying, how do I stop this pain in my knee? Or how do I find emergency plumber? Those things are really, I guess those things are driven by intent. And so you want to make sure that when you were saying people just build a website, build it and they will come, it's really not that that is not really possible. You're not going to be effective. It's not like the Field of Dreams or something like that. Build it and they'll come. You really have to think about your keywords and being strategic with that. And though that is there's a lot of strategy to that. And one of the things we do, if you want to know, when we do our evaluations, we do that kind of research for you, so we can tell you what's competitive, what you need to do. And then we know how to implement that into your website, into your social media, into your reputation, so that you are indexing in a way that search engines and other directories are going to see you and rank you. Now, having said that, one of the things that we do with our television network is we make sure that when we are placing content on our channels and when we are ranking content on our channels, we're making sure that we get to the people and that demographic that's interested in what we do and that specific channel. And we do that by using things like interest and keywords, and we even go as far as targeting your location, your buying habits. But those things and that data are things that if you don't have a good handle on, you really want to reach out to an agency that has that. It's very hard for an individual to do this kind of research, but we are a full service agency and we have a lot of people and partners providing us with data and other things, such as we're partnered with some of the major websites in the world, like the Weather Channel, CNN, ESPN, just to name a few. We also have techniques and applications that understand data and pulling different interests from various sites, various online entities to bring us the kind of information we need specifically for your demographic and the target market that you want to provide services. We know how to get in front of them because we have the analytics and data, and we build our interfaces to be able to filter out that particular target, if you will, and be strategic in talking to them. My channel is, just in case I didn't mention it, my network is called the Creative Force Network. Two of the shows that I think might interest you all, we'll talk about the entertainment part first. I have a channel called the American Theater Channel. Now, what's fun about that channel is it speaks right to our heart as business owners in connecting business with the actual entertainment piece. And I have a series on the channel right now with explaining the different jobs in the theater. You should check it out. It's on Roku right now. It's called the American Theater Channel. Now, on the other hand, I have another channel called Financial Secrets. And I've partnered with one of the biggest industry leaders in financial literacy. And the name of that is called Bible Secrets, Kingdom Business Financial Strategies. So those are a little bit about my channel. We're going to have some really good things coming up as we're partnering also with the Black Business Expo to do some things on the channel. And we have a lot of things coming up on the network that's going to be really exciting. We have another channel that my son actually runs called Gamers Matter. And that channel is about anime, gaming, and comics. So look for that as well. That's going to be coming up and marketed soon. And as I mentioned, this channel our channels reach over 200 countries and various languages. And so we really want to encourage you to reach out to me. Again, my email is Kimberly McLean at creativeforcestudios.com. That's Force singular, studios plural. creativeforcestudios.com. Reach out to me and let's talk about what content you may have to join us.
Well, I think that was very insightful, and I think sometimes people miss, all of what people do sometimes. And as we continue to ask you a couple of questions, I just have one other question that I want to ask you, and that question is, what do you tell your clients? You know, when your clients are impatient and looking for a get rich or get it done right now. I don't understand what you're doing. What are you doing? Um, I just don't know. What do you say to those clients who come to you, you know, not out of understanding, but out of ignorance or out of what I would call the money conversation, because they're spending their dollars with you
Right.
and they expect that tomorrow that 1,000 customers are gonna walk through the door, and you're doing all you can because you understand that patience is a part of this whole piece. How do you handle that? What do you say?
That's an excellent question. That's an excellent question. And I'm so glad you asked that, because a lot of times you're right. People don't really understand marketing is a process. And one of the and you have to manage those expectations. That's why I came up with the strategy map application that you may have seen me map through a process. One of the first things I do with the client, here's my process. The first thing I want to do is sit down with you and do a consultation and really try to understand your business. Then the second step is I map out a strategic process of how we're going to get to your goal, which we know the goal is to get more business, gain customers and get more business. Now, because I use that map strategy process, my clients have a big picture of how I'm going to help them right from the start. So they're not confused with what are you doing? I actually take them on the journey with me, mapping out the big picture. Like I said, all these puzzles and pieces come together. So I show them the big picture on the box right from the beginning of our relationship. And as we go through this application that my clients are able to log into and follow along with the process, they understand it. And so once I map it out, they have a good understanding of what they need to do. And then step by step, we go through that process, and both of my client and myself can engage in that process. Everything from editing, asking questions, looking at, I do reporting every month. So when we're looking at what we're doing, we're also evaluating. Remember, I talked about testing. And so when I'm managing that expectation, I let people know there's a learning process and an evaluating process. That's why we always have systems and we always have analytics that we can study together to make effective marketing decisions. And so I tell my clients right from the beginning that it is a process. Now, I believe that an effective process always have an effective result. Now, as we go through the process of getting to the end goal, there's always deliverables from those initial efforts. And so I make sure my clients understand those results and those deliverables. Now, if those results aren't what we anticipated or expected, then we go to work and we examine, looking at the analytics and data to be able to say, okay, for instance, I talked a little bit about a funnel. And so when you get into the initial part of a funnel, you have these opt-ins. So we'll look at the effectiveness of these opt-ins. Are they doing what we want them to do? Are they clicking? Are they opted in? Are we building our list? Because we know that from a funnel perspective, one of the initial goals is to begin a relationship. And you do that by getting a list and or another mechanism such as a text message list or a Facebook Messenger list to continue to have a conversation. Now, the goal for a funnel is for that conversation to convert into a sale or a customer.
When you began to look at business to business, and of course that's very important what you just said, but I guess the biggest question that people would like to know when you talk about your services, okay, um, does your agency actually do commercials? Um, how when do I understand earlier you said you do apps? How does me as a client or customer when I come to you, how do you make the decision whether or not I need an app? Um, and how do you make a decision about the services that I may use? Because I may be a company and I may already have my commercials done. I may have already have my logo done, and I might be a mechanic, but all of the stuff that I have is focused in another arena. How do you step through that what I would call very very sensitive area? Because a lot of times when companies come, they come with their heart on their heart on their logo, their heart on their commercial, their heart on their culture. How do you work with clients to get them to understand that sometimes, you know, or better yet, the reason that you're hiring me is because this is what I do.
Good question. Let me see one thing. Let me see if I can show you. I'm going to share my screen just for a minute if I can. Let me see if I can. Uh, Actually, I don't have that presentation up. But if you all remember, when I do these strategy maps, I'm showing you the big picture. And when I'm doing that, that's why I do a consultation. So we can evaluate what you've already done and what you need to do. Now, just like I explained the difference of a brand site funnel and a traditional website, I do the same thing with where we start with you. So, like you mentioned, if someone had their heart set on an investment they already made, such as a website or even their branding, we evaluate that. And I bring up what they're doing and what has been done. And then because I have so much experience in case studies, I use those things to kind of reinforce what I'm suggesting. It's sort of like I'm not going to tell you what I think you should do if it's things that I haven't already done and have proof that they're done. So I try to be delicate because I know every business is somebody's baby. And so I understand that. And so what we try to do, I usually don't have to tear someone's vision apart. What I try to do is enhance that vision and enhance it by reinforcing it with tools and strategies. But let me back up. Proven tools and strategies that's only going to complement the groundwork and foundation that you already have. And that's based on proven methods that's already been used.
And of course, when you do those kinds of things with clients, and then the client is looking there and that client is saying, okay, I got my app. Okay. do the clients actually do any work while you're doing some work? Do they actually send out emails? Do they actually, you know, actually buy physical advertising? Because we're talking about it in a internet world here, a social world. Do the clients participate also in the physical world in terms of buying newspaper ads, um, commercials, um, radio ads? Is that a part of your mix, or is that a part of another company that a company might ask to come and work with them?
That's a good question. Now, we have several different things that we do. We have a do it for you, a do it with you, and a you do it by yourself. We have 3 different strategies for you. And we decide on those based on the condition and resources that you have in your business. Now, as I mentioned, we're a full service agency. We can do everything. We do commercials. We can negotiate and purchase media on your behalf. We also allow you to do all these things yourself by starting with that consultation. Because when we finish a consultation with you, we give you a strategy, and you have a decision whether you want to execute the strategy by yourself, execute this strategy with us, or have us totally do it. And again, that's all based on your resources, meaning your money and your time, and your staff or the lack thereof. And so when we're mapping out these strategies, we pretty much like a doctor. We call ourselves a brandologist, but we're like a doctor, and we prescribe what we think is best for you based on what you told us in that initial consultation. And so we'll evaluate where you are. We'll ask you questions about what you've done before. We'll ask you what type of resources you have. We'll ask you what's working and what's not working, and a plethora of other things. And then once we have that particular information, we'll map out a strategy. And once we map out a strategy, we'll also make a suggestion of which one we think you should do based on the condition of your business and, again, your existing resources.
When we look at what you're doing in terms of a business owner, what would you say are the biggest obstacles that you run into by being a black woman in business, and also not looked at as a person who may or may not be, the word is, technically sound? Because a lot of times, when people are competing, people utilize words like, well, she don't know tech like I know tech. Well, she's a black woman, and what is she even doing in this room? Um, I know it because this is what I've been doing, and she don't have a clue. Okay, how do you handle those kinds of what I would call stereotypes that African American women get a lot of by people who say that they're not qualified?
Again, a good question. One of the ways that I've been able to handle that is 2 things. My father was an Air Force colonel, and he used to tell me, make sure you're always bringing and not begging. So that was the first thing I positioned myself to do, is I try to come into every relationship with value. And I'm not asking necessarily, I'm bringing and hoping that we can come together to increase the value. And secondly, as I mentioned earlier, that's why I kind of transitioned into a woman that was able to code, because I can make a beautiful interface, but I didn't know what the back end guys was doing. And so a lot of times my relationships, believe it or not, people don't know I'm African American until they already have tasted the secret sauce or have enjoyed the value. And so that's how I've got around, in some cases, people stop shutting the door because of my skin color or the way I look or even my gender. I can give you a story. I have some partners in Canada, and they didn't know I was Black until they met me at the hotel, because they have been interacting with my applications for months and talking to me on the phone, or a team member of mine, for months before we actually met in person. And so I do have the advantage to be able to build interfaces where it's not necessary to see me. Now, one of the things I do tell my clients that may be fearful of being challenged with a gate being closed because of the way they look or the color of their skin or their gender is that if you can introduce your product without revealing that initially, by the time they taste the sauce, they're already addicted, especially if it gives value and if it's informative. So that's what that's part of some things that I prescribe for certain industries and certain clients. And that sometimes you can look at some of my clients and you will not know what their gender or race is. Sometimes it's important, sometimes it's not. Sometimes we have to be strategic to get around, prejudice or just people not understanding. I love it when people don't know if my company is owned by a woman or if a Black woman at that, for that matter. It doesn't bother me because by the time they have interacted with my services or the introduction of them, they don't really care. Because most of the time, what people want is solutions. And when you're in business, you start to look at the solution, not the race or color of it.
You know, when you begin to talk about that earlier, you talked about working on the Obama campaign and actually get an opportunity to go there and actually meet, you know, the first African American, or we should say, first Black president. And of course, I'm sure that that was more than an exciting time for you. But can you carry us through three things with that meeting? One, how did you get it? Okay. Two, what were you thinking once you were headed into this meeting? And number three, what were the as we say in the business, deliverables or outcome?
Yes, that's a great question. It was an exciting time, and you know, it was really exciting for me for a couple of reasons. The first term, uh, the first Obama term, my family and I was fortunate enough to go to the inauguration, and we went there with a group of people coming out of the Raleigh Durham area and a bus trip, and we traveled with, I think it was WRAL, and we were able to see it from afar. We literally, now I'm from the city of Washington, D.C. As I mentioned before, my father was a colonel in the Air Force and served. My mother worked at the Pentagon, and that's where they met. But as I mentioned, we climbed into the actual city. We had to get out of the bus. That's how crowded it was, that we had to climb into the city the first time to participate in the inauguration. So you can imagine my excitement in his second term, being invited by Governor Brad Miller as one of the 35 companies out of North Carolina to represent small businesses. Now, when I first got there, I didn't know what to expect, but we were led to a room, and when I got there, all of our names were where we wanted to sit, with the little White House emblem and your name, the name of your business, so you knew where you needed to sit. And during that process, we hashed out the concerns, the real concerns of micro businesses like myself, and small businesses across that represented uh, other businesses across North Carolina. And what was interesting about that particular meeting was that what I discovered is a lot of us had the same problems. They were just at different levels, meaning problems like, how do you get government support or contracts, whether you're major or whether you're subcontracting? How do you change healthcare? And how are you able to give that to your staff? How do you staff? How, just some of the government programming that we needed to be recognized, was being put on the table. And so what I got out of that experience is, first of all, it's just exciting to be there and to be there and actually meet the administration of Obama and actually have him walk down the line and ask us what we did. That was exciting. And then the second thing that was most exciting is that we were invited back. Not only did we give our opinion on the things that we wanted in the State of the Union, some of those concerns were addressed. And we were invited back the next day to sit in that room while President Obama gave the State of the Union. We were physically there, all 35 of us from North Carolina, among other people. But that was an incredible honor. And the deliverable was this: he stated to the world what our concerns was. And so for me, it said he heard us. And not only did he hear us, he expressed what we were thinking to the world. Now, did all of those things come to fruition? No. Did some of them? Yes. But just to be heard and recorded was very important for me as a Black woman in North Carolina, a state that traditionally did not represent me on a global or even a national scale. So it was incredible. And I'm very grateful that I was able to do that.
Thank you. As we look to the future of Creative Force Studios, what is your ideal client? Most people would say clients with a lot of money and just let me do what I do. Some people would say clients with not a lot of money but allow me to build them. And then some people would say, I'll take any client, just send me a client. So what is your ideal client as a business person? And then I want you to finish that by talking about, what do you look for? And maybe let's do this part. Let's switch it first. Instead of talking about your ideal client, let's switch it and say, what do you look for when you talk to a client? Because I think a lot of times people miss the whole we're having a conversation. I know with me as a businessman, and I do advertising, and I always tell a client, I say, look, we're gonna do 15 minutes for free. After the 15 minutes, then that's when I'm going to start to charge you. And then I say, because after the first 15 minutes, you will know whether or not you like me as a business person to do the work, and I like you as a client to work for. And so when I ask for that retainer agreement, I'm asking for 40 hours worth of your time, because I understand that that 40 hours is what it's going to really take for us really to just get to know each other. People think 20 hours, 30 hours, you already know the person. But you have to go and research. You have to look at the marketplace that they're dealing with. You have to look at them and see what they've already done. And while that doesn't sound like work to the client, it's really work to you. And it's some of that work that people don't understand about a client, even before you start sending them an invoice. And when they get an invoice saying, I did research work, they sometimes don't understand that that research work is the foundation of what happens in terms of how you grow a business.
That's a good question. And again, the way I start a relationship is based on a series of questions. And that's why I do a consultation call. During that call, we call it a discovery call. And what we're doing is we're trying to discover what you need and if we're a good fit. And so I'm trying to figure out, first of all, what you've done in the past and what you might need, and if I simply can provide it. So during that discovery call, a couple of things happen. I find out a little bit about you. You find out a little bit about me. And then we decide whether we want to move forward. Now, if I can't help you, I have a lot of friends and a lot of strategic partners that I may be able to refer you to. I will admit that one shoe don't fit all, and that simply sometimes it may not be a good fit. But after the conversation, most of the times we'll know one way or another, and we'll decide what to do about that. And most times, whether you decide to be a partner, which I call all my clients partners, or you decide you need someone else, then we make that referral and we either work together or we don't. But most times, both parties are content with the outcome.
As we look at moving out of this session, I want to say thank you to you for taking the time out and explaining to people who don't know you exist, talking about your business and your company. And this is what we do on Black Business TV. We go in depth. We don't just let you come on and just talk. We want to go in depth and find out what are you doing and how does your business work inside of the ecosystem of Black folk. Because again, we continue to talk about being spectators, and we want to be owners. We want to work, and so those are the kinds of things that we do. And as my phone continues to ring, I want to tell you thank you so very much. What is your website, and what are your parting shots?
Well, first of all, thank you so much for having me. I am so honored to be a speaker here on Black Business Expo and participate in this first Black Business Olympics. It's incredible. And so I thank everyone who is part of this and being a catalyst to Black business, Black networking, and Black financial wealth. This is what this is all about. Everyone, if you haven't decided to give to the Black Business Expo, please consider that, whether it's your gifts and or your money. We need them all, whether you're going to mentor or write a check. How about doing both? We really appreciate it. Now, you can find me at creativeforcestudios.com or creativeforceagency.com. My number is 800-315-5598, or my business mobile is 919-523-2607. Again, I'm Kimberly McLean with Creative Force Agency. I thank you for your time, and I thank you for your love. You all have a great weekend and the rest of the evening.